Just take me away from the place, please take me away from the day. Take me away from the pain, can't feel my soul some days. I've been moving so hard in the rain, so hard in the paint. I've been going so hard I can't think, so hard I'ma drink, so hard.
Yo, what's going on, everybody? Exciting day today. Exciting day today. Gonna get into testing potentially what I think is the most broken Huntress build out there. What's up, Grower? We'll go to this. There we go. All right, we can get into the game. All right. Should be good. What's up, Grower? Naidu, what's up? Rocks, Oath, what's up, guys? Going great today. Everything's going good. So yeah, so broken build, I think, potentially. We're going to go over it really quickly. So some changes, a lot of changes happened. Last night, I managed to go ahead and grab Choir of the Storm. Now, one big issue with Choir of the Storm, though, is the amount of int required to actually run it. You know, we need 180 int, basically. So that is a lot to push into. We did drop the gloves. The reason why is because I needed to pick int up on them. And obviously, Kotoko's doesn't allow that. Also, with that being said, we didn't have the spirit, obviously, to run Combat Frenzy and Charge Infusion. So I decided to just drop Combat for now. I want to look into ways, potentially, of picking it back up with, you know, running Infusion and Combat Frenzy, so we can get both. But for now, we dropped it. Choir of the Storm's amazing. We trigger the, you know, consume frenzy charges basically that we generate from the lightning bolt that we call on crit. So we have basically infinite frenzy charge consumption, or power charge consumption, sorry, not frenzy. The only thing that we kind of need to worry about is we need to get this belt off and get the other one to where we're not like gonna get shock reflected from red flare, because that's the only thing right now that's like killing me basically, is we're just getting shocked the whole time. But beyond that, the damage last night was looking pretty nuts. I looked also on YouTube. I looked at like twister builds, rake builds. I looked at a lightning spear like javelin build. None of these builds are doing anywhere near the damage that we're doing yesterday, and our damage is even more insane today. Beyond that, I also threw on conductivity, and then the tree's pretty much the same. It's just that we went up and came down and grabbed General Electric just to get more chance to shock and stuff like that, and eventually want to go into Harmonic Generator for that magnitude. We also dropped Exposed to the Storm because pen doesn't do anything for us right now because we can't pen into the negative. And since the amulet that we're getting, Choir of the Storm, it allows us to ignore resistances. And Lightning Pen can't pen into the negatives. It's only like connectivity, curses, stuff like that that'll bring their resistances below 0. So I decided just to drop down to free the points up to go into other stuff. So we're going to be testing today. We're going to be running maps. I made it up to like T10 last night. So we'll see how it feels. Like I said, we got to get that belt to get more survivability, get more evasion on the tree. But it's feeling pretty good so far. Right, Oath? I have a question. I'm level 46 and have a crossbow with 30 to 140 damage with 4 bow skills. When I'm having trouble with bosses, normal enemies get one shot, but the bosses at the end are really difficult. Do you have any tips? What skills are you running right now, Rox? So let me go ahead and grab a map and I can show you guys what we're working with. So we're up to T10s right now. We can do this one. Like I said, the only issue that I'm currently having is, well, 1, we have no exalts, right? Because I spent everything yesterday. But 2 basically is just that reflection of shock is annoying. Also, I managed to get a perfect Jewel's Orb yesterday by doing one of the unique strong boxes. And this sells for, yeah, 2 divines right now. So we got currency, boys. We got currency. Alright, so where are we working our way towards? Anything specific? Do we have a boss that we could showcase, maybe? Not really seeing any bosses, huh? That we have opened right now. We can work our way towards one, maybe. Do we want to work our way down? Hidden Grotto. Does Hidden Grotto connect to this map? It does not. Explosion skill and Vault Mark. The Divine goes a long way right now. No, it does. It does. All right, so we're gonna get into testing. The G-Net. What is that skill? Explosion skill and Vault Mark. So if I'll take Mark Explosion, what explosive shot? Are you running explosive shot right now? Voltaic Mark, and then what else are you running? All right. We can, Crypt isn't a bad boss. Nothing insane though. Guess we'll do this into that. So yeah, we're gonna go and show you guys exactly what it's looking like here. So the whole thing is hitting with Red Flare, right? With our Galvanic power charge. Choir of the Storm comes down with the bolt, consumes the power charge, and gives us the cold infusion, and that's kind of the whole loop that we're going for. One thing I will say, you guys can let me know. I'm currently right now on Lightning Bolt, just running the potential obviously to consume power charges, but I'm just trying to use this as our like shock generator since we dropped Stormcaller. I don't know if this is still the best. I don't know if it might be better to still run Stormcaller and then just put this like damage links in for get like more damage, but right now that's what I'm running. And if you guys think that's smart or not, let me know. If you think it's dumb, you know, let me know your feedback. Yeah, I'm assuming you're running explosive shot and all that. The boss and DPS should still be good. If you're having issues, you could try Glacial Bolt and Artillery Ballista. Yeah. That's the only issues we're dying a lot right now because we're getting shock reflected like instantly. So we need to fix that now. But we need to get the belt. and I think it'll be feeling pretty good. Oh, that shock, bro. We're gonna die before we can get the map done. So I'm gonna just sell the perfect right now, and then go ahead and get the thing done. Yeah, all right, we gotta go and sell the thing. There's no way we're gonna be able to actually survive while getting 35% shock on us constantly. Let's go sell the perfect and then just buy the belt real quick. All right, so this is 1 for 3 divine. No, not duelers, divines. This is 1 for 1. How much is this for exalts? 80. And then how much are the conversion rating right now? 1 for 50, and it's 80 right now. Got you. How much are exalts to chaos? They're 1 for 1. Okay, so they're 1 for 1. What were to sell this for? Okay, 67 then. So just sell it for. Go ahead and buy that belt. We are going to lose 15 strength. Is a big factor. It is. Could probably take 2 points out of that with his decks. Does the belt have any actually like thing? Here we got it. Yeah. What tier are you up to now? We're doing T10s, T11s. Yeah, I'm just gonna go to the trade real quick and just buy that belt, so this way we're not gonna get reflected on shock, because that's the only thing that's killing us right now, and it's kind of annoying. And then we'll have to fix the strength. We need 15 strength somewhere. Which I don't really know where we can get, but we'll figure it out. We always do, we always do. What's the belt called? Fudge. Sorry about this. I probably should have bought this off stream and then started. Bad streamer. And it's called wide belt. That's what it's called. Whatever wide belt. Like Branabis or something. Gonna buy what about this one? Then we gotta fix the reses. Okay. What's up, Ellie? All right, so we got the item. Now we can go forward. P2's now my rapid shot builds. Once is ready to. Of course, the sword. Okay, so now we can throw the belt on, which we do. So we can't be that. We just need to get the strength now. We need 83 strength. We have 69. I don't think we can drop dex at all. Yes, this is 119 dex. Well, actually, we're at 129. What do we? I think we can drop dex, can't we? I mean, I guess our bow back here, we don't need it anymore. So yeah, let me drop dex. Strength. 84, that should be good. So what do we need the dex for though? Stormcaller, and then take off Stormcaller. Do we actually need the dex at all? 12 more for what? I think I just our bow, right? Herald of Thunder was 119. What could we take out potentially? That's probably this for now. And then just throw it somewhere from our decks. Go over here. It's 5 decks. 1 attack speed, and then we have everything we need. 119 to run everything. Alright, we're good. We can go back in. We don't get shocked no more. It should be a lot better. Should feel a lot better as well. I started mapping, but I'm going to be capped until I get 4 minutes. Got you. Right now, I'm using galvanic shards and shock burst rounds crossbow build with Huntress, and it shreds. Alright, so now we can't be shocked, which is good. Go ahead and get our infusions up. There we go. Yeah, it's the clear is pretty good. Obviously not as good as like a Stormlance, but it's to the point where it is still pretty good in regards of it's the best in bossing in my opinion. We're gonna drop I think these 3. I don't think we need these. It is attack damage that we're losing, which I mean it is good. What could we drop? Is the skill speed on here that like drastic? 8.4. Trying to give us more survivability. It's the only issue that we're having right now. I'm gonna look on the tree what we could do for survivability. I don't really think there's anything we can do right now, low-key. Because our survivability is only 33% right now. But yeah, I don't think there's really anything we can do. We keep it moving. We're gonna go down to a T9 for now, just so we get more T10s. Evasive and armored. Just get this done. Yeah, it's obviously it's not tanky right now. We have like no defensive layers. That's what we're trying to fix. I just need to level a bit more. That or just drop damage on the tree. Either one would work. Which, you know, that's why we're streaming today to fix. And then I want to try to put it out for tomorrow. But once we actually have our charges up here, for, as you can see, like when our bolt comes down, instantly gives us the thing and procs. So it's going to be huge for that. Obviously, 4th lab will be huge too, for 50% chance of actually not consuming the infusions. This way we can pretty much almost have like full uptime of them attacking. Anything up here? But the bossing damage is pretty insane. So I don't know if it's better to go like evasion or try to just go hybrid gear and get like 25% or something like that chance to evade with maybe like 200-300 energy shield right now. Just early games kind of sucks because it's like you do damage or you do survivability. You know, it's like it's hard to do both. And if we were like level like 90, it wouldn't be that hard. We could have like 60-70% evasion right now. Let's go over here. Let's get all of this. Put down. We need to find where the areas are at. Probably honestly top left, bottom right. Or bottom left to me. Yeah, DPS is amazing on it. Like I said, we're gonna try to fix tankiness today and get that fixed. I would love to try to figure out a way to get Spirit to run Combat Frenzy. It would literally give us, I don't know, I'm thinking like, I don't really know the full calculations off my head, like increase wise, if we got another infusion, but I would assume anywhere from 15 to 20% more damage. It's just obviously I think the only way to do that is by corrupting our Fire of the Storm and trying to get Spirit rolled on it. Because we have obviously the red flare, so we can't like run a body armor with Spirit, and then we can't run an amulet with Spirit either. So unless there's a new unique in the game that gives that, I don't see us being able to run it. Alright, let's go back here real quick for this. Right back to this rare. There's 2 rares actually. Hey, Artificer's Orb, that's huge. Okay, it's not letting me shoot. There we go. Just put personal tangibility or something. There you go. Let me go get these Artificer orbs, man. What are the best slot rolls for Merc Crossfist or Stex builds in general? Is increased damage better than added damage? Is Fizz damage better than elemental? Right now I'm running basically full Fizz on like bows and everything, and that's what I've been finding that gives us a lot of damage. I haven't tried like full elemental, but I mean right now Fizz is feeling really good, so do that what you will. Oh, did you look at the support gem I linked to you? Charge Shot? You talking about that one? It looks good, it just sucks that it can only be used for bows though. And so that wouldn't work with Explosive Shot. Alright, yeah. I don't even know what to start. Ugh. With how fast you shoot, does Charge Shots do anything for you? Yeah, like I said, it wouldn't work because it's crossbow, bow only, I mean. Doesn't work for crossbows. How do I know what to look for on rings to damage? Added Fizz, added elemental, or increased elemental? I would say probably look for either like flat lightning or flat cold. Fizz is also not bad either. Like honestly, any of those 3 to roll on a rings is pretty good. It will give us more damage to the build. But keep in mind that you want to try to be res cap, and that you definitely want to you know, roll like int both rings because we need double int to get to that 180 cap. If you do want to run Choir of the Storm. If you want to run the other version, what we already have up by doing exclamation point build, that one you can roll only 1 ring with it and you'll be fine. Docus, what up, man? Crossbow tangibility. Wait for everything to explode. Actually, I don't think we put up the Artificer Orb, did we? We did. Okay, we're good. Horrible. These buffs are getting vendored. And this is going to be salvaged. Stick this in here for now. Do you know how I can fix crashes? Before this league, there was nothing wrong. If your game's crashing a ton, maybe try looking at your files, like repairing your game files, or maybe there's something corrupted there. Because I haven't really had that issue, so I'm not too sure. All right. What was I gonna look at? Oh yeah, these boots I want to drop down to 20. If anyone wants to go for those. Where's our orb? Throw it on this. Someone's Brawlic. We're going to need definitely more fire. Our lightning is cracked right now. We probably could roll one of these rings without lightning. Like this ring probably could have dropped the lightning, but you know, you live and you learn. Our gloves here, we might actually be able to roll something. Let's see. And I'll take it. It's more stuff anyway, so okay. 50, 50, what we need. 54, 75. The other one, we'll do another one as well into this when we can. Just bring it up to like 60. Okay. On to the next. Nice, more monster life, that's huge. Elemental weakness is kind of annoying, but whatever, we'll do this one. So this is crypt. Kind of sucks that it's not like steamy screens or something, but we can still do it. So there's 51% more monster life. You can see how this feels. I must say it's quite hard respecking, but once I got the passes going, the build started to come on live. Although it took me a while to get the gloves. Yeah, the gloves are definitely the expensive part. Uploaded the build, they went up like, I got lucky, got a div drop, which then I had to spend on the gloves. Then I came to watch the stream to see you just use normal gloves. Yeah, so we're trying, obviously right now we need int, so we have to roll them on the gloves. But this one kind of revolves around using choir. This way we can just like generate our power charges and instantly consume them with choir. But we're seeing how it obviously is feeling and stuff like that. It's feeling pretty good though, in my opinion, for like DPS wise. Just need to fix survivability. We'll be trying a corrupted spirit on red flare. Red flare you can't roll it, I don't think, on. You would have to corrupt the amulet. The amulet you could corrupt and have a chance of getting like anywhere from I think 20 to 30 spirit. If we got that, we could then fit back in combat frenzy, and then we'd be able to consume our frenzy power, like frenzy charges that we would generate. Because we could easily throw in for like mapping, we could easily throw in galvanic shards like electrocution support, so this way we can electrocute packs. It's just this current stage of the game we don't have access to that. And obviously the amulet itself right now is like 1 div. So obviously, you know, trying to corrupt it or buy mass amounts of them right now is out of the budget. So we have a boss here with 70% monster life increase, so we can go ahead and do like a little DPS test. See how quickly we can kill him. The only thing, like I said, I still don't know is about the shock application that we're doing. So right now we're just using Choir of the Storm's like lightning bolt that it calls down to apply it. But I don't know if it would still be better to run like Stormcaller with a back, you know, bow on like our weapon set too. And that's something I still don't really know yet. It is better like automated, right? Like we don't do any weapon swapping. We just connectivity, mark, and then just shock burst rounds. So it's easier on that front, right? Less buttons to press, but I still don't know if it's quicker. Pricey for bricks? Yeah, that's why I'm not corrupting it. And then obviously we still have, you know, our galvanic shards on a 3 link, so damage obviously is going to go up once we 4 link it. We have 0 quality on our gem, so that'll go up. Like, you know, we're only level 70, I think 8 right now. Yeah, so we, you know, still early level, like I would say around 85 to 90s when we should have a lot better survivability and more damage. And then obviously our rings suck, you know. The only thing good right now that we have on currently is the bow that we crafted yesterday. That's like the really good item. I would be playing through this a lot quicker, but trying to take our time so we don't die until we get our like survivability fixed. I'm gonna grab this. I hate the enemies that explode. Shweed, I think is how you pronounce your name, or Shweedy. Thank you for the follow. Welcome, guys. Welcome everybody that's joining. Vibing with us on stream today. Love to see it. Hey man, sure question. Where do you get shock immunity from? You have it? Yes. So the way that we're getting it right now is from our unique belt. Let me just go this back and I'll show you. There we go. So we're getting it from our unique belt, the, I don't know, Brinabis, I think is how you pronounce it. This belt will allow us to basically not be able to be like reflected back and have shock on us. And obviously it's huge right now because, you know, we don't want to be shocked. So, you think it's better? Yes. Let's start saving up for choir then. I do think it's better, huh? Conspiracy more. I have 40 exalts for a weapon. I'm afraid if I buy a spear over crossbow and it lacks damage. I mean, it's up to you. I think a lot more people are playing spear right now than crossbow, so it's way more expensive. And in my opinion, like I said, the spear builds that I've seen have not even come close to the DPS that we're doing on bossing at the current stage. Like, I've seen spear, you know, like tornado builds that are throwing out, you know, 50, 60 tornadoes doing 3, 4, 500k, and we're literally currently doing more than that, or I think the same amount right now. And obviously we're nowhere near the end, or you know, we still have better rings and a bunch of other like damage increases that we're getting. And we actually, I don't even know really our full DPS with the current setup, so I'm pretty sure we're doing more than that already. Rake builds aren't doing as much, like Stormlance type builds aren't doing as much, so like definitely think this is better overall for bossing. Good morning, Martin. How you doing? Would be less shock time on boost prob and 1x. And thanks for playing your build and having a blast so far. The only issue with that, man, is we're getting reflected because our red flare, once we reach max power charges, it instantly shocks us. So even having less shock duration doesn't do anything because we're constantly, like, you know, getting max power charges. They're indeed cheap. There he goes. From Azor. All right, we're gonna go in simple. We just go into him. Wait till he jumps down. We throw our thing down. We mark. So we mostly want to have mark back down. I think it's Q. Yeah, it's gonna be interesting to get used to that. So that's the only thing I don't know is right there is a little bit inconsistent on actually applying the mark. That's why I don't know if Stormcaller is better or not, or if we should run more damage links into Lightning Bolt instead of just like conduction, overcharge, exposure. But I'm kind of using this as like our main thing for that, so I don't know. And then I think obviously what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna throw connectivity over here because I don't like Q. Feels too weird. Yeah, I seen that build, the like insane clear one. That one is obviously good for clearing, but bossing DPS nowhere near what we're doing already. 100% experience, sure, experience, sure. Actually, no, I'm gonna skip that one. Come over here and grab you. Come up here and grab all of you. Okay, trying to pen through those guys is about as worse as it gets. I hate the frontal block enemies, bro. Like, you can never pen through them. Like, at all, I feel like. It's like impossible. My weapon? It's cracked. This is my crossbow right now. Let's go salvage real quick. Nope. Yeah, the only thing I don't know is what we need or what we don't need. You know? Like, I don't know if it'd be good dropping something down here. Like, how good is stand and deliver, or like exploit? I think exploit's good, but like you know, there might be something we can drop potentially. That would just be better. Obviously, our jewels can be upgraded. Like, our jewels right now just give proj and attack speed, which isn't bad, but nothing insane. So, I do want to see... What do we have right now? We have 84, 119, 180. I don't think we can go below that. Yeah, right now at least. Oh, this something's going to drop. 10 here. We can check for skill gem. Can we... So we have level 16. We would need 17 or 18s. Let's look at our 17 and 18s. So we need 90 strength, which we obviously do want to get. But I don't think there's anything to get more strength right now. How do you get the yellow 152 fizz? If you're talking about the fizz right here, that is fractured. So you use that, or you can get this by using a fracturing orb. And what a fracturing orb does basically is you have a rare item. You need at least 4 modifiers on it. Then after that, you use a fracturing orb, and it'll choose one of those 4 like stats, and it'll basically engrave it or like lock it in on that item. Meaning that then you could use like chaos orbs or something and reroll all the other stats without modifying or removing or changing that one stat that you just locked in. So that's what we did. We bought a bow for like 2x or whatever it was. I think it was like 5x that had that 152 fizz. We threw 4 modifiers on it, and then I fractured the physical on it, and then just chaos orb rerolled until I got the added fizz and increased and all that other stuff. Okay, yeah, so we can't do that yet. It's fine. Let's go do this map. Well, the pack size is fine. The crit chance is kind of annoying. We can reroll these. Oh, I don't have the Reforged bench. Did I really miss not getting that? Unfortunate. I don't feel like going back and getting it right now. We can maybe try this one. Just gotta be careful. It's more monster damage. One bluff on it. Is your Bone Storm Ranger still viable? Nah, Bone Storm Ranger is not viable anymore. Right, Epic? Where do the fractures come from? Just like other orbs? I think they just have an RNG chance of dropping. I don't think there is a specific thing that drops them currently, but I could be wrong on that front. No, you don't get to choose it RNG. You click it and it'll just RNG one of the stats. So you could end up spending, you know, a lot of currency trying to get the stat locked in, because you have to keep your buying, like, you know, bases and stuff. But yeah, it was, but the thing is they changed Bone Storm, so it what do you call it? It no longer does what it used to be, because now it'll apply a physical damage debuff based on how much the spell hit for. And it's only for the next hit. So again, significantly nerfs. And then they changed Magnetic Salvo to only target 8 lightning rods. And before it was like 17 or whatever, right? So again, huge nerf there. So it got double nerf. You can play it, but yeah, you're not going to get any type of bossing DPS like comparable to before anymore. Who's throwing these things? I hate these things, bro. Off-screening me. You go. Crazy Maddox, what's up, dude? How you doing today, brother? Did my trick work for you for orb farming? Oh, it's Maddie. Honestly, I tried a little bit last night, but the stuff that was deconstructing wasn't going into anything that was substantial value. Like, it was only giving me like not even Jolers. It was what do you call it? It was just like transmutations and eye mutations. So even though it was 20% quality, I mean, we got pinned against a 1 auto stun. Fantastic. The good thing we're doing this map, because yeah, having them do 34% more damage is not fun. I felt the Savo nerf, yeah, it's not fun. But we're good. So we need to fix, obviously, defense. Do you guys have any idea on how we could do that? Because obviously right now we're going for kind of evasion. We have obviously evasion on our body, or helmet, evasion on our boots. Obviously we can't do anything with our body armor, and then we kind of need int on the glove because we're already running double int rings, so we kind of need it there just to roll it for now. So do you guys have any way we could get, like, fix our defenses? Because obviously we could go more in the tree, I guess, but I just don't know what we would drop for it, you know. Now if we were level like 90, it wouldn't be that bad. We could easily spend 6-7 points and just go into some evasion increase stuff. Oh, okay, that was it. Can't move. Okay. I can't play POE 2 anymore. I'm getting 50 FPS spin. Should I play POE 1? You can try POE 1, but I mean, if your GPU is cooked, I mean, I don't think it matters what game you're playing. You stay away from me. Stop draining my mana. Ain't those, bro. Get that. To be honest, I'm glad I'm not the only one trying with survivability. I mean, it's just because it's early game, so like there's two things you can do. You either go tankiness and then kind of have dog DPS, at least for bossing, or you go more damage stuff on the tree and less survivability. And I always usually go DPS wise, I mean. Alright. Is there any bosses here? I mean, we got that. Can add bosses, I guess, to these. Frozen Falls. That's a new map, huh? Do you know if it's possible to use support gems like persistence on 2 different skills? It is not. You can only have one support gem on one skill, like of the same type. Like, not type, but the same support gem. So you can only have one persistence, is what I'm trying to get at. I think we have a bosses one, right? Only 4 maps in range contain bosses. Huh? So the other maps are like 16, 14, 20, and boss ones are 4. Oh, we can do other stuff too. Okay, so we have a boss one in there at least, I guess. We're gonna go ahead and try to do we have a breach. Breach. We do not. I guess we can do aerated. Why not? I mean, sure. I actually want kind of wastelands right now. Just the farm. Did it even throw bosses on any of these? 3 bosses there. Nothing here. 3 boss at Crimson. Wait, no other bosses anyway? Okay. I guess it is only 4 maps, so what do I expect? But we can do Crimson. We need to get a map for it. Go ahead and grab a map. All these maps suck. What are you selling now, Buster? Oh, you're selling T9s, bro. Let's go. Buy a few T9s from him. We can do this one. Those stash tabs hurt my eyes. I mean, I'm just kind of throwing stuff in there like the, you know, tablets, and then anything else that's like kind of decent gear into the first tab, just so I can keep zooming. I'll sort it probably like the end of the day. Usually what I do, just like throw a tab, just throw a bunch of junk in it, and then I'll try to sort it like, you know, a few times a week or something like that. So I don't waste time like sitting there every, you know, few maps picking stuff out. Water resistant, fantastic. Yep. Level 16, sure. Kind of wish we had a level 80 gas, what do you call it, token? It was like, well, actually, I guess it depends on how much the, what do you call, fragments are to do the final boss there. That'd be kind of expensive, I'm not too sure. Ben, what's up, dude? No, I mean, it's a good thing to do, Dokus. Obviously, I don't have that because, you know, I'm not, I don't have 20 tabs. I just never really bought that many tabs. But yeah, I mean, if I had that many tabs, I would definitely sort them like kind of like you're doing and just throw them in. I thought they were also adding new stuff in, like new cosmetics, but I guess not. I'm away from the new cosmetics, man. Okay, can we not with the Twister Tornadoes? Do I just... Okay, risen. Where's this thing going, by the way? Everyone using ballistas now? Yeah, I seen that, which is interesting because I watched that video as well for the ballista crossbow, artillery ballista thing, and the damage definitely was good on it. But yeah, again, I think we're still doing more damage for like bossing wise. And also the thing about it I don't like about ballistas is just their wait, what do you mean almost there? Don't give up now. There's nothing there. He's dead. The thing I don't like about ballistas is just the weird mechanic of them, where, you know, they can be kind of weird on their targeting, not hit sometimes. Also, if you're doing glacial bolt, you know, you have a thing where sometimes it doesn't blow the walls up, or won't target, like where you're throwing walls at. So you kind of gotta like maneuver around that. Obviously, us, we do the damage, so you can only blame yourself. And like I said, we do more damage than that. So it's I feel like it's a win-win. Like, obviously our clear is good. I don't think anything insane right now. Obviously it will be once we get more crit chance and you know, get more gear as we go on. We'll probably have the same clears like LA from last league. But yeah, for like starter stuff right now, I think like that what do you call it? Lightning spear is probably better. Well, it's definitely better, but for bossing, I don't think anything compares to what we're doing right now. All right. Boom, boom. Big A, what's up, man? How do I get 4 slots in weapon infusing? It's tied to levels. So once you get to certain level thresholds, it'll unlock more gem sockets. Tactician Ascendancy, true, but then you gotta go Tactician Ascendancy. Can we not have these little guys coming out of the Wetworks? I wanna fight the boss, man. So we wanna throw that down. Mark. Wait, what? Oh my goodness, he's that type of boss, bruh? Already does an AoE. Wait, what? What did it just put us to? Okay. Just reset the boss arena? The placement of it? Okay, so he wants to do that when he comes up, does he? Let him do his thing and then we're gonna go in. There's the one thing that I don't know about. Okay, this boss is weird. Oh, there we go. Yeah, this boss is definitely a weird one. I feel like we're not hitting him, if that makes any sense. Like he was like evading our attacks. I don't know if his... Oh, Twilight Reliquary. Wait, what? Wait, what? We just got a juicer? Okay, well, 7. Do we open these? Let's put that. All right, we're done with the map. Wait, portal disabled in boss fights. There's no boss here. Yeah, I don't know. That boss seemed kind of jank. I'll be honest. I feel like his hitbox was so weird. Love the build to clear so good in the melts bosses. Yeah, it's a really fun build. Does we need the pin from that Ascendancy? No, the Ascendancy looks amazing. I'm just saying you'd have to play that Ascendancy, right? So like for Huntress, it doesn't obviously work. Or for, you know, other classes, Merc or Ranger, it doesn't work. It's just how that all good looking damage skills on Huntress require you to do something you can't do on most of the bosses. Yeah, that is one of the things it's interesting with Huntress. Yeah, I don't really know what we would do here to swap for more survivability. I mean, potentially, like I said, we could maybe take out Maiming Strike. We would lose damage. I feel like Stand and Deliver is still kind of good. A lot of increased damage. We obviously want to keep the shock magnitude. Is there anywhere we could keep points? I mean, not really, because we need to kind of go up to here. No, that's not going to save points. It's not going to save points. Yeah, I don't think we can really save points anyway right now unless we were to get, like, other stuff. And by other stuff, I mean, like, you know, controlled and metamorphosis, stuff like that, which is all later game. Alright, so what do we just get? The reliquary key? What does this do? 1 for 8. Open a reliquary portal by using the item in the reliquary vault. Can only be used once. I mean, I guess we'll do it. Is this how you get the like foiled items? I mean, I can't like do anything to this, right? I can't like upgrade this or do anything with it, correct? Just want to make sure before we go in. Yeah, I can't do anything with it. I can't like quality it at all. Also we need, what do we need in here? We need fire res. Just do some fire real quick. Desert rune, greater desert rune. Put that in there. Do we have actually a better cold rune? Cold. We have lesser glacial. What do we have? Glacial. Gonna put that in there actually. Accept that. There we go. A little more reses now, huh? A little bit more reses. Better off there. Should help. Alright, so we're just gonna throw this in and I guess see what it does. I think this is how you get the like foil items.
What's an aunt without a trophy?
Are you going to update the skill tree mobilitics? Yes, Big A. I'm going to try to get the video out for tomorrow and all the updated mobilitics stuff for tomorrow as well. Backtrack a bit instead of going upper route to the middle and get some extra evasion. What do you mean, Epic? You mean like going through here, like putting 1 point in there and heading up? The only issue is, like I said, like we could maybe drop Coming Calamity and then drop these travel nodes and then go up, but we would only save, you know, a few points, and I don't know if it's worth it because we will lose 24% increased damage plus, you know, 50% increased lightning damage, so it would be a good amount of damage there we're losing. But I mean, I guess if that's what you're talking about, like dropping this side and then coming up in the middle, unless, yeah, because we don't have enough points to like go through this and then come down and go through that side. And that's the same amount of points as that. I'm not too sure what you mean. Okay, so what do we do here? Just like a fight? We fight a boss? Or do we just open the chest? I think we just open the chest and get the foil, right? That's all it is. Okay. Well, I think this goes for absolutely nothing. Maybe we should have sold it, but I don't want to see what it did. Yeah, literally nothing. 1x. It's hilarious. What do you get it for dismantling this? I mean, screw it. I guess we'll keep it, right? I don't know. Just throw it in here. The rest of this can be extracted, and then we can get it going. Put everything here that we don't need. There we go. Maps. Sure. Do this. Yep, all good. Next map. Well, I mean, still the same points, right? 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. We would still be putting the same amount of points in here. It's not like we're gaining anything. Here's the thing. So like wherever we go, it's same points. 3 here, 3 here. You know, more here actually to go up here than this side, so no good unless we drop this. I mean, the only thing that I could think of to get more evasion right now would be to drop damage. Like that's pretty much it. Like either drop this crit damage over here cluster. We could definitely do that, I guess. We'd lose crit damage obviously, but we would get more survivability. Or maybe that, but we need the shock actually. I mean, yeah, I think that's it. Really the only play. So we could maybe do that, but yeah, that's the only play right now. All right, there's a boss here at Hidden Grotto. We can do this map, Steaming Springs and Hidden Grotto. It's fine. Is the leveling build okay for Kroll Axe 6? What? Kroll Axe 6? You playing the new version of the game? Do you mean Kroll Axe like 3? What do you mean? What belt we're using again? I'm using the like whatever it's called, Brine Abyss. So we don't actually get shocked. You can't kill a boss on Lightning Arrow 3. Yeah, I would. I mean, I think Cross was much better for leveling and going through the story than Bow currently. I mean, that's what I did, and we didn't have issues like DPSing anything. And we weren't even really using the Glacial Bolt, we were just using Explosive Shot. You could go Glacial Bolt, Artillery Ballista if you wanted to like really juice damage. No, you're good, brother. But yeah, like I said, Epic, I'm not really too sure on how to get more points besides dropping that middle tree. Yeah, so the leveling build that I have in Mobilitics, the written guide, I have like, you know, what I did. you can follow that. And that's, like I said, that's what I did. Like the gems that I swapped into for the gear, literally, you know, just keep upgrading your bow, trying to get good damage on it, either physical or flat wise, depending, and then, you know, keeping like reses up and then life on your gear. Pretty much all I did. Stop freezing me. It's against the law. Just pulled a div from a white chest. Now I gotta go get Loco shield or something. Heck yeah. Sorry, we should do 4-link the galvanic shards. So basically on trade side, every unique you are wearing is at least 1 div each. Is it? Last I looked, red flare wasn't. Yeah, red flare is only 2x, so that's cheap. Obviously this is 1 div. And then what else are we wearing? The Brian Abyss is 30x. A div right now is like 50. So in total, I'm what? To get the 3 uniques is what, about a div and like 30 to 40 exalts to get all the uniques. It shouldn't be. I literally just bought one for 30x, like literally on stream 10 minutes ago. Unless they just went up to a div in the last 10 minutes or whatever it was. Yeah, right here, look. 25, 30, 33, 35, 40. There's a bunch of them. Make sure you're sorting by exalts, not divs. Exalts are going to come up first, and or divs are going to come up first, I mean, by then exalts. So make sure you filter exalts. It's going to be cheaper that way. Want to drop Kotokos? Because we just don't have the spirit to actually run Combat Frenzy. So we can drop Charge, Infusion, and run Combat Frenzy, but then we don't have any way of consuming the Frenzy Charge, unless we did like maybe Barrage on a bank bar just to consume it. That's like the only way that I could think of doing that. If we were able to figure a way out of dropping Charge Infusion and consuming Frenzy Charges, we could go back to combat. But again, like I said, since it's not automated, it's probably going to feel really weird to consistently be like, you know, just say Barrage consuming or something like that. But I mean, if you guys know like a new unique maybe, or like support gems that allow us to consume frenzies like that, then let me know, because we can do it. Oh, that's why they were so tanky. They have vulnerability where. Only need to drop gloves if you have the Ami. Yeah, basically. Okay, this guy have reflect? What? I feel like our projectiles are coming back. Oh, that's what they were. These things. Hold on. Things destroyed us. Hey, likes, come on, chat. Facts. We got 45 people right now on the YouTube stream, and we only got like 10 likes on the video. Let's see if we can hit like, I would love to hit like 40 to 50 today, but let's see if we can do, for right now, let's shoot for 20. Since it's so early on, we'll shoot for 20 and then we'll see how it goes from there. Let's go kill these rares. No point in really staying here if there's no rares on the map. Now I would like to get frenzy charge consumption in some way, because I think it would enable a lot more damage, since obviously it's a lightning, right? And we have a lot of like, you know, lightning increases and stuff, so that damage would be even more than like the cold power charge infusion we're doing. But obviously this is automated, it's 100% up, we don't gotta do anything, like it's infinite. And it is more damage because we're penning with 0 elemental reses with Fire of the Storm. So unless we can find a way to consume, we just can't run it right now. Basically not playing a hunter. You realize you can play a class and not use the skills, right? Like Spear, you don't have to just play what their base skills are. That's the beauty about Path of Exile. You can take a class, you can play other stuff with it. This isn't Diablo or, you know, other or other RPGs where you literally have to only play one set of skills and weapon. Like this build will not work on any other ascendancy because we're using and revolving around infused weapon as well as accuracy stacking for crit. So without it, this build will not work. There's not anything good on here. It's not bad actually. It's also not bad. Armor's kind of sucky. Put that in there. I think we should be fine. We'll see though. Do another 2 it's better maybe? What is the budget of this build? I would say about, I don't know, 1.5 divs, maybe 2 divs. What's better for me? Twitch or YouTube? What's better for you, me on Twitch or YouTube? Honestly, whatever you want to watch, it doesn't matter. That's why I stream on both, so you guys can watch whatever, you know. Okay, it's gonna be. Okay. Should be fine, I think. You're fine, Oath. I mean, yeah, whatever you want to watch on it doesn't matter to me. I do need to get it if I want to make the build you have now. I have a different version. I have a different version. I would say it's probably the same price without Fire of the Storm. It might be a little cheaper. I'm not too sure on that front. Comparing prices, just because, you know, Kotoko's is like a divine right now, and the amulet I bought was a divine, Fire of the Storm. So it's up to you. It might be a little bit more expensive because you need the int and stuff like that. So the gear might be a tiny bit more to try to get the, you know, int requirement, because we need about 180 to use it. Then obviously it's locked behind like level 78 as well to run the amulet. But you can run obviously the other one with Kotoko's that we already have up. You just do exclamation point build, and then obviously just transition into that once you hit like level 80. If I'm like 2 bosses away from endgame, should I not use those skills? What skills are you talking about you shouldn't be using? Alright, let's go. Hey, I'll stop it. Wait, what? Kotokus is 1 div element? I bought it when it was 5x. Yeah, it's because everybody's using it on Huntress to generate the charges. So it's like a div right now, I think, or close to it. The endgame tree. Oh, if you're talking about the one on the mobalytics, probably once you get into campaign and you are going into the build with like Kotokos and stuff like that. And then obviously if you're talking about the one we're using now, This one is a level 78 tree, like level 80, and obviously it revolves around that because you need to be level 78 to use the amulet. So you can't really run into this build until that level. All right, so here's a bossing thing again. We're just gonna go in, we just throw a mark down, then we obviously do that, and then we're just gonna shoot him. And then there's your boss. Like I said, I have not seen a other Huntress build out there do this damage. I've looked on YouTube so far, and none of them come close. Want to achieve maybe some profit? Heck yeah. Glad you get them big stoinks, big A. We have another boss we can do, Hidden Grotto. Let's get a map for that. Let's go ahead and salvage bench it up. Do we have a... We do, but I don't think we can do it on anything. Ah, okay. Pretty much fully cooked here. You know we could drop the lightning res. We don't need the lightning runes. What am I doing? So I just run default. Yeah, so the build on the mobalytics guide, G-Man, like with the skills there, if you do the endgame tree on there, follow that as soon as you like kind of like hit campaign endgame, or you could wait maybe 5 or so levels then do it, depending obviously if you have the currency to buy like the unique items. And then just run that until you get to like level 80 and you have the currency to grab like Choir of the Storm and stuff like that, and gear needed to get the intelligence requirement, and then transition into this build. All right, what am I looking for? What am I doing? These are team 9s. I'm looking for, well, we don't have like any good T10s though. Like we're gonna get smoked right now. Like lightning, elemental weakness, and chaos. Actually, this is not bad at all. We can do this one. This is a, oh, we have 3 T10s actually. We're good. We can do T10s here. I was so stupid. Elemental weakness should be fine. Ignited ground. It's so annoying. We could try this one. This is a T10, 57% monster life. That ignited's so annoying though. So let's drop the lightning rest that we have here. Let's do, what do we need more of? Cold. Let's do another cold rune. Cold. Bang, bang, bang. Drop the lightning res off of this. Except that. So now we're basically that. Then we need fire. Do we have lightning on anything else? We do not. So we're going to be just like this for now, which is fine. We're going to go around this map. This is on a decay. No, it's not a decay. A hidden grotto map. So level 75. 57% more monster life. So I don't know if we'll have 1,000,000 or what. And we can see what the boss and DPS is. You can take runes out of gear. You can't take them out, but you can replace them. So like you can just consume them like I did. Like I had a lightning one in here. I can just override it, throw a glacial rune in. It won't like destroy the other rune, but obviously it allows you to replace it. You can also do the exact same thing with corrupted gear too. So if you see corrupted gear on the market that has runes in it that you obviously are not going to benefit from, or like soul cores in it or something like that, you can just take them out and override them with stuff that is going to help you out. Do you think Katokas will go higher? Yeah, I do think so because everybody's playing it right now. So it's going to get more and more popular as more people hit endgame. And obviously it's only day 4 of the league, right? So it's not like it's hit its peak. I would say in probably another few days to a week is when it's going to peak. And obviously as divs go higher too, it's getting more and more and more expensive, right? Like a day ago, divs were like 30 or 35. Now they're like 50, right? So it's already went up in price because of that. That's because I have almost quit the season 3 times now. I'm sorry to hear that, man. I mean, yeah, like, dude, if I can help you in any way, like, go into the build, meaning, like, question-wise, let me know. I'm down to answer your questions and stuff and try to help you have a, like, smooth transition into it if you're confused about anything. We're gonna back roll here just because that isn't it. What is going on to our left right now? Do we not have this enemy? The like corrupted blood or whatever that is on us. Yeah, I would wait a few days, big game. Just check it every once in a while, right? Like, if you're playing, just say, check it maybe, you know, like, at the end of your session, just to see where it is, and then check when you get on the next day, and same thing, like, the end of your session the next day. And just wait a few days. If it's stagnant, like, for example, just say it's 50 exalts right now, which I don't know what it currently is, but just say 50. And then, you know, a day, 2 days go by, and it's like 48, just say, or like 52, I would just sell it, because it's not increasing that much or dropping that much. So it's probably hit like its peak. Feels like forever? Yeah, it's only day 4, Ben. It came out Friday. Half of the people are still in campaign. Yeah, exactly, Epic. Spooks! It's 56 right now? Okay, so yeah. So I would assume it'll probably hit... I'm ballparking probably like 70, I feel like, peak. But then again, who knows, you know? A lot more people are still hitting endgame. So it might go, you know, to be 2 divs. I don't know. Alright, yeah. So we do need more evasion. It's just we need to level, and then I think we'll be fine. I feel like I don't remember having this much issue start of EA once I hit endgame, surviving this much. Maybe it's because I want more survivability, but I can't really remember. I mean, smart play would be to go like a few tiers below and just farm for XP until I hit like level 85, just say, and then obviously throw those 5-6 points into this evasion and try to get like 60% and then go into this. But I'm a glutton for punishment. And I want to see big stoinks and big damage. I don't know if I'm digging the Spear Huntress. Doesn't really smack. Yeah, that's how I felt campaign-wise. I dropped it and then went in the crossbow, and it felt amazing. And I mean, I've been running it so far through endgame, and yeah, it felt really good. Right, where's this boss at? I do think Spear has cool builds once you get to endgame and get some gear, like the, you know, Stormlance clear one. The Tornado one's pretty cool for clearing. Rake is pretty good for a bleed build if you guys like wanted to do bleed, but in terms of like boss DPS, nothing even comes close to what we're already doing with crossbow. So it's like if you're just trying to get a really good, like, good clear with amazing DPS, I don't think there's a better Huntress build out there than crossbow Huntress right now. At least that have been like tested and put out, right? I can't account for everyone that's playing, but from what I've seen, streamers and YouTubers, I haven't seen one that's doing this much damage. Another T10, nice. Hey, stop it, brother. Amazon better than Deadeye or Pathfinder? At the current stage, I would... I'll be dead here. At the current stage, I would say Amazon is, if you're trying to go for like crit builds and stuff, is better than Deadeye. If you're trying to zoom and get a lot of movement speed, Deadeye would be better still, because it has tailwind stacks. That's why it's crit resistant. But yeah, I mean, Amazon gets access to, you know, like critical with accuracy stacking. We get obviously AoE with infusions. We get damage either through accuracy stacking or like the reveal weakness. Like there's a lot of really good stuff in Amazon you don't get through Deadeye. And then Pathfinder is also good, but Deadeye is going to be a lot better, and Amazon's going to be better if you're doing bow builds than Pathfinder. Poison builds are still going to be really good for Pathfinder as well. Than the other two, at least. So the spear you can't really clear? Yeah. Darkness on shock. The enemies mounts the bosses no matter what build you're playing. Yeah, shock burst is just kind of cracked, but I do think it's even more cracked because you know the crit chance we're getting, like we're gonna be able to get to 100% crit chance, and then you just mix that with the damage plus the explosions from like you know Cry of the Storm and Red Flare through the infused weapon. Like it definitely is better on this than a lot of other ascendancies. What stats are important on a crossbow? Like physical damage, I just try to roll like really high fizz and then good attack speed, and then anything else after that, like crit damage, crit chance, you know, accuracy rating, since our accuracy stat can be really good as well. But yeah, I would say the most important two are like fizz damage, flat fizz, any one of those two, and then attack speed. All right, so we're gonna do some bossing stuff. Just knocked my whole headset off my face. We're good now. We're back. I see we were on right there. Okay, so we leveled up. I do think we just go into more evasion. Might just be better to go into this. 30% more. I mean, I don't know. We could, I guess, start to go in this. Try to get to enhanced reflexes. Because there's... I don't think there's really anything insane right now for evasion on the tree. We also have these two, which are good. Beastly Skin's going to be kind of dog if we go Stalking Panther, since it'll half the evasion rating on the body armor, and we are running Red Flare, doesn't already have good stuff. This wouldn't be bad, but again, a lot of stuff to get into it. Unless we simply drop the starting tree. But obviously, we lose attack speed, accuracy, so I don't think it's worth going into that. I guess for now, we'll just stick it in here. Evasion rating puts us up to 36. Okay, the last few rares. I have not done my 4th Ascendancy Big A, so the damage will be a lot better once we do that. Or at least more consistent. Because we could have a few things we can go into. We could, one, go into Penetrate. So since we're actually stacking be physical damage, I don't know how good this will be, but it could be pretty cracked. We could go into Stalking Panther if we want for more evasion, which might be the play. Or we could try Infused Avatar. So this way our infusions obviously will have a 50% chance of not being consumed, which might be the best play for damage and clearing, since, you know, if we trigger it, which we pretty constantly are with Choir, it would just mean that we might have full infinite uptime of having an infusion on a projectile. But I'm not too sure on that front until we test. But obviously I would want to do it. It's just, one, I don't have the coin to do it. Two, I don't know how expensive the fragments are. If we were to do Chaos Trials, which probably we'd want to do because they're the quickest. Than running like, you know, Sekimas. Funny enough, I'm using Pathfinder for just the ability to move without being slowed. I mean, it definitely is a good like quality of life node. Just sit here and yeah, this build isn't if it'll work, just a matter of time to get all the money so XP to come online. Yeah, basically. I mean, it's already pretty cracked right now. Like I said, definitely the best in terms of bossing DPS right now out of any Huntress build I've seen. And it's only getting stronger the more levels and money we get to put in the gear. When you have a sec, can you hover over all your gear so we can see it? Thank you. Yes, I got you. Let me just get back to the hideout. Are you using the Mark skill? Yes, I am using Voltaic Mark. like I said, we don't have quality, so this would be insane. We need to get quality on all these skills. But yeah, we're using Voltaic Mark Conductivity just so we can get, you know, negative lightning res, obviously. And since we're running Choir of the Storm, our critical hits will ignore the lightning res, meaning that pen does nothing for us. But if we use stuff like conductivity, we'll actually negative the reses. So just say we have negative 30% lightning res. This will drop it to 0, and this will drop to negative 30. So it's pretty cracked. But yeah, Voltaic Mark, conductivity. I'll hover over it real quick, the supports, if you guys want to do that. And just like clip it or something like that. And then obviously all this needs to be leveled up, quality and all that. But just right now we don't. I am using Pinpoint on Galvanic just for crit chance reasons. I don't know if it's good or not, but I figured I'll try it, and it seems to be pretty fine. But we might have something else that'd be better there. I'm not too sure. Obviously, if you guys have any ideas, let me know. And then there's the tree. And then there's my gear. All right, there you go. The V25 Dex node, free up some other nodes. So the issue with going into that is, like, I don't know where we would technically free up nodes from, right? Because we could free the Dex, and that would allow us to go into, I guess, more, what do you call it? More, strength to get to higher nodes, which might be worth it. Because, I mean, this goes from 36, we take this out, 36 down to 32. But, I mean, technically, we could take these two out and then grab these two. That would give us, obviously, a lot more dex to go into the strength to get the higher level of skills, which we probably want. Let me go drop some of the dex stuff then. Strength, strength. Okay, and then we can see something. We have level 17 stuff. Crossbow, shock burst level 17. That's huge, more damage. Then we have our shards again, 15 to 17. Even that's definitely a big increase there. What about conductivity? Now we're good there, level 17. Mark, again, I don't think does anything with levels, so we don't do that. Emergency reload, we definitely can pump that up a few more. Definitely going to be a little bit more damage there. 2% more damage for reload, which is nice. And then I don't think we have anything else really to level right now, because we can't do anything to use a weapon. That we can't do. Where do I get my third ascendancy? You get that from doing the like trial of Sekimas or trial of chaos, and I think it's like level 65 or 70, like level area level, that you need to get the coins to drop or something like that, and then that'll give you your 5th and 6th ascendancy points. All right. Do we do have some level 16s? We have a level 19. You can try the 16s maybe. Thunder, nah, that's 151 dex. We don't have that much dex for that. Wind Dancer again, I don't think does anything with levels. Yeah, like it's still 10 evasion rating level 16. I don't understand how this works. I thought it was supposed to, like, I guess it just doesn't give any more evasion, so nothing, can't do that. Charge Infusion we could maybe do. Maybe Charge Infusion would be worth it. And then I think that's it. We can't really do anything else right now. One thing we could do is buy some gem cutters at least to quality out these two. Gem cutters, where you at, bud? Want like, I don't know, what is it? I think 6 for 2. 12 though. I don't feel like spending 12. Bruh. 3 for 6. That's insane. Might just leave it until we get some. For now. We saw if we need the damage. The bottom row of Amazon is what you want, I assume, because of the Chris stuff? Yeah, potentially. I mean, yeah, it's just obviously gonna be more points to get to it. Unless I mean, I could drop this, right? It's 2 points. But again, I don't think it's worth it right now. If we do another level, it will be. But for right now, it's not. Unless we do this. We could do this, actually. Hold on. We're going to lose 60% crit damage, which is a lot, but we will get back the defenses. And then we could go into the dex, into the enhanced reflexes. That technically would be more evasion, plus more increased dex, which means we get more strength. But I think that means we can up our Herald of Thunder now, too. Last thing would be, I guess, Galvanic level 4. Do we have... We don't have any 3s, though. I don't think right now. Nah. How much Galvanic is. Let's do some mapping, and then we'll go back and look later. So we have T11s here. Sure. What would you consider for a 4th gem slot for Galvanic? Currently, what I'm thinking to throw in here is like, I don't know. We could do like Rising Tempest, maybe. We could do like Close Combat might be good. I mean, we can look into other stuff, right? I haven't really made my mind up. Plus the new gems might be pretty cracked with this. Should we save the T11 for another map? We can get a boss. Okay, so where do we even want to go to? We want to try to find corruption again. Do we see any signs of corruption? I am not seeing any signs of corruption. There's a boss, I guess, here. It's in Grotto. We could do Fortress into it. So let's go get a T10 and we'll do that. And we'll save this T11 for when we do a boss. Sure, we'll just do a blue. Don't want to be wasting my maps and stuff since I have like nothing. Okay, there we go. Well, you guys have a good rest of your day. Big A, thanks for chilling, vibing out with us, dude. Peace out. What did you use for the 4th gem slot for the shock burst rounds? What I am doing right now for shock burst is tempo, fresh clip, elemental focus, and cog effect. That's currently what I'm running right now. I don't know if something would be better here than fresh clip, but that's what I'm just currently running. So we do have 19 rounds on shock burst, which is kind of huge. Okay, this guy is tanky, bro. I'm gonna drop this down. There we go. All right, chill. The thing infused them was something juiced up. Another thing we can also go into that I'm looking, actually, hold on. I have not an idea, but let me clear these guys. It would give us more damage. I don't know why we're not doing it. Now that I'm thinking about it. I'll put this back on. We don't need this down here. It's 1, that's 2, that's 3. We do lose a bit. That's all actually crit damage. Never mind, we're good. We can just go up here and get this. This is more crit damage. That's 15% more crit damage for the same points. So I might as well just do that, right? Because we're consuming power charges anyways. No brainer right there, you know. Oh, bro, chill, bro. Okay, bro. I hate the laser guys with the fire bolts. Their attacks are so freaking long, and half the terrain they go through. Even if it looks like a wall, it'll still go through it. Which is so annoying. Makes no sense to me. Can I, like, swap to my rounds, please? Thank you. Here we go again. We're gonna stay out of his range. Can we, like, stop getting me stunned, please? Menus are so tanky still, it's insane. Okay, got a long getting body block. Now, one thing I do want to try to figure out is I don't know if you guys have been seeing, but once we go against, like, rares and stuff, we'll have this time where, like, for example, this guy will have a time where, like, we just do a crap ton of damage really quickly. And I'm trying to figure out if that's because we're critting them, or if that's because our infusions are popping on the enemy. Because, like, this guy, for example, will be kind of like the same thing. Like, we'll hit him like 2 or 3 attacks, right, and do like half his health, and we'll hit him like once and then do half his health. Like, it's just trying to figure out what the consistency is on it. Which I was thinking crit, that's why I went for power pinpoint. It says our crit here is 40.9 to 99% with a 17% crit chance. Like, I would assume we have like 99% chance with crit. I'm not really too sure what these two values even mean. I don't know why there's two numbers. I would assume we're not at 100% chance to crit. But yeah, I'm not really sure what those values mean. Maybe somebody in chat knows. So clear up here really quickly. For a second. go do the breach. Oh, we're good. Do 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 do. No, unfortunate. You saw how much accuracy influences DPS? Like if I search in the market a weapon with 450 accuracy, 350 DPS is better than one with 420 DPS, for example. I don't know the very specifics, Arthur, but I do know having a good amount of accuracy on it is going to be more beneficial. Obviously, we're not going into penetrate yet, so like it's just going to affect crit chance, not like raw damage. But I would think the 450, 350 is probably going to be better than the one with 420 if the 421 has no accuracy on it. Because if you're rolling one, like you said, with 350 DPS on it, Fizz DPS, with 400 and something accuracy, that's just going to give us a lot more crit chance, and if you want to go and penetrate, a lot more raw physical damage, right? Which will end up being better regardless. Now, if the other one that you mentioned has accuracy on it, with, you know, more damage, and it's only like 100, 150 less accuracy, then it's probably going to be better regardless. I think it just depends, though. Like I said, I just don't know the very specific number rules. Like, oh yeah, if a weapon has, like you said, like X amount of DPS less, but it has 150 more accuracy, it's going to be better. Like, I don't know that front. Haven't tested enough, like, to really see how much accuracy is going to give and if it's better. It definitely would be a good video. I'm still trying to figure out how to calc it and figure it out. Because like I said, it's so confusing. To an extent, like I said, like going in and looking at our crit chance, 40.99 to 99.5 is what we're getting from our accuracy rating. Which, that's why I'm like confused, like why is there two different values? What does this mean? Is this base crit? Is this added on to what we have now? Is that our crit chance? Like, there's nothing explained in the game. Like, I'm so confused. I would assume, obviously, we don't have a 100% chance to crit already after like 3k accuracy, whatever it is, 4k accuracy. That seems kind of busted and, you know, too easy to invest into. But I would assume it's base crit because they pretty sure confirmed that it's base crit unless they changed it without telling anybody, which they could have done. Oh, we got these guys, nice. And a tornado following us, nice. Okay, can we? Here's what I'm talking about, though. Oh, and this guy's a rare. On. Is there any way to check accuracy? Yeah. If you go into your skills and then you just go and look, it'll say right here, maintain accuracy rating. We have 4.2k, 134% chance to hit at 2 meters, 126 at 5, and 114 at 9. But like, again, like I said, I just don't know those values currently that's transferred over. I wish it would just say like, you know, crit chance, 25% or whatever, crit chance from accuracy rating, and it told you the percentage. And then above it said crit chance and just has the full combined total, like your base with your weapon, your tree, and then what your ascendancy is giving you, right? Like all combined. I don't know why there's two different values, unless that means like depending on what range we're at, we're gonna get different values. But I don't know why there's 2 of them when there's 3 listed at different accuracy like ratings at different, you know, ranges. I don't know why there's only 2 listed crit chance stats. I don't know. It's so weird. Doesn't make sense to me. But then again, I'm not really too good with numbers and looking at stuff and figuring it out, unlike paper-wise. So I don't know. Maybe I'm just being dumb. Okay, we're done with this map. I think we can do a boss now. There's any essence that gives accuracy. It might be helpful too to understand. Oh, thanks, Alex. I think there is accuracy you can get. I know there's accuracy runes, so we could throw that on the bow, but I just don't think it's better. One thing we can check, I guess, is real quick. We can go to refund our not Atlas. We can refund this real quick, and we can see how much this will give penetrate. So we'll throw this in, right? This will give our accuracy a little bit more. Yeah, we're at 102 now. Okay, so we're at how much fizz? We're a total of 50 to 162 physical damage and 8.2k damage, right? 8.2k. 8.1k. We had to update it. But yeah, so we're at 50 to 162. Now, if we go into this, added physical, 8.4, 55 to 167, 55 to 167, 50 to 160. It's only adding like 5 physical damage. Like, seems kind of low, right? Off of 4k accuracy, I feel like that should be a little bit more. Again, I don't think it's worth it. Then going into Predatory Instinct, just say, because that's 50% more damage, right? So I don't think it's doing more right now. But I did think that would be a bit better in terms of more added physical. You think the shield that doubles your accuracy will be meta? Could be. Smarties, are you saying the shield's meta? Or the node right there is meta for like what we're doing right now? Oh, I shouldn't have done those gloves. It's actually good. Fudge. Actually, we'll saw we have like no gold. Yeah, like I said, this crossbow is really good. But obviously I think later on we'd want to get one with either crit chance or very high accuracy ratings. Either one. Maybe the high accuracy rating would be better. So there's still obviously room for upgrades. But I just don't think we're gonna get a better one than this currently on the market, right? Like if we were to search this bow that we crafted yesterday, this bow's, I mean, this was a 500 DPS, and that right there is, you know, that right there is a divine. That's without even including the attacks per second. So let's do the attacks per second as well. So I would say probably 2 divines there. Then you throw the crit damage in. There's none on the market. What if you just search crit damage in general? So there's 2, 2, 12, 30. So I would assume ours is definitely probably like 4 to 5 divines or more, depending on what these other 2 rolls are. So yeah, pretty cracked, and that's without including the base too, which I think Flynn is the best base type, so it might be closer to the higher end than the lower end. That. But yeah, we can definitely get a better bow. Then proj levels will also be big here as well, because obviously we don't really worry about the mana because it only takes it on reload. So even if it's just a 300 mana reload, like, all right, well, we gotta run around this. It's not really nothing insane, bro. Come on, 2 explode balls and tornadoes, like, come on, dude. Yes, I am, Ellie. What's up, Wake? I wonder what my crossbow would for it. And have me curious. Yeah, you go ahead and look. It might sell for something. Wouldn't beacon amulet be of help to you? Well, I'm not looking to. Well, any amulet, unless it has a. Interesting. I don't know why that's a. If it's an amulet, we can't run it. Obviously, because we're running Choir of the Storm, right? Unless it's just called that. Yeah. So that's the sad thing. We couldn't run it. So why did we get this thing? Is it just because it's that good? There's a bunch of them for one. What do we get that's a good drop on this? There's high accuracy. I'm not too sure. I'm gonna keep it right now. We'll look when we get back. What's the market app name? The one I'm using is called Path of Exile 2 Overlay by Overwolf. You can do ! overlay in chat, and you'll find the link to download the same price tracker like overlay app that I'm using. Well, Ellie, right now, currently, since we are using Choir of the Storm, our critical hits ignore lightning res. So it's kind of the same right there. Obviously, it would still be better to run the other one because of the application of, you know, of everything ignoring, like all Ellie res. But, I mean, for now, it basically works since, you know, shock burst is lightning and that's been damage, so. This man weak is stupid. No, you know what I do wonder though, thinking about it, chat, is if we did run like cast on shock, would any skill there allow potent support to consume, like Choir? That's something I haven't tested. Because if that's the case, that might be something we could run, and then that would free up at least the amulet, but then we'd also have to run an amulet with spirit on it, and we wouldn't be getting the lightning bolt, and we wouldn't be getting the ignore. We could free up obviously to other stuff, but I just don't know if it would. Let's see, maybe it's sounded. It still might not be better. So obviously this is a T11 level 76 monster level, and we're going to be doing a boss on here to see the damage. So we'll see exactly what that does. I have no clue where the boss is at though. We'll get this checkpoint just in case. I think he's usually in the middle, but again, I don't know if it's like a kind of wrap around we gotta do, like, you know, go from right all the way left like that and then it leads into him, or if it's just like a giant circle and somewhere in like the middle circle he'll be. Can we relax? What's this dude? Thank you. Bum, 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 bum. Come on, Bosch, where you at, man? I will try to get Spirit to use Beast with Haste Aura. That gives attack speed and move speed. Oh, good call, Arthur. We could try to look into it. I just don't know how we would get that. Besides literally like just corrupting the amulet, right? Okay, this has to be the way to him. I don't think it's... Unless it's out here. If it's down here, I'm gonna be tight. No, it's not. Okay, we go up. So do you drop explosive shot for explosive grenade? No. What I did is I went into explosive shot and dropped explosive grenade. But obviously that's up to you. You can do any of those playstyles through campaign. You can do explosive grenade, armor piercing, high velocity. You could do, if you don't like that playstyle, you could do explosive shot and just try that. If you don't like that, you could also do and try galvanic, not galvanic, but glacial bolt and artillery ballista. Any three of those are really good for leveling with crossbow. If you do exclamation point build, you'll find the version I was running previously, like with Kotokos and non-crit. Early game, it is really good. And going into maps, once you get some currency and you're able to buy accuracy / like crit stuff, this is the current version that I'm running that is like crit focused with Fire of the Storm and stuff like that. And this version will be coming out tomorrow with an updated mobilitas guide and an updated video as well. Yeah, Arthur, I bet it does. Is it just me, or does the POB link load the ranger? I don't think I have a POB link. Unless I do, then I need to change it, because yeah. Go this. So that was obviously level 76 T10, I think, or T11, I can't remember. Map boss, obviously, and we shredded him within like a second or two. Now the damage on him, I'm not too sure what his health pool was. Let me go back real quick and just look. Best way to tell. So he had a total of, let's see. He had 1,000,000 health, right? And we killed him in approximately, let me see. We killed him in 3 seconds on 1,000,000 health. But obviously it took a little bit to start up, so maybe it's more about like 2.5 seconds. If you count like once the shock was applied to him and stuff like that, right? But yeah, it's pretty good. We're doing like 600k right now, 600k, 1,000. Because it's more, like I said, like 2 seconds once our shock was actually on him. And you know, not counting, like that's obviously taken away to like the prep time of throwing in connectivity and then marking and then shooting, and then I start counting. Because obviously other stuff is just like pre-setup, right? So like 2.5 seconds. So yeah, pretty good. Let's go ahead and salvage this. Sell you. We'll see what this rolls, just because this could be something. How much does this sell for? Nothing. Okay.
Until next time.
Yeah, so that was a T11 we did. T12s is the next map. Is there a POB in the thing? I don't think I have a POB. Where are you seeing the POB at? And then is Omen still cheap? Yeah, that's crazy that Omen of Corruptions are 1x now. When they were like 150, 200x last league. Like, that's insane. Oh, on the build page. On the build page. The path to building leads to that. Which is interesting because I haven't even... Hold on. Can I edit the path to building? I can. I'm gonna edit and take it off for now. So this way you guys aren't leading to a ranger. Because I don't... It's interesting because I haven't even made a ranger to that. So yeah, that's why I'm like confused why I seen that. Where do we want to go? I guess down this way. There's a map there, seepage. This only leads to there and there. So we could do Willow or we could do Slick. We'll just do Willow, I guess. We'll do Slick. Let's get a map for Slick. Is Infused Avatar that strong, and why no crit from Ascension? We are running crit from Ascension. We are running Critical Strike, Infused weapons, stuff like that. And yeah, Infused Avatar is pretty strong. Pretty strong. There. Hello. There we go. Wonder if throwing out something would be more damage, but I don't think right now it would be. Who knows though, you know? Who knows? Yeah. When was the... Oh, this map kind of looks nice. What the heck is this thing? Okay. When was the last time you looked at the MOBA, Zahid? Because I updated it, I think it was a day ago or so. Or what difference what we were running like before, so maybe that's why. Wow, Cryptid's a real map. Yeah, Cryptid isn't bad now. Sorry for all the questions. What's the rotation again? The scroll rotation is pretty simple. Mapping, at least for this variation, is just galvanic rounds or galvanic shards. And then for bossing, all it is literally connectivity mark into our shock burst rounds, and that's it. Nothing else is... I can get back in the fog. And that's it. That's the rotation. Really short and really sweet. Hey, Doodle Bob. Thank you for you know, vibing in and those kind of words, dude. I've been trying to be a lot more consistent and a lot more active, I guess you could say, than before. Obviously I would like to get more videos out, but you know, I'm only gonna go at the pace that I feel comfortable with in terms of quality of builds. I'm not about to just release anything like, you know, some other YouTubers on the platform that just try to get anything and everything out that oh my god, bro, the res is, we need more levels. So I think though by the end of the day we should have the defenses at least a lot better, and obviously the damage is good enough, and it's only gonna get better over time, so pretty comfortable where the build is at in that regard, or at least. But does this thing like help me, or does this thing damage me? I don't know. I think it helps. I think it does like lightning damage to enemies or something. I just opened it 5 minutes ago. Oh, okay. Yeah, I haven't updated it for like a day, so I don't really know. Okay, see, that's the one thing I don't like, because obviously with not acrobatics, but evasion, I don't think we can obviously dodge the projectiles. Well, we can't go Grim Feast, obviously, it's taken out of the game. So early game, it's definitely hard to survive. What's the name of the overlay you're using again? It's called POE Overlay 2 by Overwolf. You can go ahead and just, like I said, just do exclamation point overlay, and I have like a command with a link there that'll take you right to the site to download it. Bro, like, I'm just getting off-screen projectile one-shotted. These boys be cracked. I mean, obviously nothing I can do right now. What the fudge are you, dude? Okay, so Willow's are definitely a dope map. Are you running Resonance with combat, or are you getting the power charges from? We're getting the power charges from. I'm running Red Flare Conduit, and that is giving us a 20% chance to give power charges on hit. So we run that, and then we run Choir of the Storm, and then we throw in Potent Support on the Greater, or, well, not Greater, it's like Lightning Bolt now, they changed the name of it. And then that allows the bolt to come down and hit an enemy, and then it'll have, can't remember if it's a chance or 100%, let me look. We'll consume a power charge on you. So yeah, the lightning bolt will come down, and if we have a power charge, it'll consume it. And that's how we get our infused weapon, like, loot, without running Katokas and, like, you know, other stuff. Nobody wants my divs. Everyone I trade is AFK. Unfortunate. Welcome to the, what do you call it? The trade RMT fixers. Guys, we hit fucking hard, man. Jail. Wouldn't it be better to run Overload and Normal on Herald of Thunder instead of wasting body and gloves for that tech you're doing? I'm not doing the gloves anymore. I dropped the gloves. I'm only running Red Flare and Fire of the Storm. But I could look. My issue is bossing. That's what I'm trying to get full time on. I want to have the infused weapons proccing on bossing. And obviously Red Flare and Choir allows us to, you know, shoot the boss, hit it, Lightning Bolt, chain comes down, we're getting the charges already from Red Flare, we consume it, you know. And we're getting the cold infusions. So it's like added damage on top of what we're doing. Plus we're ignoring reses, you know, with Fire of the Storm as well. So it's kind of like a really good synergy right there. Let's go up here. That crit chance base on range. What do you mean, Mirage? How can I put my item on sale on POE2's trade site? So you have to have a premium currency tab in game. After that, you click on the tab and you like make it to public, and then you just list the item under there in game, and it'll go straight to this trade site. Anyone new here? SiahZ is a certified backpack. That's wild, Ellie. Okay, that's in your words, the slander. But yeah, obviously, welcome everybody that is new and you know, chilling vibing out with me today. I obviously, if anyone doesn't know who I am, you know, my name's SiahZ. I do a lot of content on Path of Exile, a lot of builds. We stream pretty much every single day. You know, we're vibing out, we're chilling. I like to think that we are the most interactive streamer on POE right now. I try to answer everybody's questions. I help out. We have a great community that likes to also help out in terms of like helping people with builds or that have, you know, issues, try to fix their stuff, help out on like bosses. So I mean, if you guys are liking what you're seeing on the streams, or maybe if you watch some of my videos already in builds and you're liking that on YouTube, definitely consider hitting that follow on Twitch and sub on YouTube. That is the best way to support me currently. But yeah, again, thanks for everybody for chilling and vibing out with me. Much love. Oh my. Why are we so slowed? Bro, I'm so slowed right now. What is slowing me this much? I don't see any debuffs. Is there a rare? What is slowing me? You see this right now? You see how like slowed I am? What is on me? Is there something on me? Yeah, there has to be something. This map has to be doing something to me. Cause it's like, it is so slow. Like you can even tell my shooting, like everything's so slowed. It's like the longer we're in this map, the more it slows me. What the fudge? If you get the game in early access or have tabs P1, you'll be able to set up a trade tab. Yep, exactly. Do you plan on updating the build or a new video soon? You're kind of like, oh my god, right now, bro. Just following your steps and blasting through the game at the moment. Very much appreciated. Thanks for the kind words, relax. And yeah, I'm planning on having this updated version out tomorrow with a build video and an updated mobility guide and all that. We're just obviously doing the finishing touches today in terms of like trying to fix the survivability a little bit. And then obviously I'm going to put it out for tomorrow. And we're out of here. We leveled up again too, which is huge. Heck yeah, Mac, thank you again, dude. Like I said, I try to help you guys out and answer as much, be interactive and all that. And I like to think we do it the best right now. Should you mainly be using an explosive shot? You can. That's what I did going through campaign and it worked fine. If you find yourself not liking the interaction with it, because it can be kind of weird sometimes, then I would advise just go ahead and dropping it and then trying like Glacial Bolt and Turtle Ballista, because that is very good as well for like going through a campaign. Yeah, no problem, relax, I got you. Alright, so we want to get more survivability. We could potentially try to put the next 2 points in escape velocity. We do have this in here, which is good. We don't care about this, obviously. Just trying to think what else we could do. I mean, technically we could start going back in for crit damage. Or we could start going to magnitude shock. I think we just go magnitude shock now. I mean, what is our thing? 35? Maybe we do not go into magnitude right now and we just go into survivability. Just gonna put it into here for now. Put this at 38. Obviously, we need a quality of the helmets. Do we have some scraps? Puts us at 39. How much are scraps? We'll do 10 for 2. That's fine enough for me. Okay. Sure, we can do this at least. Buy another 10. So we have 41 evasion now, 1400 life, 115. This can still be upgraded, obviously, but for now it's fine. Let's see how this feels. I mean, it's armor energy shield. I don't think anyone uses that. That is a high roll energy shield helmet with accuracy. That holy. What else is it gonna roll? Okay, I mean it's not bad, honestly. We're gonna keep this for future crafting potentially. These 3 can be knocked off. Fine, clearance gain. We take it, we move. What do we want to go into? Probably Mire and then just keep going down. I wonder if Pillar of the Cage God is still viable for campaign farming? Maybe. I haven't heard anything about that though. I guess that would all be just like experimenting and testing and stuff. Yeah, that dude was juiced with whatever he was. Can drop so much stuff. There we go. Okay. Probably level 80. After this, we're going to take a look at the things, the fragments for the 4th trials. I want to see exactly how that is. Go ahead and clear these guys down here and they'll head back up to you. That's right here. For the power explosions. There we go. 18. Ooh, hold up, hold up. Good news, everyone. I've now made my 2-button build into a 1-button build. Heck yeah, Ben Dubs in the chat. Oh, chillax. We can probably also upgrade emeralds, drop maybe attack speed on it, and try to get proj crit damage. I don't think we need crit chance, but I could be wrong. I don't know. Bro, POB needs an import button, dude. I just want to import my character so I can literally just tell you guys like what our crit chance and all this stuff and just give you the code instead of having to write everything and manually input data and custom modifiers and all that. And especially since mine crashes like every 5 minutes. I don't know why. It just crashes, so it's so hard to like do any POB like building and anything like that. Okay. Oh, that's why he's evasive. That's why it's taking forever to kill him. Makes sense. Wrong way. Do-do-do-do-do. Okay. I just hope it scales well enough. I almost bricked it. Well, so what'd you change to make it 1-button? Because you're still playing ballistas, right? So don't you have to like throw your ballistas down and then, you know, do your like skills and stuff, or is it just fully ballistas now? Got the uniques, 2 good prismatic rings, 120 spirit, and swap now. Yes. Yeah, JT, go for it. Sounds good to me. Yep, just ballistas. Okay, okay. How's that feeling? Oh my.
I'll take that.
Can you not lick the burning ground? Can you not? Man, until the list was Owen. That was such a good tip, Ben. Heck yeah. Dub up, Ben. Hit that backdash, you family. Why are we like bleeding right now or not like healing?
Almost a challenge.
I don't know. We're good now though. Yeah, well, that's a checkpoint on a dead end. Interesting. I mean, at least I guess if we die, we spawn here. Not that bad, I guess. Call me the pot breaker. Death by 1,000 pots. Let's clear this a little bit so we actually know where we're going. Okay, put the breach. Okay, well, this is unfortunate. Yeah, I knew we were gonna die from that dude. Flinging 1,000 projectiles a second out. Projectiles like our bane of existence right now. Okay, so we didn't get anything from that. Does anyone else feel like they kind of nerf breaches, or am I bugging? I switched from pure fire to all emerald plus the pin. Enemies just stand there and die, lol. Heck yeah, man. I'm gonna need to see a little video on it, dude. Love to see how it's looking. Like that. Alright, we're done with the map. On to the next. They def nerfed the breaches. Seems like far less mobs. Yeah, that and splinters. I feel like I'm not getting anywhere near the amount of splinters as I was before. Another hidden grotto. What map do we have? Any of this stuff that we got good at all? We actually need gold, now that I'm thinking about it. Disgusting. Not bad, but no reses. Dog. And then we're going to keep the, obviously, the amethyst ring. Increase elemental damage, poison, increase crossover load speed. I mean, I guess that's not bad. How much does this go for right now? 3? Sure, throw it up for 3 just to get some things out of it. Alright. Good boss to do grotto. Good map to do grotto. Get it. Hey, you got the amulet? Does it work like we thought it would? Yes, Maddie, it works 100% like we thought it would. So I can actually turn off Herald of Thunder here just to show you. Just watch my top left of my screen. You'll see the power charge generate from red flare, and then you'll see when a lightning bolt comes down, it'll consume. So if we hit real quick, so we got a power charge. We're gonna call the lightning bolt down whenever. There we go. And now we have our cold infusion. So it literally works just like we thought it would. Can you clean a 15 level? What do you mean, Droop? You mean like T15s? What do you mean by 15 level? Okay. Like I said, this updated version of the build will be out tomorrow with a video and mobilitis guide. So if you guys obviously want to make sure that you get notified when it comes live, make sure that you turn on the bell notification, and obviously you're subscribed to the YouTube channel. And you can find the YouTube if you're ever on Twitch by doing ! I think YP. You should see the link for the channel. Oh, is this guy gonna die? I feel like he's like 1 health for like 10 years. Yeah, so. I still think Void is meta for clearing at least. No huge clears. I don't think anything. I mean, if you're talking about clearing, the only thing that's really insane enough for clearing is literally Storm Spear. But if you're talking about boss DPS, I'm pretty sure nothing right now currently for Huntress is beating this for boss DPS. Right now, Maddie. I've looked at rake builds, at least on YouTube and a little bit on Twitch. I've seen nothing come comparable. The damage that we're doing. I looked at Twister builds again, nothing even comes close to what we're doing. Like they're doing like 300-400k right now, which we're already doing more than that. I looked at Storm, like I said, Spear, great clear, horrible boss DPS, something doesn't even come close. So we still have great clear, but obviously nothing insane compared to like screen wide. But I mean, the clear is only going to get better, right? So it's not like our clear is going to get worse. So as we get more crit chance and crit damage values, and obviously better jewels on the tree, and better rings with flat damage, and we get gem level 20s and quality, we don't even have quality yet on gems, like the clear is probably gonna double. And it should get to the point where we're kind of clearing like old LA. Obviously I don't think double herald chain clear, but should be comparable at least. And what we could do, if we could get Spear, maybe is throw on Herald of Ice, since we are doing power infusions, like power charge, you know, to cold infusions. And that might enable Herald of Ice and Herald of Thunder to double proc, which would also really help with clearing if we wanted to really juice the clearing. Please let us know for when/why we have Shock Burst and Stormcaller Arrow. I'm a copy today, but don't understand what I'm doing with these. So for the beginning, Stormcaller Arrow is your main setup to apply shock when you're doing bosses. That's all the Stormcaller is there for, on a back bar with a bow. After that, that's pretty much it. We just go into Shock Burst rounds. Let me pick up this support gem. Boss fight? Yeah, I'll show you here. Whenever we find the boss, that is. Dude, always behind, dude. But obviously, it would be cool to throw like a really good skill in, like for clearing. It's just, I feel like it's very hard to find a skill like that. Right? Because obviously the whole point like of LA was that you would hit an enemy, it would, you know, hit him, kill him, maybe another one for the beams, and then you would proc on your heralds. But obviously heralds got nerfed, so even lightning arrow, like right now if you did the same setup, would be nowhere near comparable. I still think this is a lot better for clearing than like an LA double herald build, just because we technically already have like a mini herald. Pretty much procking. The boss might be here, actually. Oh, I thought that was Galvanic, my bad. Those are shock burst rounds. Got it. Yeah. I'll go GT. There are 0 guides from Merc on Max XD. Merc is dead officially. I just don't think a lot of people were playing it compared to like Huntress or Lich. I think everybody wanted to play the new stuff, and that's what everybody kind of settled on. We're gonna go check this, see if the boss is up here. But I know Ben is playing Merc, and he said the new Ascendancy is pretty cracked for like Bliss is playing. But I mean, yesterday playing with Volt was fun with the explosive. And there might be some applications we could maybe make a build around that, but I think for now, obviously, I don't want to be like exploring it. I'll do that in the future. Okay, so this is just a big. I mean, we kind of got to kill this guy anyways, so it's fine that we came up here, but it wasn't what I was expecting. Okay, we're hitting a wall. There we go. We gotta go down here. Interesting. Merca's life. They called patch Dawn of Huntress. GG trolling, just baiting everyone. That's crazy, Matty. Yeah, my 3 herald setup only really procs thunder and fire. My ice doesn't proc much ever since on death. Since the on death effects don't trigger the other heralds anymore. It's not terrible, but it's not what it was. Yeah. Like I said, I think it would be pretty good with us, obviously, because we're getting power charges and then cold infusion. And that's converting 100% of our fizz into cold. So that is a good chance of like freezing and maybe proccing Herald of Ice. But obviously we would need to get the Spirit, still kind of the same scenario. And it's just later down the line, right? Can we find this boss, please? This boss is low to be hiding, bro. You know, I do want to try something also. Once we find the boss, I do kind of want to try to go back and just spec into all damage and drop the evasion just to see, you know, what that feels like. Boss, maybe, yes it is, let's get it. Yeah, I mean, I was thinking about going full, what do you call it? That's fine. Do we need this Dex node? There we go. So we have all of that, dropped all of that, one there for that, have that up here. We have that. Now, I do wonder though, is it worth going to this for 3 or doing this? I think it's probably worth dropping these 2 and then going into this. This is just so much more magnitude, right? And crit chance and magnitude, so like it's huge. Alright, so we're gonna try this. We're gonna see what this is. So we're like full boss. This is a T12 level 76, 78 actually percent more monster life, and we spec back into like full damage. Oh, hold on. Herald of Thunder is the 151 dex. I don't think we need 94. We can't have Herald of Thunder. That actually kind of blows. We might have to drop a point then and actually go into it. If we drop one of these for Dex. Yeah, okay, so we need 90 strength to run this. We kind of want to have our Herald on though, because we're missing 50% increased lightning damage. I don't think we can sadly have Harmonic Generator in, which sucks. Because we need the Dex. We don't have what? 4, 5. Are we getting Dex from something else? This wasn't giving us Dex. Oh, this was. 10% increased Dex. Okay, I don't think we can run these sadly, because we need to keep this for the increased Dex percentage. That being said, again, going to this might not be worth it. Might still be worth doing this. And then I think that for now. So I think obviously the magnitude is always going to be better than just straight up damage. I don't know about one-shotting. Shock burst is just the ammo. You use the galvanic. So you throw shock burst rounds in, and then you got to just use the normal like crossbow shot, and that'll convert into whatever like ammo you have loaded. How much do we need? Why do we need 180 int, man? The reason why is because we're running Choir of the Storm, and to run the lightning bolt and actually throw supports in, you need 190 or 178 int. That's why we need to have it. All right, we're gonna go and we're gonna try. See what happens. I love how shotgun doesn't affect us here. I fucking love it. Come on, hit the there we go, he's shocked. So that was I think 1.5, 1.6 mil health. So I definitely think that magnitude helps for sure, because we were like 76 now. We're 20 magnitude above. Let me see real quick on stream how long that took. So actually once we applied the shock. So to kill him once we actually applied the shock, which again is just something we got to shoot a little bit to get the bolt to come down. Okay, that was 2 million health, by the way, and it took us 4 seconds to kill him with 2 million health. So we're doing about 500k right now. If you don't count the actual uptime of like throwing down everything, right? Like the bolt coming down and throwing connectivity and all that, we're doing around 700k right now. Okay. So having this is really good. We need to keep that in there, obviously. We can drop that. I don't think we need that right now. We can drop this, and then we can go into this. And that still puts us at 41, right? But I think, yeah, just having the increased magnitude is going to be really important here. Yeah, so we were playing with Stormcaller. Right now, the reason why we're getting the shock is from hard stopping, or not hard stopping, but our choir, because our lightning bolt coming down has a 200% chance of shock, and that's what's applying the shock to enemies and stuff like that. So we don't use Stormcaller anymore. We took it out. So we still have we have a skill freed up, but I just don't know what to use here. I would like to get quality on at least Mark and connectivity. How much is it, bro? But it's so expensive for gem cutters, dude. 6, whatever. Give me the thing. Ah, I need one more. Alright, no more. Alright. 45% increase effect to marked enemy. That's huge. And then Yes, there's nothing. Then we could do this one, but I don't know if we spend that though. I think we just keep that for now. We're up to T13s now, boys. T13s, T13s. How much are the fragments, by the way? Like the fates, I mean. Cowardly fate. 1 for 7. So that's 7. And 16. And 9. That's 26. I think it's 32. Like 32, 33 exalts per attempt if we want to try to get our final lab. Oh, fun. Oh, is it Maddox? Maddie, I mean, I must have looked at the wrong thing. It's still like what? 26 or something? 27 exalts to get the fates, which obviously is still pretty chunky. It's, you know, it's like a little bit more than half a divine per attempt killing the boss, which I think we would kill it. It's just I don't know if I want to spend that much. I'm gonna grab this really quickly. This way we don't have to deal with it. Why does he have personal tangibility, right? So it's still very expensive, obviously. It's not going to be cheap to do it. Now, if we get a token or a coin to drop, whatever you want to call it, whatever it's called, we could. I'm down to like run through. If we get to the end, buy it. Because I think we obviously have the damage, right? Like you can see we're doing like 600k or something, 700k damage right now. Right? So we have the damage to kill the boss. I don't think the boss has more than a few million health. I'd be very surprised if the boss has like 10 million health, like, you know, T1. I think he only... Actually, never mind, it's not T, I forgot. It's a trial boss, but didn't nerf the trial boss health? So I don't think we'll have that much. I say buy the fates now, price will go up soon anyways. I mean, I guess I can buy them, yeah, and then just sell them later if I don't do it today. I mean, I could buy a divine right now. I don't know what's better. What do you think, guys, is better, to buy divine and hold it, or to buy the fates? Probably to buy the divine, right? I mean, apparently all trial bosses had 2x health than what they were supposed to. Yeah, that's what they were saying. So their health should be non-existent. We should be able to breeze through it like butter. But I'm just trying to think, like, what else should we upgrade? Maybe try to buy some better jewels, like crit damage jewels with, you know, some better stuff. That, I mean, that would help. Right now we only have proj and attack speed. Does anybody know exactly what you would want like on a crossbow build like this for jewels? Like if we went proj crit damage, right? Is that better than like crit damage attack speed? Or do we want to prioritize attack speed more? Can we not like be fighting in an enclosed space that's like 3 feet apart? Attack speed, I'd say the more attacks you do, the more you'll roll for crits. Attack speed and reload / skill speed. Reload, I don't know about that. I don't know. My process that I'm thinking right now is attack speed and crit, just because right, we're crit and we have very high crit rate right now, so I feel like crit damage would just be, you know, pretty nice to get a higher like multitude of value. Attack speed I think is good. Reload speed I feel like is kind of a dead stat almost, because I feel like we'll eventually get to a point where we're 2 clipping. Right now we're like 4 clipping, and obviously I'm running emergency reload, so we're basically bypassing one of the reloads. So I feel like reload speed really wouldn't do that much in the grand scheme of things. Okay, well, we can hit those. True. I'm not wrong. If we get a divine, the value of it would increase over time, right? So it would be an investment. Yeah, basically, is where. Do we have any unique meta crossbows? I do not know on that. I know previously there wasn't any, but I don't know if they added any in the game now. It's like juiced or not. No, I get that, Azor, but I'm saying like we're running shock burst, right? So for example, this is what we're doing, right? We run out, emergency reload, we're firing again, right? So that's 2 whole clips right there. Maybe the third one it would help, but again, I don't know if it would be better than running, you know, than running like more crit damage. Because just say it does take 4 clips, right? I would rather have much more crit damage than to make, you know, us maybe have 0.23 seconds quicker reload time. Like, I don't know. Plus, it also depends what's on the market. Let's be honest. All right, we're gonna sell you. Go ahead and put all these away. Additional essence in that. It's fine. Experience gain. That is huge. Huge. Then we can do Lost Towers. Okay, well, I'm dead, boys. Maybe I should take off the stun charm and go to freeze. I don't know. Oh, run the wrong thing. Chest and nothing. Go over there. Oh, I can't move, man. He's body blocking me. Yep. Ba-ba-ba-bam, ba-ba-ba-bam. Let's hit that drop. Cut skill, let's grab it. Another level 17, okay. Sure, I guess. Back to back to back to back to back 17s. Bro, what is going on right now? Oh, what the fudge? Who the heck is detonating bodies like it's 1999? Bro, chillax, man. Did this dude down here? Jesus. Dude don't know how to take a chill pill, bro. Let's take a look around. Go downtown. Okay, so there's nothing around here. We do have, I guess, some bosses. Boss. No boss. Decay. Steaming Springs Mire. Boss. There's Crypt. We can do Crypt real quick. We have a decent amount for Crypt. Disgusting. Crypto. What's our highest one right now? P13? We're gonna do this. It sucks that it's monster reses, but we're gonna go ahead and just run this one. On Crypt, try to go ahead and get us the a T14. And then we might come back and upgrade our jewels. Upgrading them jewels. Imagine that drop something there. Drop the divine or something. Not crazy. That guy's shield charging me, bro. There we go. We're close to level 81, by the way, as well, which is nice. It means some more evasion. Okay, can we stop with the periodic invulnerability aura? Why is that even in the game now, dude? Yeah, they need to take out that. That, I feel like, is the dumbest rare mod like you can get. The fact that you can have mobs with periodic invulnerability is kind of stupid. Like, it'd be cool to get on like a headhunter or something, or maybe if you're a ritualist you can like, stab the rare and grab it, but like, again, it's just for non-classes of that nature, it's pretty dog. Does not feel good. Hey, we leveled up. Now we can go down in here. 46% evasion. We're getting there, boys. We're getting up. It's feeling better. Morbius, the build that I'm currently running isn't like updated. The version that is linked on that build right there is a like version before that's definitely a lot more like tuned to early game. This version you have to be around level 80 to go into, but this one will be coming out tomorrow with the guide being updated and having a build video and all that out on the YouTube channel. He's starting to believe. Yeah, right. Broke when we stop when he's done. Okay, unfortunate. Happens sometimes. I mean, it's our first death in a while. I'll take. We're getting more tanky. Obviously, quality in our thing would be good as well. We should probably do that. That'd give us another charge. That'd bring us like 50% evasion. So that probably would be worth it too. Run all the way back. Yo, bro, what leveling build should I use to transition into this? What I was currently running going in through like story, which is what I would assume you're saying. Then you could run like explosive shot, glacial bolt, and artillery ballista. Either one of those are really good. It just depends on what playstyle you like better. Explosive shot can have a little wonky like time with the projectiles hitting because you need to like kind of shoot behind them with pierce to have like the projectile hit and the explosion. But if you don't like that, I would definitely say glacial bolt, artillery ballista. It's just broken and really good for like leveling and going through campaign and all that. That's why he's accurate. That's why he's not going to be missing us. All right, boss time. Go ahead and clear this. We're gonna find a vault key. To what, Spook? What vault key? Confused. All right, let's go ahead and try it against the boss. Okay, so obviously we can't, I don't think, do that until the shield goes down. There we go. That's what we wanted. So if he has energy shield, shocking is a little bit harder. We got a T14. Fuck yeah. Did we kill all rares on the map? I guess. Not seeing anything. I'm just gonna say so. But I mean, it's still applying, and we don't have to use a backbar bow, so it might still be good. Just takes a little bit to apply the shock, which kind of sucks. Do you know why I can't open my stash or shoot my crossbows when I try to click on anything to open or shoot? People just shuts down immediately. That sounds something like your game files are corrupted or something. I would try either uninstalling or reinstalling the game, or try to like verify the integrity and repair. At what level can I start this, please? You can come into this level 78, since that's when acquire the storm. You can like throw that on. Make sure that you know you have 178 in, so we can run lightning bolt though. One more beast, thank for the follow, man. Welcome, much love, brother. Is this build expensive? It's around 1 to 2 divines currently to get the items. To get the uniques needed, which is fire, which is about 1 divine. The red flare is like 5 to 10 exalts. This is about 30. So I would say about close to 2 divines to get all the uniques you need. And then obviously the gear is just subjective what you can find. But yeah. Bro, it's gonna be my inventory the whole league, Maddie. I'm not gonna remove it just for you, dude. Cold life evasion. I don't think we can roll move speed. Nah, we can't. I don't think this is worth it. No move speed. I'm gonna say no because I think move speed's roll is like the most sought after stuff for boots. Throw the T14 away. Can you make a build site? I have a mobalytics page up for the like Kotoka's version for like the earlier game leveling once you get to like endgame. But the build for this current one, like the build video, the updated mobalytics guide, all that's coming out tomorrow. You're good, Izu. Well, yeah, we're about to do another map, I think. Because we could upgrade Jules, but... How much currency do we have? 52. 52, 52, 52, 52. I wonder how expensive it would be. Look at all these people online. I haven't seen this in forever, dude. Love to see it. 15. Love to see it back. Love to see it. Yeah, we need to, I think, take the jewels out and do attack speed and crit damage, I think would be better. I mean, our jewels isn't bad right now, but that would give us more damage. What we do need to do, though, is come in here with gem cutters. We need 4 of them. Because our Wind Dancer needs max quality. There you go. So we went... Ugh. Wait, what? Wait, did they... They removed the quality off of Wind Dancer to have additional thing? Oh, that's so stupid. Okay. I forgot that. I guess they changed that. That's annoying. So it's now just more meters on the explosion instead of adding a different another stage to the skill. Okay, so quality on this is completely just not worth at all. Well, don't do what I did, guys. Don't quality your Wind Dancer, because it does nothing for you. That sucks. That's 8 exalts down the drain. That's annoying. Sure, and Feeble though. Feeble's so annoying. Do we have another T13? We don't. This is our only T13. Fudge, we'll do it. It might just be kind of annoying. I just don't see any more corruption. Maybe if we start like pathing to up here. Through blooming. The ammo doesn't get quality? It should get quality. Shock burst? There's quality right here, right? Bolts loaded per clip. So you just get more bolts and stuff loaded. Yeah, that works. Herald of Thunder should still have its buff where, yep. So it probably would have been better to throw it on Herald. Charge infusions, buff. It just... Additional effects, so I guess it just consumes another charge. I don't really know how that works. Conductivity, we already have. No, we don't. Probably would have been better to do conductivity, I'll be honest. I just thought Wind Dancer would actually give us more evasion rating, but I forgot. I guess they changed that. Oh, sucks. Yeah, I always gotta check them secondary tabs. I thought they would still do that, because didn't they nerf Wind Dancer's evasion rating per stage? Yeah, unfortunate. They literally like a nerfed Wind Dancer's evasion rating per stage, plus they made it to where projectiles would consume the buff, and I think they removed, I guess, the extra stage that you get at max quality. So like the thing got like 3 tapped, bro. All right, well that's interesting. Still good to run, but yeah, just don't get quality on it anymore, and then this map sucks. Yeah, that attack speed is shitting on us right now that the monsters have. Holy. They're just way too fucking, like, fast, bro. Yeah, okay. Well, now we know. Don't do attack speed right now. We can't attack speed with quill monsters. They're projectiles. They're shitting on us. Good to know, good to know, good to know. Good to know. Okay, what are you selling? You have to be selling something better, right? Okay, you're selling T12s. Nice. Let's buy some T12s. About too many T12s. I have no money left. Go. Alright. Bum ba da da bum bum ba bum ba bum ba 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 bum. The fuck just killed us, bro? Bro, like we're just gonna, okay, you know what, we're gonna stun lock. Go out and back to the stun chain. I'm gonna stop getting stun locked. Jesus, dude. This league's brutal. How much evasion do you have? I don't have a lot, I'll be honest. I only have 3k. It's just hard to generate evasion at the current state. Because obviously Wind Dancer is nerfed like 3 times. We're starting to put some stuff on the tree into it. Like we have like 4 or 5 points. But it might be worth, if you're like early game, probably to take some points out and throw it into more evasion. Like my next thing probably would be to maybe go into here. Or that evasion energy shield, maybe. I mean, obviously going down in the beastal skin is like just not good at all. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe coming into here, going into cat-like agility. Not really too sure where else we get evasion from. Unless we just pull points, I guess, into here, maybe. We just put a bunch of points into there. I'm not too sure though. Might be better to run hybrid. I'm not too sure though. Hybrid might be the wave. Bad. That was short-lived, dude. What happened? Just have like 160% stun build. What is going on right now? It's not. I think it's just fucking stunning. Plus the projectile skills have gone up since these big streamers started using ballistas. Really unfortunate. Dre, thank you for following the channel, dude. Much love, brother. Welcome, welcome. So what are you guys running right now for survivability? Are you doing pure evasion or are you guys running hybrid? Like, energy shield, like what? I'm curious. Because I don't know if it would be better to run like hybrid here, evasion, energy shield, or what? I'm running the banner now. I got the unique that gives full valor. I got pure evasion. Yes, evasion on hybrid. Okay, so Azor and Iron. How does it both of your builds feel for survivability? And Azor, how much evasion do you have? How does it feel? And same thing with you, Iron. What's your like evasion, like rating and energy shield right now? How does it feel? Because like I don't know. Like it's evasion's fine, but it's like obviously not as good as it used to be. And I just don't know if it'd be better to do hybrid, to have less evasion and just some sort of energy shield. Like I just don't know though. I'm kind of hybrid, 33 evasion and 320 ES, but gear is just trash. Yeah, see that's what I'm kind of worrying too, is the fact that, you know, we can't really run a body armor because we obviously need the unique body armor. So it's like we can run gloves, potentially full ES. Then we could do boots and helmet hybrid. But again, I just don't know how much or how good that would feel. I just run the opposite way. I mean, what ballistas, yeah, you can just throw them down and run away. So, I mean, you're fine. Okay, my game crashed. Ah, first one in the league. So at the BRB screen. While we get back in. Okay, we're back in. I apologize. I apologize. Okay. Top down Dark Souls. I feel that. On level 74 with 75% evasion, I only die when I get surrounded at the moment. Okay. I'm doing Huntress with evasion and block chance since I play Lightning Spear, looking to get a lot more evasion, so I run acrobatics. Yeah, see, that makes sense. Okay, yeah, the Roa stuff, yeah. Engaging at all? I mean, you're not wrong. So we had Helm for Gemling stack and last patch, which boosted ES like 3x. True. Yeah, that is what I want to play into. I'm just trying to think of ways, because like obviously right now, right, I think our helmet's decent. It's a 460, right? So I mean, that's pretty good. Our boots again could be better, but it's 345. It's not bad. Obviously our belt can't roll anything evasion wise, plus running a unique one. Our gloves, we have to have int on it for the time being, and obviously you can't roll, I don't think, evasion gloves. We might be able to do hybrid with int, but obviously we just got ES here. And then beyond that, I mean, like, you know, what else do we really roll? Unless we just go ahead and grab, like I said, nodes on the tree. But we already have this one, we already have this one, and we're only at 46. I guess next, I mean, we could go into here maybe. But obviously our body armor kind of sucks. I don't think that's worth it. I think maybe stocking Panther, but again, I don't know. For 4th lab, I don't think there's really anything we can drop either. I don't know. Do 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 do. That. That's what I wanted. Stop acting like little dog. The stupid blisters can't attack you two ways. Oh yeah, it's rip rip. We need to go hybrid, I think. Only evasion won't cut it. Yes, I'm stacking accuracy dread. We have like 4k accuracy right now, so nothing insane, but obviously I don't have it rolled on my belt. My rings have it, which are pretty good. And then our helmet has decent accuracy, and then I think that's about it for accuracy. But we have like, I think, what, like 4.2 or something right now? Yeah, 4.2k accuracy. So obviously nothing insane right now, but it was still a decent amount. I don't think there's anything like accuracy to evasion or anything like that, right? Nothing there. Nothing there. Nothing there. Yeah, nothing there. Yeah, I don't think there's anything like that. Current state. Yeah. All right. We're gonna get to another map. We'll do, I guess, seepage next. Put a map. We don't have one. We could look into, I guess, hybrid. It's just obviously the big piece of hybrid is the body armor. That's the only thing. Too bad. Yeah, maps. We have a bunch of T12s. Helmet, sun threshold. I wonder if penetrate on the ascendancy would work. Good for crosses too. I got a spear with percent increased physical damage and 550 accuracy, and when I got the node, I almost tripled my damage. Maybe it might be good. Let me look. Okay, so yeah, 25% of the accuracy rating on the weapon. It could be. It's just, again, right, like our crossbow is so good. It's going to be very hard to replace this. We could have dropped maybe the 33 fizz and accuracy, and then just got like a really high accuracy roll would have been better. But obviously at the current state, yeah, it's, I mean, I don't know how we really replace, you know. Young man. Dun dun. For extra. I mean, I guess we could look to see accuracy runes compared to physical damage runes to see exactly how much increase or decrease it would be with penetrate. What I love versus the Deadeye is this build uses like 0 mana roll. Yep, exactly. You know what I should be doing too, now that I'm thinking about it? Why am I not running crit damage runes on our crossbow? I think that's more damage, right? Wouldn't that be more than the fizz? Well, actually, there's soul cores now that I'm thinking about it, right? We might not have access to those yet. It might be expensive if I could look at them, but I don't know. We could try that and test it between that and then the accuracy ones once we get back. Swapped over to the last 10 minutes. Build feels great, and I'm nowhere near your gear. Accurate at the moment. I got you, JT. Well, I'm glad you're enjoying the stuff and the build did. And yeah, like I said, it's definitely a blast to play. Like, the only thing we got to fix is really defense layers, which obviously we'll fix, just a matter of time. And then once that, it's just about pushing damage. By the way, how's loot for you guys? I'm killing rares to 2 maps and like 1 magic item. Yeah, it's about. I'm doing like T12 to T13, so we'll see if this rare drops. There you go, support gem, and that's it. I died from his exploding ball sacks of death. So, I mean, they're obviously not dropping a lot, but I think I have been getting a little more currency than last league, at least like raw currency drops. Boom, boom, boom. All right, we're back. Bum, 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 bum. All right, can like this is the rares that I hate though, like volatile plants, volatile crags, like there's like literally two things that are following me exploding right now in my face.
Clean kill.
One thing I wish they would change is all the on effects, like the tracer explosion, on death effects, explode, you know, this, like, kind of annoying.
Die, beast.
Boom, 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 boom. Or if the rays are just sitting in like the middle of the map somewhere. Oh, there they are. This is some volatile crag stuff. There we go. Boom, boom. And we gotta run all the way up. Okay, let's do. Bro, I hate this guy, man. Why is he so annoying? Is he has to be blowing up corpses. That has to be the reason why he's annoying. We're about to look at his modifiers. Regenerates, hindered aura, extra cold damage, regenerates life. Oh, that's why he's throwing down those balls I'm not even seeing, bro. They're doing like half my health per explosion.
Almost a challenge.
That's why he's annoying. Alright, so we're gonna try accuracy runes, and we're gonna see exactly what they do. Nobody cares about that. What else is a roll? Project. Oh, that's a really good projectile damage roll. Hold on. Oh, how much is that actually going for? 10 right now. Can we throw another one on this? Yeah, we can. Okay. We're gonna do 10. Yeah, because it's 10, 10, 20, 20. We'll do 10. We'll see what happens at 10. Alright, so we need accuracy runes. I have 2 graders. It's perfect. So let's take a look at damage of stuff real quick to compare. So our shock burst is 8.1k. We are at 8.1 thousand damage with 50 to 162 fizz. Now if we were to go in here and throw in 2 accuracy runes, hold on. Also remember we are at 23.7 to 60.39. Go 2 accuracy runes in here. We're now at 220 accuracy. We're at significantly less damage, 7.2 now. With 29.64, so yeah, we got like another 4% at the high end there. But we obviously are not in penetrate. Let's go ahead and refund and throw in penetrate. We're gonna take out just predatory instinct, which we don't even have the money for. That's crazy. That's crazy. Why is it so much money? 15k? Dang. Oh, this used to be 5k. Does this scale with levels now? Like the higher you are, the more money it takes to take out your ascendancy? I swear this was 5k before, like 10k. Maybe. Okay. Well, obviously we don't have penetrate, so we can't tell. But yeah. Do I have? I'm obviously not gonna have enough money to sell right now. We'll have to just pick stuff up and sell it as we go through. That's it. Because then the other thing would be crit damage. Crit. I don't know how much these are, but I'm sure they're 1 for 10. So put these maps and we'll do these. Put it up. Seems like they reverted the earlier respec costs. Oh, that kind of sucks. It was like one of the best things being able to. I feel like, honestly, dude, I feel like respecing should be much cheaper. Like, I feel like you want to encourage people to respec constantly, or not constantly. Sorry, you want to encourage people to have like testing stuff and have freedom. If that makes any sense. Like, I don't understand the concept of making stuff expensive, especially passive skills. Is so weird. 32 points are just super expensive to respec, like 5x the price of the passive node. Yeah, I get that, but before they used to be a fixed price. I swear, like 15k, 20k. I swear they used to be like 5k or something to respec it. I think they increase gold drops, maybe? I don't know, I haven't. Oh, we're dead. Freaking reason me, man. Damn it, nothing I can do. I'm getting stunned into lightning bolts. Is it rare? When is it rare? How the heck did I miss this rare? There you go. Maybe that's where all my loot is going, into gold drops. Maybe, yeah. Imagine that. You're getting like 300% increase quantity of gold drop. That's the new end game. Screw loot and gear drops. I want to get all that gold. Yeah, I mean, it definitely seems interesting. Bro, can we stop the on, like, Hotel Crag shit, bro? Oh my god, we have Mr. I'm gonna run into it, Hasted, Shade Walker, and Lightning Storms. Okay. I guess we killed them both. They move. And then you have the enemies that are literally running at you. They're like, I'm just gonna blow myself up. Fuck it. I don't got nothing to live for, man. Crazy check. More gold so I can gamble on the vendor's strong boxes. Bro, those things be hitting, bro. I love those little unique strong boxes. They be hitting, bro. That's where I got the perfect jeweler's orb. Was yesterday off stream. I was hitting one of them and it just threw it out. Like, heck yeah. Bro, what do you want me to do? I can't even move. All right, I'm gonna say it. Charms are one of the worst additions in this game. I missed the good old days of POE 1. Let me just go to this map boss and capture the like dude, and then bang, I get freeze immunity. It's either I have stun in, so I don't get constantly like chain stunned, or I have freeze in. And I'm gonna die by one or the other. There's no in between. Where's this boss at, bro? Oh, chill. I'm kind of new to POE 1. I never experienced freeze since I always had the Pantheon. You never know what you have until you lose it. Yep. Definitely feels a lot worse than just being able to get freeze immunity on any character from the Pantheons and then just being good to go. It's such like a vibe kill, bro. When you get frozen, it's like, alright, well, I'm dead. I mean, I can't just spam my flask and hope I don't die. There's like no play around it. You would run away. You would run away. And then you would teleport me in the middle. This guy is a poopy head. Absolute poopy head right there, boys. At least the map's done. We can go try to kill these rares and maybe do the breach. The unique ones are good though. I have not looked at any of them. But I just, like I said, it's just so like the idea behind charms, like let's go ahead and put a charm that is going to be used whenever you get frozen, and I'll grant you immunity to freeze for 3 seconds after that. Like, sure, it's fantastic. But whoever gets chain freeze like that, like you already have like a kind of a natural immunity to it with the stuff in game. Like you can't get chain freeze. Like by the time you're able to be like basically frozen again, the charm's off, and you're gonna get frozen again. Okay, we gotta get out of here. Inventory's full. Sell the items. Bum 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 bum. If you have a charm charge, it would just absorb the first freeze. Then it gives like 5-second eternal CD. Then absorb another. Yep. It's not worth it, obviously, because the freeze has one charge to it now. So it's like you get a freeze immune, you know, and then that's it. Like you get hit with freeze, it consumes, you're not frozen, you're good, and then if you're gonna get frozen again, you're pretty much cooked because you're not gonna have a charm, like you're a charge in it, so, you know. It's unfortunate.
Basics.
Let's see, do we have anything here? It's gonna sell everything, I think. We need the monies. What did we? I think that buckler wasn't that bad. Fire, cold, chaos with life and block chance. How much does this go for? This buckler might be decent. I'll assume it's searching a buckler with the block chance. 2 divs right now. It's a 20 on the market. I think we keep the buckler. The buckler kind of cracked. I think we rolled this, so we can still technically hit evasion. We got physical thorns. Fudge the thorns, man. So let's search for all 3 of these, right? What is this? What is this on a buckler? 1 with the block chance. 2. I mean, I don't know how good this is. Do we throw it up for 2? I'm gonna throw it for 1. If we get spammed, then we'll I guess we'll like just throw whatever on. See if this hits anything good. Nothing. Go ahead and sell this. What do I get? A chaos ring. Kind of a high rolled chaos ring. Oh my. I mean, that's high accuracy, evasion, all res, and lightning res on a chaos ring. This in itself. Okay. What if we drop that and just got the accuracy? Okay, I'll throw this up for a div as well. We'll see what happens. Because we obviously need it, so this doesn't work for us, and then we would want some type of flat. We don't really, I mean, evasion is nice. Mana regen kind of sucks though. Fire sucks. And then we don't need the lightning res, so unfortunate. Hey, look, we got an ultimatum thing. Nice. I am going to make a prediction. Over the next 2 hours or so, server's going to become pretty bad. Then GG will cancel the interview with SiahZ, saying they need to go fix the server issues. Maybe. But then there's CI for that, so I guess the Bleach Charm is the only good one. Yeah, there's that interview. I forgot about that, low-key. How do you get that Elevate plugin? Is that built into the overlay? If you're talking about the price checker, yeah, that's just what the overlay. If you do exclamation point overlay, you'll find it, and that's just in there. Okay, so how much gold do we have? We need 30k, don't we? I think, technically. So we need to do one more map. I don't feel like doing temp chains. I'm sorry. We'll do this. Pack size and almond threshold. I guess we'll just keep going this way. Bro, I feel like I've done this map a billion times, dude. You know, I don't think I would mind it if they literally brought it something in, like similar to POE 1 where it's like, you know, maps undiscovered, you know, have a, like you can favor them like they did in POE 1 where you can pick the maps that you like and that has a more chance of it rolling. Like the maps that you haven't discovered yet maybe, you know, like the void, if you want to call it, the fog. Because let's be honest, 90% of these maps are hot dog. Still like the scenery, like this map isn't bad, it's just the scenery is just disgusting. It's all green and dingy. I want something bright and open. When does the interview start? Does anybody know with SiahZ and them? Bro, where's the enemies at? Okay. Bum 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 bum. Good on here, I guess. Interview in 1 hour and 30 minutes, I bet. Thank you very much, Iron. So the interview is in 5 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, I think, if that's correct. All right. He put down his balls, dude. I think that's literally the worst in the decay. Dude had personal tangibility too, so like I don't even know really what I'm supposed to do to that. Like, how do I kill him? I gotta run into his face, basically. Alright. I forgot, I can't get to him. Do this, do this, do this. Just kill him real quick. There we go. There we go. We're done. We're out. Never again. Bum 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 bum. Freaking roly polies, man. Bum 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 bum. Oh, I guess it's down. No, there's the race. Oh, and they have all possible tensionability. Get away from that so we can heal back up. Maybe that's going on right now, I'll be honest with you. I killed him. Okay.
The thrill of the oath. That was almost a challenge.
Oh, we're gonna go back and sell and come back and pick these items up. And then finish the map. So sell. Keep. Then we head back. Then we can pick up, and then kill the last rare. Okay, we're out. Now we can go sell these items as well. Kinda want to see what this rolls, I'll be honest. Actually, we can't use the chest. Well, that could roll something good, we could sell it actually. Yeah, disgusting. Okay. Headhunter? Imagine. Alright. Now we can respec the tree. So remember we were at 8.1. We can see how much we're going to get off of this with the accuracy runes on. Oh. Okay. That's 8.9 with accuracy runes. Is more damage. It is more damage. But is it more than 50% though? And the actually is 5k, right? We could play with it a little bit. Let's see. I just, like I said, I just don't know if it's more, like, is this more than technically 50% more damage? I just don't know. We can test it with shock burst here. We're at almost 5k with that. Obviously, imagine we actually had on our weapon a we actually had like good accuracy roll. Would be nice. Instead of horrible. Yeah, and then let's go to map because we are the maps. We can do this T14 potentially. Do flash charges, that's annoying, but fine. Oh, there's a map right here, Steaming Springs. Wow, look at that. It's perfect, meant to be. No, yeah, I know you can get like 550 or 600 or something accuracy if you get like T12 roll. But obviously, the thing is, I don't exactly know. I don't think it'd be more damage than this, right? I mean, we could look, but I don't think a 360 twin bow. I don't know how hard it would be to get something like this, because this obviously has crit damage, which is huge, attack speed huge, and obviously the fizz damage pretty good on it, right? But like I said, we could look to see. But yeah, for right now, I don't know. I mean, I guess we could always just re-roll this one, but we could see on the market maybe, but yeah, I don't know. And the hybrid one? Oh my. Good luck hitting that though. Like, I think definitely later down the line when we have currency, we can just craft one, but yeah. For now, it might not be go-to. We also need to get a 4-length galvanic. I think that's severely tucking our clear. Dodge out of that.
That was almost a challenge.
It's probably better as an upgrade, of course. For now, this is just fine. Yeah. Like I said, do you know exactly if it's better than 50% more damage? What the fudge did we just get hit with, bro? These things, bro. They have tangibility, minions, then their quill burst, bruh. Oh, hold on. I have to wrap around like James Bond. Why can't we go through it with that? We got no health left. I'm scared, boys. Alright, we're going back through. What's the difference between Deadeye and Huntress playing this build? Huntress is going to get access to critical, like base critical with accuracy stacking. Huntress is also going to get access to weapon infusion through consuming charges, which we're doing, which is like AoE stuff. It's really good. Also, Huntress gets access to potentially doubling evasion on like helmet, boots, and gloves, which is kind of nice for defensive and evasion stacking there. Went to acrobatics. Overall, a lot of good stuff there, and also physical damage based on the accuracy rating of the weapon too gets added, which through accuracy stacking and the ascendancy, which you can go into, which is kind of cracked as well. Then Deadeye, the stuff that Deadeye would get that Huntress wouldn't, would be more move speed, tailwind, and then probably, I guess, the other thing would be point blank, or long shot, depending on what you're running. But I do think for right now, I think Huntress is better. So Huntress gets, yeah, the weakness for 50% more damage, but you can also accuracy stack, you know, and get a lot more crit chance. And then on top of that, you can go into the other thing past that, which is more 25% of the whatever accuracy rating on the weapon is going to be physical damage, which is kind of huge as well. If you just get a decent rolled crossbow with high accuracy, and then you throw like accuracy runes in potentially, it gets pretty cracked. So I do think overall Huntress is better. Tailwind, what Tailwind does is it'll give more move speed per stack, and then it'll give like evasion rating and stuff like that. And you can have max of 10 stacks of it. And then the node past that is 3% less damage per Tailwind stack. But the second you get hit, you lose all Tailwind. And yeah, that 30% less damage is pretty much like for the first hit. So I think Deadeye is going to be more zoomy if that's what you're trying to do, but I think Huntress offers a lot more damage variety and ways to scale, especially if you're going crit. For hardcore, what would you recommend? Ooh, I mean, they're both pretty much glass cannon ascendancies. There's not a whole lot of defensive layers in each of them, so you're gonna kind of have a tough time no matter what you go with. I think overall, probably Deadeye is gonna be tankier if that's what you're looking for. But I think I haven't really tested Huntress out too much in terms of like the elemental damage leech. There's another thing she'll get, which is potentially good for like survivability, is this one, Mystic Harvest, where it says your life leech recovers based on your elemental damage as well as physical. So that could be kind of cracked to go into. I just haven't tested it. But I would think Deadeye is probably going to be tankier off the rip.
Proof of me prowess.
Shrine is OP. Do 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 do. Where's that boss at, man? I'm not seeing her. Okay, let's get away for a second. Wait.
Proof of me prowess.
There you go. So it has to be. That's gonna be up then. Go do it. Do. Okay, so we're coming on to a boss. This is a T14. So many rares up here, bro. Okay, let's back away from that.
My attention.
The heck is giving Shade Walker? Or Mist Walker, whatever it is. It's giving all your enemy something I don't want it to have. Okay, hold on. Yeah, bro, like, what can I do when I'm getting rushed by 3 row amounts? Like 3 rares. Oh, we have nothing here. Let's go back up. Bum bum bum. Mm, 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 mm. There you go. Steam off fight. I hate these little dudes for the projectiles, whatever they're called, throw rains. Yeah, the crab people. There's so much damage for actually no reason. For a white mob, it's so cracked. I bet we have the boss. We're gonna test this out now. See how this is. So this is with going into penetrate and then throwing accuracy runes on the weapon. We do have more damage. I think we were at 8.1, so it's 800 more tooltip damage. Nothing insane. I don't know if it's gonna be more than 50% more damage from predatory instinct, but we're gonna see how it feels. So if I go back and take a look at that, I don't know how much health she had and or correlation. The one bad thing obviously is, you guys can see the shock application that we're applying takes a little bit and it can be quite annoying. Alright, so that was 1,000,000 health that she had, and we did it in, let's see. So that was see. Okay, that was in 2 seconds. That was another like 500k. So it's probably, I think it's similar. I think it's similar in terms of damage. I think it's similar. Predatory Instinct might be better still, but obviously we don't have accuracy on our bow. Nice, the lady. Ooh.
Clean kill.
All right. We didn't get no T15, sadly. We did get another passive point to play with, though. We could potentially, I mean, I guess just put in more evasion, right? Straight up more evasion. That puts us at 45, 48. Never mind.
Yes.
Alright, we're at T13s now. Nice. We have more passive points. Nice. Let's open that up. What do we want to go in here with 2 more? Why did wait? Didn't we just consume 2 additional Atlas passive points? Wait, what? Am I bugging? Didn't we just consume something? Oh, boss Atlas stuff. That's what we did. Boss stuff up here. Okay, makes sense. Increase rarity of items dropped by map bosses. Increase quantity of items. Probably quantity. I think quantity is just better. I was about to say, I was like, I swear we just like consume something. Okay. This we don't need. Don't need. Anybody care about this on a sapphire? Nah. I'll save this just because it has some decent rolls. Go throw all this back. This we probably should have just sold. Okay. 97 strength, we can't do that yet. And then we can't do anything with... Yeah, I need the other stuff. We have... Okay, this goes in here. Okay. I think we could do the chaos trials though, and just try those out. So we do have, where is it? Yeah, where's the fates? There's the fates. Go ahead and look how much these are. So 1 for 6. For 15, 1 for 5. That's 11, 27, I think. 27, 28 exalts to basically 10th final boss. Okay. How much physical DPS is our bow right now? 440. So we'll search for a 450. I'm just looking at something really quickly. I'll swap you guys over to it so you can see what I'm seeing. This is what I'm currently looking at really fast. Like, if we wanted to search for, I don't know, attack speed, accuracy, like 450 fizz, right? And then we just literally search by highest accuracy we can get. So there's a 320, 160, 10% attack speed, desolate crossbow. Obviously doesn't load an additional bolt. Now if I search for twin crossbows, this is what we're currently running. I need to search by height. There's a 151 for 30. That's a 379. Doesn't have crit damage on it though. I mean, there's some here that aren't bad, but again, man, there's nothing really insane on the market for twin. So I think we just kind of keep what we got. Yeah, I'm just gonna keep a thing going. I mean, like I said, we could try fracturing one as well with again, but at that point, might as well reroll ours almost. But yeah, we'll just keep it moving. So I think now what we're gonna do. Yeah, I agree with you, Dread. Just keep it moving for now. Obviously we went into this. Let me see something. That's 48, right? If we took all three of these out, hold on. All three of these out. We go from 48 down to 35. What if we go into here? 43, but we have 156. I mean, is it worth that much more? How much does this give? I'm curious. How much does technically this give? Yeah, not worth going into that. And then I don't think this is worth anything, right? Yeah, 170, like, ooh. Yeah, I mean, it's only like a 50 energy shield increase. I don't even know if it's worth it compared to going into, you know, these three over here. See how it is for now.
Not wrong with a new approach.
Alright, do we have, wait, what? There we go. Okay, on to the cash trials. I can go ahead and do the trial, and if I get to the end, I can like portal, right? And then buy the fates. I just started. I'm on Act 2 before Ascendancy. I'm trying to follow your level guide, and question is why is good point to switch from explosive shot to more endgame combination of skills. What I would advise you doing is what's down here. What I would advise you doing is either, if you don't like explosive shot and you're still in Act 2, I would trying Glacial Bolt, and I think you might have access to Artillery Ballista, or you should be close to that. Those are a really good combination and should literally just allow you to speedrun the campaign. But in terms of like what I'm running currently, or the previous one with Katoko's, kind of revolves around Katoko's current unique gloves or the Red Flare Conduit unique body armor to really make the build work. So you kind of need one of those two uniques to be able to run like Shock Burst and Galvanic Shards. All right, so we're trying to do our 4th lab. We'll see if we get it done. We have the damage, obviously. I just don't know about the defense layers. This is level 78, by the way. So technically this is doing like T15s. So we might absolutely get cooked. Like, absolutely get cooked.
Bustle.
Get him out of here. Okay. What you guys think? You think I'm gonna do the lab, or you think we're gonna get cooked? It should be one is a good point to switch to more endgame.
Wipe that smile off your face.
I mean, if you're gonna switch over, like I said, you have to have one of the uniques. So if you don't have Kotoko's current gloves, which we're not running, but if you don't have that or Red Flare, you can't go over to the build. Energy shield. Okay. Yeah, if you get Red Flare, you can go over and just throw like electrocution support on Galvanic Shards, and you should be fine. which you should be able to do because red flare is literally 3 exalts right now, so you should be able to pick that up level 33, and then run that, and then just put electrocution support on galvanic shards, and then you should be able to have that with combat frenzy and charge infusion. Run both of those spirit skills, and then you should be able to consume the charges, and then all that. Just make sure you also throw potential support on your galvanic shards, this way you don't over proc, or you don't, you know, apply shock to yourself from the red flare, and you should be good to go. Bum, bum, ba-dum, ba-dum. We might get cooked in the lab. We might actually get straight up kizzity cooked. I'm hoping not though, but never know, I guess. Depends, I guess, what mods we get. Like, could be some horrible ones we could grab. Bum, 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 bum. Bum, 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 bum. You got a reflect? Oh, he's evasive, that's fine. Bum, 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 bum. Got a little scare at the end there, but we're good, we're good. See how the 4th lab goes.
This is just the beginning.
No. Probably just bigger runes, I think.
Always strikes twice.
Yeah, no problem, gal.
Powering the field requires souls.
Bum, bum. Do, do, do. Boom, boom, boom. You want back here, I think. Go, 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 go. Resume in. Meow. Okay, can't do that. First. There you go. One more, I think it has to be back this way. What on earth, why does this work so well? With what? Arc. It's saying like the combination of what we're doing with the infused weapon and galvanic shard / shock burst, or what? Or are you saying you talking about something else? Run, run, my little legs, run! Go, 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 go. There we go. Nice. Boom, boom, boom. All right, first boss fight.
It's just a warm-up.
Monsters always inflict bleeding and poison. Ring of Doom. So Ring of Doom's out of the question. Shocking turns might not be bad because we can just kind of avoid them to an extent, and we can't really be shocked by lightning projectiles because we're immune to it. But yeah, if you're asking why on earth does this combo work so well that we're currently running, it's just because crossbows have a high attack per second rate, and obviously that plays really well with like infused weapon procking with red flare to get power charges, and then acquire the storm, put the lightning bolt down to get us the cold infusions and all that, and it just pairs really well with each other. Alright. Come down, friend. Okay, we're gonna get away from that for a second. Okay, and you ran away. Where are you running, bro? Okay, okay, okay.
You may possess lightning strikes at your heart.
What about mapping? Is it good? Yeah, the mapping is good. It's obviously not going to be nothing compared to like running Stormlands on Huntress for mapping, right? It's not going to be screen wide, but the mapping is definitely really good. It reminds me of Lightning Arrow. It just without like the heralds, right? Like it's still really good on mapping. Just don't expect screen wide yet. We can make it, I believe, to be screen wide. It's just obviously it takes investment. We need more crit chance, crit damage rules, and just better overall gear. But yeah, it's still really good for mapping. I like this. Oh, there's a turret right there. Nice. Run to the other side. This side sucks. Okay, I'm gonna just dodge out of this for a second. Kind of cracked with the AoEs. Dodge roll back in here. Kill this guy really quickly. We're gonna double dodge roll up. Go behind this turret. 3 seconds. Double dodge roll back. Dodge roll over here, and we're good.
I think you'll like this next.
Less defense sucks. Hard tether. What's worse, tether or skill speed? I mean, skill speed just make them attack faster. I mean, I think we just go tethers. Tethers we might be able to avoid, and it's not that bad on the stun. The AoE is gonna kind of suck, but I'd rather have that than them being able to attack and run at me faster. Like I said, we might get cooked here. Our defenses aren't that good, and then, you know, we got a bunch of AoEs and stuff like that. Put that down there, why not? I just can't tell if the circle is done or not when there's 100 red circles. Oh, gonna stun us. Yeah, good enough. I can't tell if it's like... I think we cleansed it. Okay. So hard to tell, bro. There we go. Done. Room completed. I bet. Boom, boom, boom. Gotta change this music, by the way. This music is hot, dude. Another boss.
Almost there. Keep it up, mortal.
I mean, all reses isn't that bad, I don't think. I mean, we could go for hard tethers. Really hard stuff is slowing you. Breaking the tether will stun you and cause you to become vulnerable to damage for a short duration. Let's go reses. We'll see how bad this is. Yeah, let's get it. Alright, please, shock. There we go. There we go. Those res might come back to bite us in the ass. It's harder to apply shock on them now, which is fun. It was gonna be harder to kill the final one. It's gonna be the dumb dude that's the tornado bitch. Oh, these just seem die shit. Pyramid's horrible. Volatile Fiends kind of sucks dick, and Impending Doom's the worst one. Oh, we might be end here, boys. The run might be over. Does anybody know how bad Pyramid Beams is? Because Volatile Fiends isn't that bad, but mixed with all the other AoEs we have, I don't know if we have enough to be able to dodge and all this. And how bad is the Pyramid Beams? Does anybody know? I'm being Huntress, that's hilarious. Well, I mean, Pyramid Beams is another AoE with Corrupted Blood, which we don't have immunity to. It's Volatile Fiends, I guess. It's great, Volatile Fiends. Yeah, we're dead. All top fiends was not to play. There's nothing I can do there. Just running at me. Alright, well, we tried. We gotta do, I don't think we're ready for it yet. We gotta come back.
I like it here. It's quiet like.
So first things first, we need to buy a better thing.
Yes.
We look at the helmet that we sold. Better, okay.
Indeed.
We need to buy a 4-link galvanic. What we have right now is not good enough. I'm getting tired of its like gatekeeping abilities right now. Galvanic. And then we need at least 4 gem sockets. Alright, we're just gonna buy one that's in here. Alright. There ain't no way he's not replying. Ain't no way. Bro, there ain't no way none of these guys are replying, right? Just did the weight scene. I bet he wants what, 5? Yes. Okay, there we go. We're getting a 4-link, which is going to be huge. 97 strength. What do we have? 94? We're getting trolled. It should be. We have 157 decks. We don't need 157. We can refund this and throw on our strength. There we go. Now I can throw it on. But we got a better galvanic. Way better. No quality, sadly, but I mean it's a 4-link, so I'll take it. So fork, and then we'll reload, and then we're gonna do it. We're trying to pinpoint. Might not be worth doing pinpoint. Might be worth doing something else, but we'll see. Keep this in there, and then we have another link. What do we want to throw in here for the last thing for galvanic? Hey man, I'm back. Nice. Used to lawn question. Could you show me your passive tree real quick? I saw before they have changed compared to your mobility guide. Just a quick overview. I'll pause the stream, check it out after. Yeah, I got you. Just give me 1 second. All right, so we could go close combat. What other? There's acceleration, might not be bad. Yeah, I'm thinking maybe just Rising Tempest. Amazon.
homies in this bitch. If you hit me, you know we all coming. Hit that smoke look like exhaust. She go tag me for some clout. She go fuck me to my song. I do not care what they on. Made my own way. Told that bitch do like Ja Rule say and put it on me. Yeah, yeah. Just got
Let me just look at our old mobilytics to see what we were running there.
ain't no dental when I floss. I put in work. I get up and get to work. Yeah, yeah.
So we were running before patch. This is 0.1. We were running.
Put me in a hearse. That's right. And when I'm down bad,
Yeah, we were running Rising Tempest on it.
you know me, I get to work. Yeah.
So I think we're gonna do the same thing here. And then pinpoint. I don't know if it's better than ambush. We're gonna take pinpoint off. We're gonna try ambush. We're gonna try ambush. We're gonna try this. See how this feels. Let's get a map and we'll run it. Yeah, map. Oh, we have some T15s. We can do this T13. I don't think it's bad. Showground is kind of annoying. Elemental res is oh yeah, you wanted to see that. What do you think about the Ruthless Ascendancy? I think it's good, but I think it can I think Amazon just better. Oh, let's get it. Huge stoinks. We'll do slick here. You want to see my passive tree? Here you go. That's what I'm running. Yes, I am now on crit. We haven't even like really been playing anything. Like for example, our bow doesn't have crit chance on it at all. Neither does our gear, neither does anything. But I think literally stacking that little bit of accuracy that we have is insane for crit right now. Jeez, thank you. So 58 again. How much is A Divine? 55. We're gonna buy one of 55. Just hold it for now. How it feels. All right, we're gonna go in and test this out, see exactly how it feels with a 4-link with ambush and Rising Tempest on it, because I would assume calling down the or using infused weapon with the cold, I would assume this is considered us using a cold skill, so that should be, you know, lightning and that 24% more elemental damage. So see obviously how it is, but that's what I assume it is. Could I show you my weapon and you can tell me if I could swap over as well? Sure, link it to me in game. It's SiahZ, like my YouTube channel, and then _ Huntress is my in-game name. Doot. Shadow, what's up, brother? I don't know how it is compared to Pinpoint. Pinpoint still might be better. Lucky. Let's see. Yeah, you're good. You can go over to crit. You have a lot more crit chance than I do. And a lot more accuracy than I do. Yeah, your bow is really good as well. Probably honestly better than mine if I had to look at it. You could also throw accuracy runes instead of the fizz damage runes on your bow as well. That would give you more accuracy, and then that would allow you to get even more crit from accuracy stacking, and then physical damage as well, which might be better than your flat physical damage runes on your actual bow. Yeah, I don't know. Does it feel better? That ambush? I don't think Pinpoint does. Alright. First off, that was rude. I think ambush is still really good for it. Thanks so much. Appreciate it. Of course, dude. Do you have a link for this build? Currently, I do. I have one that's running Kotoko's. It's a lesser version of this, kind of like a more early game friendly, like just getting in, you know, level 60 to 70. If you do exclamation point build, you'll find that one. For this current version you're seeing on screen, though, I am going to be updating the mobilitas guide and making a, you know, updated video guide and all that, and that should all be out by tomorrow. I should have it up by 11 or 12 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, so 11 a.m. or 12 p.m. Eastern Standard Time is when that video should go live. Obviously, if you do want to make sure you don't miss it, you know, best way is to just subscribe to the YouTube channel and turn on bell notifications so you get notified when the video goes live. What's your DPS on Shock Burst? Right now we gotta wait for the buffs to go off, but I think it was about 8.7 or something. Jesus, bro. These guys are tanky right now. Oh, this enrages, all damage ignites. This is insane. All right, not what I wanted. Where did this turn then? Dang, there we go. There's lightning bolts, and he's dead. You know what I do wonder though? Hold on. Big brain. What if we turned our shock burst into our clear? Just say we took off Martial Tempo, we'll replace this with Rising Tempest. Take off Fresh Clip, we'll throw Fork in here. How does this feel? Just for clear. What do you recommend on Joel? Right now we're just running attack speed, proj damage. I don't think they'll nerf it, Brian. I started on Ice Monk yesterday. I'll lurk how it pans out. It's gonna take me 2 weeks to get to endgame, LMAO. You'll be good, Grower. You'll be good. I have faith. I have faith. Okay, so we rely on the thing coming down, the shock, which we're We're not shocking though. Against rares, it's really nice. Bro, like that's what I hate. That's what I hate right there. That shit needs to get out the game. Throwing me across the whole map, taking me with him, not letting me move, body blocking me in a corner. I can't roll through it. Like that needs to get out of the game. Oh, we're gonna grab chain. We're gonna grab magnified effect. I want to try some stuff here. Get another map, we'll try it again there. Probably attack speed. They say it takes about 30 hours now. I tell you what, the first act is a doozy. I forgot how tough it is. Lucky Souls games are my forte. Okay. Have they say how long the seasons are going to be? I don't think they have, but I would assume anywhere from 3 to 4 months. At least that's how POE 1 works. Alright, so we're trying right now. Honestly, we're trying to see if shock burst rounds is just good enough to just mob with instead of going into galvanic. So obviously I want conk effect off of here for now. I want to throw magnified effect in here. We'll keep this for the second time being. We'll see how this feels. We'll just see if this is good enough. Okay, well, like, bro, like. But like apply shock, it's good. What if we got rid of Rising Tempest and we got up here, we threw conduction on this? How does this feel? It just does not apply shock. Okay, so we cannot run this for shocking. Better have that on this. What about chain? I just still think not magnified, but galvanic charge is better. If we could like guarantee them to be shocked, I think that would be a different story. But like, it's just too inconsistent. You don't ever shock. You know what I'm saying? Like, we're absolutely not shocking right now. I mean, Parallel Thunder on, I feel like we're never shocking. It's just on the what if we So conduction on galvanic shards, right? And then we just like, yeah, see, that's still not enough to do that. Spoiler, it's not. Yeah. You still grind POE 1? I do not. I can't shock, I think. Oh man, I can't shock. I don't see anywhere it says I can't shock though. But maybe you're right. I mean, if we're not shocking with it, then there's no reason to have on some of this stuff. Just throw on other stuff, but galvanic can shock, right? So what if, yeah, we just like galvanic into this? Does that have like threshold or something? No. There we go. Yeah. Too bad they're I mean, they're still not shocked, and they're dead. You would think definitely throwing on up here with lightning bolt, it would be shocking. What if we got rid of lightning exposure? We'll do overcharge. We'll do overcharge, and then we'll throw a magnified effect here. And we'll see how that feels. Maybe this will work. Can I boost my DPS? Can I boost my DPS on galvanic shards? By, what do you call it? You want to obviously try to get a 4-link if you can, and then it just comes down to the bow that you're using. And then obviously doing the crit chance, crit damage like I am with accuracy stacking is really good as well. But obviously you want to make sure you have some decent accuracy gear to actually go into that. So we're going to try this out. There you go. Really? Let me see it. I'm just gonna trust you on this, but yeah, I don't see anywhere in this wording where it says cannot inflict ailments. But yeah, we're gonna see how this feels. I mean, I think it's cool. I think it would be really good if we could actually get some like guaranteed shocking. You know what I'm saying? Can we stop getting stunned? Holy shit. Bro, I feel like we just never hit the shock on these guys. Then if we were to go back, hold on, we have oh, we don't have that in there. We took that out. Okay, hold on. We can throw in, and we'll do pinpoint critical on this. So yeah, maybe this should be a lot more crit chance now. Let's see how this feels. You know, we're gonna get this out of here for now. Keep pressing E. How's the div drop rate? I've been like what they did with the rarity on gear. It's all right. I think I've gotten like 2 or 3 in the drop so far, so I think it's definitely better. So I can start with this build and with the build in the description. Yes, Striker. Your old ranger build? Almost. Under shock burst, the projectile description. Converts no. Attack speed, attack damage, ammunition. Additional effects, no. Nothing there. Rounds, no. Pulse. No. Projectile, no. No. I mean, yeah, I don't. This is the whole description. I mean, I think this could be good if we could actually shock them, because obviously shock burst pulses, right? So, like, this would be a pretty good thing to like continuously do that. Oh, we have fork and chain. Take fork out first off. Why do we have that? Throw in. I mean, what? There's elemental focus, I guess. If we're not inflicting anything with this. Or we do fresh clip, maybe. We'll do elemental focus. Let's see how this feels. With chain. It's like whenever shocking this motherfucker, bro. Looking out of my face, bro. There we go. Now he's shocked.
That was almost a challenge.
Maybe we went for more damage on this? I don't know. But yeah, I just feel like I never like shocks at least these mobs. There you go, now he's shocked. Like if he's shocked, we shred. Sword of Skills cannot inflict shock and with projectiles and pulse. Oh, okay. Okay, I must have not seen it, Ben. So I can follow your video you put out on the build. Is there a new one? The new build update is going to be coming out tomorrow. Like, I think this could be very good. It's just we need to continuously shock, and we're not doing that, so it's unfortunate. What if we did this and then do this? Yeah, see, it's just like, eh. Yeah, I just don't think it's better, sadly, than Galvanic. Because we don't have a reliable way of shocking. Like, if we had 100% uptime of shock, it would be good. That comes down, obviously, just to probably not enough lightning damage. You know, lightning's, yeah, non-existent right now. If we rolled lightning on this and lightning on this, like higher rolls, that would have helped. Or lightning on the bow, I think. But yeah, I think right now it's just non-existent, sadly. So with that being said, I think Galvanic's still the best. Actually, no, hold up. How this feels. Yeah, but I was trying that earlier and it wasn't shocking. That's the thing, like, it was just taking forever to shock. Yeah. It's like right here, we're still not. This dude's still not shocked. Might even from our lightning bolts that are being called, which is weird. Then we'll swap back over to our other thing just so we can test again. Okay. Fork on this. This stays the same. Okay, and then we'll go back to our other thing. It's galvanic now. Let me see how this feels. Yeah, we're like. No, we died because of fire and all that, but we're obviously applying a shock instantly now. Or at least better than we were before. It's not on instant, like, we go to it. Nothing, nothing, nothing. Yeah, I think maybe with more lightning damage it could come online, but right now I think Galvanic's still better. Speaking of which, I think they're about to go on their stream soon, aren't they? And talk. I have it pulled up. I'll look, and whenever they start it up, we'll pull on over. Still waiting on their interview. They're not started yet, so like I said, I have it pulled up on the tab. Whenever they start, we'll swap on over. For now, we'll just try to finish the map. You guys think we'll get any useful information out of this interview? Or do you think it'll be a dead view? You like that? You like that playing words? There we go. All right, they're starting. Okay. And there we go. All right, here we go.
Test. How is this, chat? How is this?
Jesus, the ads, holy.
A bit more. I mean, I can turn them up a little bit more. I can put them up to 170.
Okay.
All right. Try now.
All right. Testing 1, 2, 3. Is that okay? Hopefully that's all right.
Okay, everybody's saying good. And my comparative audio to them is
All right.
good?
All right.
Here we go. Here we go.
Okay, cool. Everyone's saying good. I just hope my OBS doesn't
Nope,
crash
that's
during this.
crazy.
Like, I've had some like OBS issues lately.
Okay.
So hopefully not. But yeah. I'm ready to start. I'll do just like a quick intro and then we go. But yeah.
Let me know how
Thank you
the
so
sound
much
levels are,
for
guys.
joining me here for a podcast after the launch
Making
of
that bigger
Point 2.
slow is crazy.
This is Jonathan and Neon, for those that don't know, directors of TGG. And yeah, we're here to talk about the launch.
Yeah. I mean, well, it's always good to have a chat. Obviously it's a bit of a contentious launch in some ways this time.
All right, here we go. See what they say.
A lot of questions
You guys,
about that.
just let me know if you can hear
But,
everything
it's
correctly
always
and
good
the
to chat.
volumes, I guess, for them
Yeah.
is good.
No, I do have a lot of questions, so I think we'll just get right into it.
Sure.
A lot of people are pretty unhappy with the current state of the game, especially like our relative.
So promise
power
on
2 months
underrated. That's
before the
crazy,
launch.
Arthur.
And obviously, we are finding
200
some
IQ,
builds
big
that
brain
are
plays.
feeling okay and that are stronger. But I'm asking, are the slower and more challenging builds the intended
They basically did away with the
pace of the
grower.
game?
Well, I don't know that. Once again, I mean, we get this question a lot, right? Of just the what is the pace of the game supposed to be? And I honestly find it hard to answer that because of the way that there isn't really an obvious way to even quantify that, given that players have so many different abilities. What I will make all I can say is that if people are unhappy, then we will keep on improving things until they're not unhappy anymore. Because ultimately, we want to get the smooth progression where you start the game, you feel weak, you get stronger, you get stronger, you get stronger, you keep on feeling stronger and stronger. You have to have that progression where you're feeling more and more powerful as you're going through. So if you're not feeling that, then that means there's something that we have to improve and get better. So it really comes down to okay, if you're talking about a weaker build, what build is it? And then we'll be looking into that and seeing what we can do to improve it. We just have to go through these things one at a time.
So I think right now the problem is that it's almost every build this week for a lot of archetypes, and that it's more it's definitely in the minority that people are like, oh, I found something that
Facts,
works.
Arthur.
So it's almost like the
Right.
reverse there. And I guess I'm curious, what amount of time are you expecting
I mean,
people to take going through the entire campaign? Or
You're not wrong,
on
Ben.
your own test run, or when you're doing test runs, how long do you take on a first campaign run?
I actually haven't measured that on the current version, and it doesn't necessarily always work that way. The number of times I play through the full, and when I say campaign here, I'm talking about 6 acts, not just 3.
Yeah.
If you're talking about the amount of time, doing that, I might only do that that full run 2 or 3 times in total as we're developing a class.
Yeah.
Much more often I'm either testing this part or I'm testing that part or whatever. And I honestly am not sure exactly what amount of time that's taking. But as I said, I don't know that the time. The thing is, the presupposition with this question is that that we have a goal in mind for the amount of time for the campaign, and the implication of that is that the campaign itself is not fun. But it's if that's the implication, then we just want to make that fun, right? It's the campaign should be fun to play. The amount of time it takes, to me, is not nearly as relevant as just make it fun, right? If you aren't having fun, we want to make sure that it is. So that's why when we're okay, people are saying we don't like the Act 3 areas, make those shorter. It's well, what amount of I don't think that quantifying that in an amount of time is the right way to look at it. It's here are some areas that are unfun. I'll make those areas fun,
Bro,
and then whatever the
ZiahZ
duration
are
of time
crazy.
that takes will not be bothering you, and that may result in the areas
I need to
becoming
buy the
shorter, but
thing that
making it
gives me no
shorter is
ads.
not it isn't a time metric that we are looking at to determine whether or not the game is good. It's is the game good fun to play? So that I guess is kind of the way that I would look at things, and that's I think what puts us a little bit when it comes to communication with the community, people will have their opinion about what they think is the reason that the game isn't fun, and they might be right or they might not be right or whatever, but at the end of the day what we're looking at is just okay, you're obviously having a bad time, we want to fix that, so we're going to look at so what we'll do is we'll be okay, so you're saying Act 3 isn't good, we'll look at Act 3, we'll look at the reasons why it might be bad, we'll fix those reasons, and then that may or may not reduce the time. Or in this case, it definitely will. Like it's shortened it by a lot. But to me, it's like the frustrating thing is when you go down a dead end and you're like, okay, like this is bad, or and then like you have to respawn, or in the area doesn't like the area despawns, and you're like,
I mean,
you
not
do
taken,
things
Ben.
again.
You're not wrong.
That kind of stuff, right? That's the stuff that people don't like to do. And so that's where we sort of look at. And so then when it coming back to builds,
But a lot of the stuff
like,
it wasn't broken.
if you're not having fun with your build, then that is a problem. We'll fix that. But it's not like there's a correct
They
pace for the
definitely are
game to be
packed for
played
some
at
reason.
as such. We just need to make sure that you're enjoying yourself.
Well, I guess a follow-up to that was I, along with many others, were not expecting a nerf to just how the campaign felt in general, right? In the last interview I heard, it really sounded like the intention was to target things at the top end. But there were so many things that nerfed us during the campaign here. And
Well, the thing I would say about that.
I would like to finish.
Sure.
A lot
Dang.
of people are really wondering about the long-term.
Zizer's he wants all the smoke
because they were also not expecting that. So a
Well,
lot of
we
people are
weren't intending to
wondering
nerf the
if
campaign, to be clear.
that was going to be my
That was
question.
not our
Okay.
intention.
So
Yeah, we
so
were
we
not
should
we were
be
not
more
intending that. Like,
powerful than we
yeah.
currently are during the campaign. Then
well, that one I will have to look at specific cases, right? Because like that comes down to like okay, so like we already did something about that, right? Where we like nerfed Monster Life, and it's possible that we'd have to nerf Monster Life again if that's still a
No, it
problem.
is though. For
Like that's
sure.
the kind of
I
thing
mean,
that we can do. But the thing is that like the as I said, like the first thing we heard when everyone was saying this, the first thing we thought was like, what the hell? We didn't even nerf the campaign. Like literally, that's what all the developers were saying. We didn't nerf this. Why is everyone saying we nerfed it? And so like then it's like, well, we found a few things, but like we're still looking for what those things are. And like it's not always necessarily obvious with all the changes that you make and things, because I can absolutely tell you that our goal here was nerf the end game, right? Like nerf the no, it wasn't even nerf the end game. What it was nerf the things that were trivializing the end game before you've even managed to get the like your items and stuff like that. Like just the really trivial easy shit. Like that was our intention.
I mean, there were some blatant fuck ups.
Yeah.
Like speaking bluntly, right? Like the minion change was just bad.
And when you say the minion change, are you referring to the rare minions or referring to the player minions? Because those are both of those were incredibly terrible.
Just fuck up.
Yes, those were just fuck ups. And the thing is, it's so easy for shit for like that to slip through.
Well, we have a bit of and look, a lot of it is just because there's a little bit of like it's early access, so we're allowed. But we like are firing from the hip a lot here.
if you're talking about the current
and
build
stuff
with
like that.
Quiet the
Let's get it
Storm,
in
you
there,
need
let's try it out,
78.
see how people think, and
If you're talking about
we do
the Kotoka's one,
do
the current
regress
one
on
that
a
I put like a
decent
day or
number
two
of things
ago,
on the
you can
first few
pretty much
days of
swap into
release,
that like
and
as soon as you hit in game.
There are some pretty blatant fuck ups. So yeah, that's exactly what happened with the rare minion life. It was like, why are now? I don't know why it felt this way, but 100% it was the case that the minions was for some reasons the rare minions were surviving longer than the rare often, and it's like, well, they don't have anywhere near as much life as the rare. And then again, once people got enough AOE and all of that, it solved it. But it was just a bad experience. There was just nothing good about that.
Right. I think there was definitely a compounding of a few factors that were like on their own relatively small. But the thing is that and this is the question that I have is that like if people are still having a bad time during the campaign, if they're starting fresh now, because bear in mind as well that people will have an experience and then we'll change the balance behind them, and then they still remember that the experience was bad and they're not playing it again to know that it got better. So the thing is, if you're playing it again and still having a bad experience in the campaign, then that would be a thing where it's like, okay, well, where are the campaign nerfs actually? Like we have to find where they are, because I don't know that there's anything intentionally done there that we're sort of aware of left. And I think
What do you mean, Grower?
like, that one just means that
Well, these
I can
ads
give
are
there might still
insane.
be issues.
yeah.
Sure. We'll go for it.
So
what are some?
So the number one, especially to me, most oppressive thing is the relative speed of monsters compared to our abilities to set things up. Like whenever you're
But
talking,
hang on, but that's not a thing that changed though.
no, but that's been continuously bad. It doesn't matter if it's changed or not.
Okay,
It's-
sure. But what I'm saying is that so this is an
Well,
example.
I think that has
But that's
changed.
just an example of something that's bad. So what I'm saying is
this
that's not a
is
thing that
about to go
changed. So,
crazy.
like if you're talking about like, is it your intention to nerf the campaign?
But well,
then
we
no,
are
because
weaker now,
we
right? A
didn't do
lot of
that. But if you're saying
skills.
that's bad, I mean, that's a different question, right?
A lot of skills are weaker now, right? They were tuned down on a lot of things, and things that people are starting with weren't necessarily strong. So that relative speed of the monsters feels extra bad. Like you want us to set up these combos and stuff, right? Where we're throwing down like a cyclone and trying to do like a combo move, but the monsters are way too fast. They're rushing us. It's not even like the bosses are
So
the main problem, right? Like if you're seeing
So we
like
can,
clips.
yeah. So let's talk about the monster speed thing. So one of the issues that
Manual, the
we have
build
is that
currently
if
that I'm like showing on stream,
monsters are slower than
you
the
have to at
player,
least be level
then
80
combat
to
is
swap
optional.
into it with Choir of the
Like, just
Storm.
100%
It revolves around
like,
using
you
Choir of the
cannot-
Storm to like
well,
make
you-
everything
you-
work.
If the monsters are slow, like anytime the monsters are slower than
And
the
this will
player,
be
then you
updated
can just run
tomorrow with
past them and
like
they
a
feel
build guide and
like they don't,
updated updated
effectively you can just
mobalytics and all
choose whether
that
or not to engage or not.
at like 11 or
And like
11
I
a.m.
don't
East or
think
12
that
p.m.
that
East.
kind of gameplay is good. Now there will probably be some areas like, and the thing is, a lot of the time when people talk about stuff like this, it's like there'll be a few areas that are bad. Like I know there are definitely a few areas where like too many of the monsters are fast. So the Faradin are a good example of that. Where like when you go to the
Enterprise manual.
the last areas of
I
Act
think so,
2,
Arthur. It sounds pretty
like
good.
the Faradin are just really, really fast, and there's kind of nothing slow in the area, and so that's an example where like we probably want to make some tuning
I mean,
there.
to get more specific, like
Right.
I have someone right now literally going through the areas, all areas in the campaign, and listing all the areas that have a disproportionately high number of monsters that are too swarmy or too fast.
Right.
They're doing it literally as we speak up, and my intention after
Right.
this is to go through it. And so, like, I mean, a good example is like the canopy, right?
Yeah,
The
for
canopy.
sure.
The monsters are
Yeah.
real fast, and then not only that, you're in a ritual with them in a tight confined space, and it just you end up in this kind of moving around with packs. So if you're not fast enough to kill everything, you just get absolutely swarmed, and yeah.
I guess I'm
But
a
the
little.
thing, but just to
well,
follow, just to continue with that though,
Oh,
I just want to mention that like one of the issues we run into is like people will say, oh, you know, like things should never be faster than the player and that kind of stuff. And it's like, well, if we did that, then the game would feel pretty lame. So it really is a question of like targeted changes, like finding where the worst things are and then solving that issue.
I really
They'll
disagree with
complain
that.
the monsters are slow. I mean, I get it,
So
Ben.
you
People
were
are gonna
saying, like, if the
complain, but
monsters are slower than the player, then combat is optional. But like, it's an ARPG. We
I don't know.
want to kill the monsters. That's where all the loot is. That's where our XP is. Like, sure, you'll have some speed.
If you
run
just made it to
scenarios where
map
people are
striker,
running past them, but usually
you-
what ends up happening
if
is
you
that
have
we're
the
running past
currency to
them,
go into this, you
bunching
can.
them up in a large
How much
bunch
currency do you
and
have?
killing a bunch of them, and that just feels really good. That's a core part of ARPGs for a lot of people. So I don't think that being faster than the monster is as bad as you think it is. Like, we actively want to kill monsters. That is the entire premise.
Well, I don't necessarily disagree with you that gather and killing is fun, right? And you should still be able to do that. But I would, as I said, I don't think anything about the fact that some monsters are faster than the player prevents that. I don't think you can have areas where everything is slower than the player. Like it really isn't that great. In POE 1, in the distant past, we had that problem, and it just meant that running past monsters was the thing you did all the time. And then there were some changes, like I don't know how many years ago it was, like what was it, 4 years or something like that? When was the Act 1
I
like
don't
thing?
remember.
Like we made changes where we made a lot of monsters faster than the player. And at the time, and that wasn't negatively perceived at the time. It just made the monsters feel better that we had there. So like you absolutely can have monsters faster than the player, and I do think it's important to have those kinds of situations.
Well,
Like
if you're
it
talking
just
about
shouldn't be that it's it's just that like you need to make sure you're getting the balance right. And I think that that's like a running theme with PoE2 in general is that the target to hit is smaller.
And you can go right
Like,
into
because
it,
if we
striker,
want
if you want to do the old
combat to
one.
be more engaging,
It's the same thing.
then
It's
that
just
means
we
there's a
don't run
smaller
Kotokas.
target
We just
that,
run Choir of the Storm.
it puts more pressure
But you
on the
can
balance
easily
to
run
be right.
Kotokas for a while.
And so I think that's the main issue that we're running into is just that like
I think
it's
endgame's
okay if
much better than
everything-
before.
if okay, so this is sort of a larger topic, right? But effectively, it's like in PoE 1, there are so many tools that the knowledge ceiling is absolutely astronomical. And so you have a situation where a good player can completely dominate everything to like the absolute nth degree, right? Now, what that means is that you've got a scenario where the game seems like an impenetrable mountain to a new player because like if you don't know what you're doing, the game is just like impossible to understand. And it's like there's all these tools that you can use to improve yourself, but the existence of everything like that and like having such a huge skill ceiling means that you can just trivialize the game right at the start. And so like what that also means though is that like if we get balance numbers wrong, like if a monster has like double life by accident in PoE 1, it like doesn't even really matter. Whereas if a monster has double life in PoE 2, it matters a lot. And so what I'm saying is that the threshold for what is right is like way tighter in PoE 2, and so that means it will just take longer to balance and get it all correct.
Grower.
But it really is the case, I think, that that it's getting all those numbers right that kind of makes it like that will make the combat ultimately fun at the end of the day. And like if we're doing our job correctly, then we'll still have this situation where a good player feels like they dominate and a bad player feels like they have a good time. But we won't have a situation where if you're a good player, the combat is so trivialized that you literally never have a moment where you're in any danger or have any kind of like level of like sort of interest going on. And I think that's the worry that we have when we're looking at things is like, if we get to the point where like a
What's
good
up, Nick?
player never has to face a single challenge ever, then I don't think that that's going to be a game that will ultimately be fun in the long term. And so that's kind of like, and like, so that is to me the reason, like what I fear happening if we just like say, okay, we're just gonna like lower everything and make it easy. And that, once again, that isn't to say that we shouldn't necessarily, like maybe Monster Life does have to come down. Like if we're in the wrong band, we just need to lower it and that's fine. Like we will get to the point where that is fun, but we'll do that by while still making sure that we have a good experience for, you know, like for, well, ideally for everyone, right? Like it should be the case that is balanceable to that way. It's just a lot harder in PoE2 context.
Well, I think a large portion want like bosses to be what is the challenging content, whereas right now it's almost the reverse, where there's so many clips of like people like dodge rolling away from like packs, right, and they're getting chased down, maybe not having a counterplay, and they're like, oh my god, I'm just being chased down. So, and also I sort of disagree on the Act 1 changes in PoE 1 not being negatively received. I do remember there was quite a lot of people that really didn't like that, because of what you mentioned with like the fast rate monsters is generally a bad thing. So I definitely do disagree with that.
Just because I'm a like to have things to actually go and start to address. Like, can I get a gauge on what you think is like where in the game it starts to become a problem, or do you think it's like just straight out of the gate?
Straight out of the gate. Like even the second zone, like the first zone might be okay, but the second zone with the wolves, it's like pretty like instant where I don't feel like I'm getting that like ARPG playstyle.
But won't we be hurting more players than we're helping with that?
By making
like,
monsters
won't that
slower?
immediately make it? Yeah, won't that immediately mean that like a ton of players who actually enjoy the game because the combat is engaging immediately, like what, doesn't it kill the game for them? Like what I'm saying is like it's easy to say like, oh, you make the game easier and everyone's happy, but it isn't the case. Like a lot of people prefer the game to like actually have some challenge in it. Like for example, right? Okay, so here's the thing, right? So every night I go home and I play, and I like do test runs of everything, right? And it's like if we made it so that there wasn't any challenge for me in Act 1, I wouldn't play the game anymore, and that isn't helping anyone, right? Like I need to keep playing the game every night to actually enjoy myself. It's like if I'm not enjoying myself, then it's like how can I even develop the game correctly? So on some level, it's like it has to be fun for me, and I know that if you like if you get to the point of having like everything just be trivial, it's like, well, okay, like why am I even playing this anymore? So that there has to be some level of challenge. Now,
there's just a lot. I just thinking more on this specific. There's a big spectrum here. Like for example, I know I have seen the feedback of Act 1 minus canopy and mana. Feel generally good on the pacing, the speed of monsters.
So I definitely think that monster move speed, definitely they like monsters can be faster than the player.
And it's not
I just think it's a
the
fact
very
that
start,
slowly
and then you get to
transitioning
the,
into
like,
that, right?
Halani
Like
gates,
Act
and it's
1,
like, okay,
maybe they shouldn't
now
be quicker than
everything's
you.
gone off the reservation.
Like you're not gonna have move speed boots for a bit, right? So
I've
it's
seen
like
a
why
decent
have the
spectrum
monster
like
be
that,
like just say
100%
twice as
wanna
fast
fix
or
that.
50% faster? You know, like I don't know.
That's why I was asking you
But
for your
I
example.
definitely think they should be
because,
quicker than you at
There's just a
endgame.
lot of people on the different spectrums here that want different things, and so I'm trying to understand what you know, how much we would need to change things for the discussion with you as opposed to with other players.
Restored and GG's crazy,
because I do
man.
intend on slowing down those extreme
This
zones.
man
and I
Ben's
think there
always
are,
on
like, 10 of
smoke
them.
every time we're watching this.
And I think that is at least something hopefully a lot of viewers are going to be happy to hear, which is like, okay, cool, they're going to address those. So the Dreadnought, Exile, you've got Canopy. We're going to start. Those are the most egregious I'm listing. I'm not saying those are the only problematic ones.
Yeah.
And then you got areas like Titan Valley, which is just like riddled with annoying monsters that are just
honestly,
like,
you're not wrong, Ben. That's fine.
And you got honestly, so start there. And we keep working backwards
that might
until
be
we
the
catch as much as we can.
solution, because in PoE 1 you do have Quicksilver Flask,
so one
which would give you more move
okay,
speed.
like why is it that there are 6 different varieties, of which all are just, as you've you know, heard people mentioning, and I think I saw something that you had thing, which is they're playing PoE 1. I think, which I thought was a funny comparison. Which I I'm like, yeah, okay, fair enough. They need to, not every monster needs to slow down, but like for example, some of them can be fast, and maybe the answer is, okay, they should be weaker. So sure, they engage you, but they die quick. Or maybe the answer is like there's too many of them, and then in a lot of the cases it's going to be like, okay, here's 6 different types of packs. Well, 6 of them are fast. Well, that's a problem. 5 is fast. That's a problem. 4 are fast. That's a problem. 3 are fast. That's probably still a problem. But 2 are fast. That's probably more acceptable. So you get 2 really slow, maybe 2 fast, 2 kind of in the middle, and you get some big slow monsters, some small monsters, and that distribution isn't quite right in a lot of zones. And so that's why, again, why I asked, because I would say some zones have a nice, here are the slow monsters, and here are the fast monsters, and it's kind of cool. You get this like up and down pacing, and it can feel kind of fun, where sometimes you're on edge and sometimes you're just obliterating things. And then you get the ones where you're like, holy, I've just been
You're not
3
wrong, Ben.
zones
Honestly,
in a row where
I
I'm
do
just
think they
on
need to do
edge,
that.
getting swarmed like
Put the
absolutely.
Quicksilver
and
flask back in.
creates this extreme negative feeling of like, I can't do the things that my skills want me to do, and that is bad, and that I definitely want to fix that, and I want to fix that imminently. Like, I'm going to immediately get onto doing that. So there is a huge range of spectrum of players that want different things here.
Yeah.
And I want to at least address that thing, because I know that's just bad. Like, I think that's bad for everyone. I don't think that's bad for some people. I think that's bad for I mean, everyone. It's for a huge majority. So we can start there for sure.
But to be clear, though, like we still do need to have some monsters that are faster than player. It can't be that none are. And like things like the wolves in this in the second area, like if we didn't have that, then I think that you wouldn't even like once again you wouldn't get the feeling of like you would immediately out of the gate have the game as just trivial. And like I think that that really would hurt the game a lot. Like I think that that would be a big problem. So it's really just a question of like if there are parts that are frustrating, we'll address them. But like it isn't the case that just everything needs to be slower. It really would hurt.
So I think
there's another thing you.
I was just gonna say, I think
Sorry.
there's almost like 2 different player bases where there are a lot of people that just want to blast and maybe have challenging bosses, and then there are people that want like the entire gameplay, every second to second moment to be like very engaging. So it's I guess like
I don't know that I don't know that I agree with that either, because I don't think it's so binary as you say. Like there is a middle ground that will work. Like I'm almost certain that there is, and the way that you get there is by just looking at the individual cases and just fixing every one of them until like the rough edges are all sawed off, sanded off, and then and then it kind of works. And like you'll get to a point where like you just don't get frustrating experiences anymore because we've managed to sort of fix all of those cases, and that point won't be in a situation where just everything is slow. Like we really will still have a level of engagement there.
I guess the problem with everything being so fast, and part of why I pointed out like everything almost, is because it's such a heavy focus on combo gameplay right now, but it feels like the speed of the monsters are heavily incentivizing like one button builds. Like as soon as I could, I was like, the less I can do, the better everything will feel, just because I don't have time to set up combos. We're getting completely overwhelmed. That's why I pointed out everything as a bit of an issue.
Well, it isn't necessarily the case that you have to use a combo on every monster. Like, if you've got stuff that's fast, you don't use combos on that, and because it's disrupting you. But then also, it is also important that that monsters do disrupt your combos, because otherwise your gameplay just degenerates into doing like 1 2 3 1 2 3 1 2 3. Like the monsters have to be able, like there has to be situations
I mean,
where your plans are disrupted in order
POE
to
1's been on hiatus
have a
like 8 months
situation
with their
where
league, so I mean,
you
yeah, POE 1 players
can
are
respond to
really
things,
mad
like you
about
actually
that.
get some counterplay on stuff like that. And so the monster designs have to reflect that on some level.
I don't
But,
think so,
like,
Arthur.
It's always
Maybe
an amount,
true.
right? Like there's an amount of that you need, and there's probably too much of that going on. But you still need an amount of that, or it just becomes all flat.
We've I mean, we've been talking about like, look, the last few days we've been talking about some like pretty extreme considerations and things, and like, talking about the monster life is the main thing, because which you could argue is player damage, right? They're obviously
Monster life is the easiest way. If everything is too weak, then monster life is the way to solve it.
Oh yeah, if there's a few outliers of builds that are find the tricks to do good, then yes, it is. I bring all players up or bring all monsters down. They're the same thing.
Mm-hmm.
And like we have been talking about a lot of this, and like actually going like, what would we be willing to do here? How would we be willing to change it? What are we willing to test? What are we willing to try? And like there's heaps of things on the cards here. Like kind of honestly, everything's kind of been on the cards, as long as we don't feel like at the end of the day that we've taken the teeth out of the game in terms of difficulty. Like that is what's important to us, is making the game still have a feeling of hard, being difficult. And I would say out more than just bosses. Like it shouldn't just be that the bosses are the only thing that's difficult.
Sure.
And we certainly don't want it to devolve into what I would argue is, you know, well, I know this
First
is
on my
like way
keyboard, that'd
further
be
away, but
interactive
like, you know,
game
again,
is
we're talking about
crazy.
changing. It could be changing anything here. The one thing I also worry about is getting to the thing where I would argue a lot of the difficulty in PoE 1 outside of a lot of the boss fights is just like you occasionally just instantaneously die to something and you're like, I don't even know what
And
I
B,
died to.
I
And a lot of that is where you get like,
I agree
it
with
isn't
you to an
necessarily from
extent,
monsters being too hard, and
but I do
it
think
is often
the
from just, like,
campaign
spam and
there
too much stuff going on combined with
it's kind of like a nice
bans
middle
and
ground, right,
volatiles
for
and
like
all of that.
casual
So,
players.
Yeah.
making sure we
But
avoid
I
that
think
as
right now the
well.
campaign is just so
But it
hard
does
and
mean
long that it
necessitates
feels
that
like
then
you're
you kinda
literally
get that way, like,
beating
okay,
a
you have
game
to
and
have it be
then
that you're engaging with the
having to
monsters for
start
it to be
basically
difficult.
over again, right? It's like
Which
playing.
kind of means monsters do
It's
need to
almost like
actually
playing
pose
like
a
Elden
threat, and you
Ring,
need to be able to
low
see
key.
what they're
Like you
doing
spend
and
like
react
20
to what they're
hours just to
doing.
get started
Now,
playing the
I
game,
wouldn't say that's universally
which
perfect,
I think
but
is
that's
the
an
main
argument
issue.
for, like, you know,
Because in PoE 1, you
wanting
know,
to
for me, like I could go through
get it to
the
the
story
point where
within
it's
5 to
too
6
much
hours,
of
right?
that, just like, well,
Maybe
I guess
7
that's
at
an
the
argument for
like
de-swarming
big
things,
end,
as
and
you said,
then
which I agree with.
I'm an
but
end
yeah, it
game
is
where
like
this
an
is like
important thing,
twice as
'cause
long,
it is kind of getting
and it
towards
just feels
that,
like
and
a
that
huge chore to do.
contributes towards where things are slow and stuff. But I wouldn't personally argue that every zone feels swarmy. I think there's a
Henry, I
swarmy
have
argument.
not. That'll
I
be coming out
100% wanna
tomorrow
focus on
at
solving
11
first,
a.m.
and then there's
East
like
or
a
12 p.m.
certain
East.
things are
One of
fast
those
and
two
certain
times.
things are slow, and
I'll have
maybe
everybody
there's
updated
that.
in the community Discord, by the way. And if
So
you're
yeah,
not in that,
I'm
you can
not
find it by
entirely
doing
sure where I was
exclamation
going with
point
that, but I just
Discord.
want to, I guess,
As
it's
well
more
as
to
the
give you my
Mobility
sense
Scout
of
updated
where I
Dennis.
want to make sure we don't end up is in that place, just to make sure, and we want to be real careful about not getting to that
I'm not
point.
bad
So
mouthing it. I'm just
I would
saying
actually
this
say
game
we're
should not
probably a
feel
bit
like
too
it. You
far
should
there
not
in a
spend
lot of
20
the
hours or
areas,
15
but I
hours
don't
going
think
through the
it's a
campaign,
universal problem right now.
right?
I think also,
It should be like
even though
6 to 8
warriors
hours. You're done
or
with campaign.
my skills are particularly strong now due to being able to use a
Like the
shield,
average
it
player.
can feel
You know what I'm
very
saying?
bad that like every damage node like has a downside, whereas isn't really the case for the other builds, where like with maces, it's like, yeah, you get 40% increased damage, but 5% reduced attack speed. And reduced attack speed, especially with all these combos, can feel particularly bad compared to others. I would say like maces are kind of good right now, but a lot of that is a shield.
I actually do think there is a bit too much of the. I actually like a little bit of like he may be a cluster or two having the kind of upside downside, but it's honestly something we've aside. You know, obviously keystones have upside downside, but yes, there's true that probably there's kind of too many passives, especially in the warrior section, that are a little bit too giving downsides. Where it was something honestly that's a bit experimental to PoE 2. Like
Yeah.
we didn't have that in PoE 1, and we were like, let's give it a go, and maybe we went a little bit overboard with it in that part of the tree. But I don't hate it as a concept. I think it's just that it's a little bit too saturated there. I will agree with you there 100%. I would say, as people hopefully would know, we're going to iterate on that passive tree a million times. So it'll find its sweet spot for sure. And it's definitely not there yet.
I do think it's important though that like keystones can be felt. And so,
well, we're not talking keystone.
Sorry, I didn't mean to say keystone. I said notables can be felt. And so part of the reason for the upside downside thing is that like it lets you do a larger damage bonus because it's got the downside, and therefore you're going to really feel that damage bonus.
No, they are
And so,
good.
like,
I think it's the frequency of them
finding,
in that part of the tree.
But I'm
is
saying
a
that you
bit-
can find
bit
another
much.
way maybe to do that. But it's like I do think that like having that feeling of like I really felt that node is something that we like. That is a thing that you do get
Right now, Ben,
and
not like
that is
70 to
important in
80% of the
in our
people
passive
that
tree
were going through
philosophy,
the
yes, is
story
that
were not
you-
clearing it in
the
like
before
6 to
and
8
after of
hours.
taking a
It was
notable,
more like 12 to
especially
15 was like the
first-
average people were
obviously
going through
nodes
it.
become less valuable as you get higher level because they're just saturating into a bunch of
Unless
diminishing
they like
returns, well, not diminishing
hardcore
returns, but more
like Fub Gun got through in like I
500
think
to
10 hours or
520%
something like
increase is
that.
gonna matter less than the
Like
0 to 20
it's
and whatnot, but
you know, but
especially
like
for the
nobody was
first
really
chunk of
clearing
the
it
game, we
in
want it to be that
like
every
6 to 8
notable is
hours
felt.
unless they were like
Like,
speedrunners
I
or
definitely
they
now can
are
feel the
actively
difference,
like
and I would
looking
say
on and researching how
a
to
lot
do that.
don't hit that mark. Some do, some don't. But yeah, we've been trying new things there, so
Yeah.
bit of a pivot.
Yeah. So the next question, I want to talk a little bit about the fact that you have only done like the crazy large changes between seasons, and you talked a little bit about that. You felt forced to treat the game like it was released. Are you still happy with doing only large balance changes between patches, or is that something you would maybe revisit with something like every 2 weeks, especially with like a warning period, like changes are coming in 4 days?
It's hard. I don't think that you can just nerf people in the middle of a league no matter what. Like we get highly punished for that. Look, I mean, people are going to be unhappy about nerfs whenever we do them,
Mhm.
as you know, like as we can see. But like it is actually strictly worse if you get nerfed while you're playing the game. Now we're in a position now where because things like are probably possibly undertuned, that we can just do mid-league buffs, and so that
Yeah.
means you'll see way more patch changes happening now because like it's okay to do major buffs during the middle of a league.
Which we're
We just
doing.
can't do which we're doing now. Right?
I generated a relatively large list yesterday.
Yeah.
Which,
So
which I know we have that whole philosophical discussion earlier about player power. Well, like there are many builds, many skills
Right.
that are underneath because obviously otherwise I wouldn't be yesterday have spent a good chunk of the day going through
Right.
and assessing what needs to be increased, right? So like I don't want it to take as like a I don't want people to take away from that as being like a no, we're happy with the current balance. Like obviously not. We're still going to make changes. We're still going through everything with and we'll get to that sweet spot for sure, but like
I mean, it's going to end up feeling like a season of buffs this time, and the reason why it'll
Yeah.
feel that way is because like the medicine has gone down now. Now we can start on all of the actual like like all of the positive buff parts, and so it's like the
Yeah,
like,
Xerox.
last
And
season
it's
we
like
just
only
weren't
lightning
even in a,
spheres. You don't
like,
play
in
lightning
a
spheres, you don't
situation
screen
where
wide
we could
clear.
even do that, right?
Or
Because it's
like
you already
every
had
like
just
the build that
like-
I'm running
we
has good
genuinely
clear,
tried
but
to.
yeah, not screen
We
wide.
genuinely tried to. We had this plan of like
Maybe once
bring
we
all the
get
top
like I
end
think once
outliers
we get good
down,
gear
and then
and like good
make sure
jewels and stuff,
everything is
we'll
feeling
have
good in the middle.
close to
And we
screen wide,
started with
but
the
yeah,
bringing
nothing near
outliers
what lightning
down,
sphere can do.
and then all of a sudden, and this is why the patch notes were so late, we were like, oh no, like we're like running out of time here. Like we thought we could get through more of the balance and start bringing more things up. We didn't get to do all that we had hoped to do. But like by that point, it's kind of too late, and so like we're going in, and then now our idea here is like we thought we were. I like literally up until the last minute, we're like, okay, we're gonna keep going, keep going, keep going, keep going. Right, let's start buffing. Let's look at weak things, and like it just ended up being too time consuming. And so the answer here is now though, it's like, well, let's just keep going. And so obviously the first few days is really like looking at all the player feedback and going, what are the biggest problems, right? And this is where you get the Act 3 changes, you get the minion builds, you get the big things. And we are trying to address all of that.
What do you mean,
and
Grow?
I
You're playing it right
understand
now.
Just game-wide balance is a big thing.
It's called the
But
campaign
now
of
it's
Path
just
of
going
Exile
to be
2.
like,
Imagine joking.
all right, this skill, this skill, this skill, this skill, this skill, this skill, this skill. Like, let's go. What are we changing? What are we changing? What are we changing? Going through literally every single one on every single skill tree and every single reservation. And then we're going to go, okay, well, you've still got Blood Mage and Acolyte of Chiola sitting there at 0%, 0.1% played. Okay, well, clearly not doing well enough. Let's target that. And
You
just
like that
go
one,
on and
Ben?
Just keep,
Like
we're just
that
going to
joke?
keep iterating through until we can get as far as we can. And maybe we catch everything, maybe we don't. But like the intention is to not stop just because the release day happened. Like we had a goal, we didn't achieve that goal, and so we just need to keep going.
And do you have like a rough idea? Like you were saying you were working on a lot of things to be buffed. Do you have a rough idea on how early we could be seeing those already?
well, we'll be seeing them continuously. Like okay, so this was a
2 days.
yeah.
Okay,
Like this was a
perfect,
funny
that's what
thing
I wanted.
because okay, like so like one of the things I think that was majorly misinterpreted that things we're working on post was like this was the things we were working on that day. Like literally, that was that day's worth of work that we were talking about, and then the next
That's
day, it's like, now we're
crazy,
doing this Act 3
Ben.
stuff, and like today we'll be doing a bunch of other stuff, and like you know what I'm saying, it's like every day we're going to be like continuing to iterate and do stuff. It's like
That's
so
good.
the idea that someone's like, oh, they're not even acknowledging this thing. It's like, well, come on, we've literally had like that was one work day.
Yeah.
You know, like
Yeah.
there's more stuff coming, right? Like
Which
you know,
we need to be more clear about.
Sure,
so
sure.
We'll try to be more
Right.
more specific about that. But yes,
I mean,
like,
the one that I found the most funnier with that is it's like I'm like, okay, we're gonna look into all this Act 3 stuff, but in the meantime, we'll just add some checkpoints. And it's like the reason I put that in there is because like that's literally a thing we already noticed was bad, and it's like it's not like hurting anyone to add some more. So it's like the idea that we're like, oh, we're just gonna solve the whole thing by adding checkpoints was like ridiculous. Like
Yeah.
obviously that wasn't the case. It was just like here's just the thing that I can
Yes,
just
there's
tell
another
someone, hey,
3
go do
acts
this
they're
while
adding.
I'm looking at this. You know, and so they did that, and so then that'll go in the next version. But you know, like it's like then it's like the next like 4 hours after that, I'm like sitting there going through areas and trying to work out what's you know like what needs to improve about them.
Yeah, so checkpoints is kind of something I want to talk about with the large zones and stuff. And you made a post yesterday talking about that several Act 3 zones would be reduced in size. But as a core idea, is Path of Exile 2 being aimed more at like doing one long playthrough and finishing up one character rather than do like 5 to 10 characters and the people that are playing thousands of hours per year?
I mean, I don't. That's once again, it's not like I'm not targeting one or the other. Like your second. I mean, like if you're doing multiple playthroughs, the game is a lot faster just due to the like items and stuff that you have. Like that is definitely the case. You know, like
Well, a big thing
it's
that's
like
missing.
making multiple characters in a league is certainly something that I expect and want you to be able to do.
Well, a big thing that's missing comparatively to PoE 1 is our ability to speed ourselves up, right, on our second characters. In PoE 1, you have things like 7 league step and stuff like that. And at least so far, we don't have that many alternatives for that. And our movement abilities are completely different. No Quicksilver. So even though like we can kill
He
the bosses
said it!
faster, but since the
Add the
zones are so
Quicksilver!
large, we can't get like the same amount of speed on our second and third character onwards that we would be expecting in PoE 1.
Well, is the zone largeness issue like I mean, Act 3 was the one I would say that was like pretty obvious as far as like things like that go. But if it comes to other zones, it's just a question of what are those zones and which are the issues. And like also the other thing is that like generally speaking, like once you know how the zone works, there are ways then to like to know what you're looking for and sort of how to go places and what to do. So to the extent that isn't the case, that's why like when we're looking at that's why when we're looking at Act 3, it's not just make this zone smaller. It's like what's actually the reason why a player who is experienced is not able to find the thing that they're looking for, right? And that's where we come to like, oh, there's this whole area over here that you could just walk down and you have no idea whether or not that's important or not. And so then you end up doing that and it just wastes a bunch of your time. But like the intention is to make it so that like if you know what you're doing, then you know where to go and like you don't have a problem with that. So like that's why a lot of the changes in Act 3 are just like, okay, yeah, like you randomly get bad luck, and then the Chimera wetland has the stupid Y fork thing in it, and like takes ages to go one way or the other. It's like you get rid of all of that stuff, and then the zones won't feel so large because like you'll know where you're going and you'll know how to get, it kind of works out that way.
But I do know the layouts, so and they are very large, even with knowing the layouts, just because our
That's
movement speed is, like,
crazy,
relatively
man.
slow.
But I
Like,
got
even,
you,
like,
bro. I'll get in
Matland and
contact with him
waterways,
today.
before they're getting reworked, hopefully the rework makes them a lot slower, but I know exactly where I'm going. I'm not like backtracking into the wrong area, making it
Yeah, so
longer. It is just a lot of these
area in
zones are very long.
particular, like I understand that area is a challenging one, and it's hard for us to actually fix like trivially because just the way that the level generation works there's not an easy like it's not like okay, like we other areas we can change the layouts very easily because like of the way that our generation works, but that area has a very fixed type of layout, and so it's going to take more effort, which is why it was on the list because I didn't have an immediate like thing I could do that day to sort that one out. But like I understand that that's an area of concern for people, but like once again, it's like that's a specific area, and I wouldn't say that like that the issues that area has would apply to the whole game. Like that's just an area, a specific problem for that particular
So,
area.
is speeding the player up an option? Like, is that something you'd be willing to consider?
Well, it sort of depends on how it was done. Like we've discussed some things in that area, like
Just say
before. I'm not
no.
necessarily against that.
You don't
but
want to
would
do
have to
it.
be done in a way that didn't compromise the combat and compromise like the
You can tell he does not want to do that.
like it shouldn't be the case that you because this is the issue with this, right? Is that speeding up the player is if you speed up the player to the point where they're once again faster, then always faster than the monsters, then you get back to the like combat doesn't work anymore, like combat is optional kind of like situation again. So like we would have to find a way to do that.
It's
wasn't
interesting.
gonna like break that as well. So there might be something we can do there, and we've kind of been discussing that. Because I'm not exactly wanting to subject people to like running when they're not doing anything, right? But it's just a question of finding a way to do that that's not gonna.
It's hard to say anything specific because like there's a little bit of like the moment we say a specific solution, people might hold us accountable to that in a degree, and
like we haven't tried it yet, so we can't.
We have been talking about it. We do have some options we want to try. We just don't want to talk about them before we try them.
Right.
But like, yes, I agree. Now you mentioned one other thing there, just because I don't want to gloss over things too much, which is you mentioned the Twink unique problem.
Yeah.
Which is 7 league steps. There are many more items in PoE 1 that you can use to streamline the efficiency on reroll. That is still very deficient. Yes, it will come in time, I assure you. It's just a matter of we did higher level uniques this time. Obviously, they're not going to have low level item requirements. Maybe next time there's a more even split. I don't know. We just need to keep going with the uniques, and we'll eventually get there. We do have some designs that achieve specifically the low level high movement speed boots. We do have that as a thing that I definitely already have designed. I think it's just waiting on the art, and then it's
Okay.
going to go in. But yeah, there's going to be a lot more of those coming over time as well. Like that will solve itself in due
Yeah, I will
time,
say
for
Mark
sure,
is
and-
But
definitely more
the question is,
forthcoming and
okay,
like
so
open
is for
about talking
damage-
about stuff.
The twinking situation is not bad right now, right?
It's
Like,
not
for
as bad.
damage,
It's not
it's
as bad.
it's not
Again,
that
you
bad.
can kill stuff
It's
fast.
it's the movement speed specifically that we're
And the
talking
fact that
about
we
here.
don't have movement abilities, like in the same way, like there's only so much speed you get with shield charge. Like if I'm doing like a third or fourth character, I can definitely get enough damage, right? It's rough on my first character,
But you
but
don't
at least
have to use movement abilities as the solution to this, and I would prefer that that wasn't the solution, because then you end up with a kind of like pretty lame sort of gameplay thing going on there. Like there's going to be a better way to improve that without having a movement ability
As
be the
said,
solution.
we have some
Yeah,
things
yeah.
on the cards.
Yeah, yeah.
We just need to test them out and try them and be able to actually have a good argument as to why they why they are good, and we convince ourselves.
You're not wrong,
"Damn,
Ben.
we
He
should have done
talks
this
forever
before,"
sometimes.
or they're bad, and we're like, here's why they're bad, and we can explain what we tried and why it's bad. But yeah, again, we're always a bit on discussing what those will be, because yes, again, they're being held accountable. People get their hopes up for it, and then we have to say it doesn't work. So like, there's a little bit of like, let us just try these things, and then we'll see what we come up with, and we'll tell people the moment that we have it. But again,
Okay.
it's not a piece of it certainly is something that's come up, and will come up every single repeat of the league, and so it's not like off our radar by any means.
Okay, that's good. So obviously a bit of a different question, but on console, debuffs have the option to be at the bottom of the screen. Could that be a toggleable option for PC? Just can be rough to like
I'll look
move
into
your
that.
eyes.
It wasn't on my radar. We might be able to do something.
We
like that.
have a full buff UI rework going on at some point soon. It was planned for earlier, where like so this can be part of the consideration, I guess.
Yeah.
But yeah, our UX guy's currently working on. Has it on top 5 of his list, kind of thing, of things that we're going to just do to improve the system.
That wasn't to do with moving them, but we can add that to the list of things that we might want
I mean,
to
it's
do.
the
If people-
whole
if people like it, we
they
do
can
it.
go behind the boss's life bars and
Yeah.
all that problem, and hopefully if it's good enough as well, we can port that to POE 1, because it's a more egregious problem there for sure.
Yeah. The next question is about in POE 1, we have a lot of player agency over how we solve early problems. Like the skill tree has a lot of temporary fixes for a build early on, where if your gear isn't up to scratch, you can get 30 to like strength dex int, you can get leech, you can get resists, even like specific ones like fire, cold, lightning, etc. You can get very easy access to fixing mana and stuff like that. And a lot of things that are like temporary fixes that you later on fix with gear. And the crafting bench also helps a lot more with that in PoE 1. And I know runes are meant to be the solution here, but we don't really get enough sockets early on, we don't get enough gear early on, and we then don't have any way at all to really fix this.
So why is it that you're not getting enough sockets early on?
Well, they're just not dropping. Even if you're checking the vendor, like I'm checking the vendor every time I level up. I'm disenchanting everything. I still don't get enough because the game is very difficult right now. So you try to keep getting gear upgrades. There is not enough loot. There is a lot of people complaining about not enough drops.
I don't get the same experience of not getting enough socketables personally. Like,
Because you're on the streamer
I
client.
would say
Get off of
that
it.
probably 80% of
Man's
the
playing
gear
a
I've been
different
wearing
version of the
pretty
game
much
than
through
we
the
are.
whole campaign would have sockets like in there. So like if that's the case, then like there must be something I'm not understanding about like why that people feeling that way, because that's just like a totally different experience than what I see when I'm playing myself.
Yeah, I mean,
Like,
I would
the,
love
the,
to.
the intention.
Sorry, go on.
The intention is that you use
I don't know,
socketables
he's-
to fix those problems, and it is
You got that
fundamentally
dev
identical
menu,
to
bro.
the crafting bench as far as the resultant, like ability to fix issues on your character. Like there's nothing about the crafting bench that really changes anything that way, other than it's being less intuitive to use for new players.
Well, it is
so
a lot
really it's just to
stronger.
make.
Well, there's the power. Yeah, there is the power.
Well, okay, so
So
sure, there's the
yes.
power, but like I mean that's a different question again, right? Like if you're talking about fixing problems, then that just comes down to the values on the mods, and like what those should be.
Which aren't
but-
necessarily right.
Right, but the thing is that it's supposed to be that you're getting enough sockets to be able to do that. And I mean, I don't buy stuff from the vendors. As a qualifying thing, that I don't buy socketables from the vendors and do that thing. I know people do that. That's not a thing that I'm doing. I mean, I might do it like if I've got like like a stack of 9 shards and I'm like, okay, I want a socket right now. I might like do that, but generally speaking, that's not what I'm doing. So like, there's clearly some disconnect here, as far as like what the amount of loot that you're getting versus what I'm seeing, I suppose. So like, I guess I just need to understand why. Like, why does it feel so different for
It
different
might be
people like that?
it might have a relatively high swinginess or something that we need to find a way, like adding more. Like I know something that was suggested was adding more artificers orbs to fixed quest rewards through
That'd
the
be
game
crazy,
to minimize the RNG outcome.
Right.
Because we
That
added
would-
those quite late. We
Yeah,
didn't
yeah,
end up putting them in
It's true.
the.
So that's something that we could definitely
yeah.
do, which would mean you just get more of them during campaign, and I'd be totally open to that. Like, that's totally reasonable.
A second thing I'd like to do soon is explore. I mean, sort of unrelated, but is that well, casters don't have
Yep.
their weapon crafting
Yeah.
bench,
And we do need to.
and
We
so
do
we
need.
want to
We
add
do need to
sockets to
fix.
caster
We have to add
weapons.
sockets to caster weapons. That needs to come as well.
Now there is one slight concern that I have seen echoed in a decent bit of feedback, which is that the runes are, which is mitigated with more artificers orbs for sure, but the runes are creating a bit of a sense of making it like the POE, the thing with that the POE 1 sockets created, which is like replacing items becoming slightly harder.
Yep.
So there's a little bit of just making sure we're careful about that as well. But being able to have more artificers orbs and thus socket more gear will mitigate that, so that when you get your upgrade, you're able to add a socket to it.
But I would say that it's definitely the hard-coded drops that would be the thing that, because if it's not happening to everyone, then it is a thing that will that would be better off solving that way.
But yeah, the caster weapons getting rune sockets and obviously runes for them, and adding more deterministic artificers orbs to the campaign is certainly two things on my immediate radar to help at least
they
mitigate some of this.
definitely need a
I
better
might do a
like
quick
thing at
review on the
explaining
power
stuff.
pass of the runes as well.
Sweetie.
I just don't want them to be too much about giving damage, but it might be a lot of the more utility and defensive ones are just on the weak side, and those can certainly come up immediately.
Well, the problem that you have, once again, is that, like, so I sort of mentioned this earlier, but if the tools that you have are too powerful, then the people who know to use them are benefited to a larger degree compared to the people who don't. And what you're doing there is, then you end up in a situation where content will, be like, it's just a new player goes into this and it's like, well, I didn't know about this, and then like you get screwed over. And so like things like even nodes on the passive tree can be this way, where it's like, okay, well, you had to know to pick this, and if you didn't know to do that, then you're screwed, right? Like that's the kind of thing that's like a bit of a problem. And so that we just have to be really careful about that. And like that's actually one of the reasons, by the way, why lesser runes exist, because if you knew to put a lightning damage rune in your weapon, then you would just like completely like ridiculous compared to anyone who didn't know that. And so it's like you've got like, it shouldn't be that just a single, like there's a tool like that which you just with knowledge alone, it's like you're completely like you're completely overpowered compared to other people. So you just have to be like, we just have to be really careful with that stuff.
Well,
it's important. It's also
oh no, you go on.
it's just important to make sure that the solutions are very front facing, because that passive tree stuff, in POE 1, sure, I agreed, and it seems obvious to a bunch of people, but then also there's two problems going on there in the POE 1, which is it adds to a sense of complexity, because it's like, here are the things you must know before you start playing to have a good time. And I know that's one small piece of that puzzle or that problem. And the second thing is, looking at POE 1 from that crafting bench, is that the crafting bench is in your hideout and not in any town, which I agree is a downside. Ideally, it would be more in your face. And so like a lot of people just forget to use it and forget that it exists. And that is a thing where, like, again, if you know, and you have a good time, and if you don't know, you don't know, and you like suffering. So whatever the solutions end up being, we definitely need to make sure are like very front facing, in your face, and are like, here's clearly the very intuitive way to solve these problems. So that's just an important piece of like philosophy we need to make sure we maintain.
A lot of that can be solved by through quests, though, right? You can have an NPC early giving one of those like runes and even telling you like, "Hey, chuck this in your weapon for more damage if you're using a bow."
Well,
But
it
I mean, surely, if the runes are there to solve problems, then ideally we're not telling you exactly which one to use, right? Because it should be dependent on what your problem is. But we do need to make sure that people have got enough Artificer's Orb to make sure they can do that.
Yeah.
That's the main thing that I would say.
Yeah, but you were talking about the problem that you're rewarded for knowledge, which I don't think necessarily is a bad thing. I think that is a good thing.
No,
And-
no, you 100% should be rewarded for knowledge. The question is, was the degree of the reward? Because if it is as high as like the point where, you know, just knowing this makes like doubles your DPS, then like that means that you know, yeah, like the way like it means that the balance has to be like surely like monsters would have to be harder if that was the case. And so it's like I don't think that can be something that like we don't want to have to make the monsters harder. So therefore, like we have to just be a little bit careful about that.
There's a
that
fine
stuff.
line there for sure.
right.
But yeah, there's some improvements around here to be made, and there's some good takeaways from that anyway, right? Like when the determinism for sure, and I think it's also a matter of like, okay, I think there is a guaranteed rune from Ogden Village. Maybe that's too late. We should be doing that like earlier or having more of them. You know, again, more of that deterministic outcomes, but also maybe knowing that you're going to get that in advance would be helpful. I don't think we quite have that displayed. So it's like you know, some of those like the world map icons where you go and get a specific reward it's not necessarily
Yeah.
explaining to the user what they're going to get. And so they might just be like, it's just another one of those. I don't need another tier 4 skill gem, but they don't, that's because maybe they think it's that. So yeah, bit of information improvements and a bit of just like some power adjustments, some more determinism, especially with Artificer's Orbs. I actually 100% agree with that. I think if we hadn't have added that system so late into the development, we would have actually put that more throughout 100% anyway. So we should just do it now. But yeah, well, 100% some improvements there.
Another thing I'm curious about then, I asked about the skill tree. Do you feel like the skill tree gives a good or does a good enough job of doing temporary solutions right now that you can later out gear, or like is that something you'd be open to looking at?
Well, our core philosophy there was that the gear should give you base stats and the tree should multiply them, which makes the tree implicitly worse at then solving the problem. So the intention there is that now whether or not I would say we haven't really rediscussed it since then. I still believe that's a great thing to have.
There aren't the other thing that just as a side note is that there aren't runes that give you attributes, right?
Correct.
And so that means that you can't solve attribute requirements with runes, which is something that I brought up a bit ago, but like we didn't have time to look at what the implications of that were.
My sole fear with that is that it means that it is even harder now to replace an item with another item.
That is the concern.
Yeah, it is. That's why like something like 30 dex, 30 strength, etc. was obviously very nice in POE 1. And it does feel a little bit like, oof, I wish I didn't have to take that, but that gives you like incentive to fix that through gear later. And obviously we have so much resist on the skill tree in POE 1 too. I remember like, because the first time I played POE 2, we didn't know anything about the skill tree and stuff like that. And I remember thinking I was in like Act 2 somewhere and I hadn't pre-planned my day. I hadn't like looked at the data mines or anything like that. So I was like, okay, let's go look at the skill tree where the resists are. Because I'm like 10%, 15% on the different res. So I'll pick up 15 on the skill tree. And there was just that one in like warrior left start. And I was very surprised for that. So like, what's the reason for not having that much resist on the tree?
Because once again, as Mark said, the tree is the theory of it is that the tree enhances what your items are doing, in order to make the But I mean, look, there's something to think about again. Like there might
100%.
be something to that we should be reconsidering.
Yeah.
Like
we'll 100% go have a discussion about this afterwards for sure. Like I certainly have a whole bunch of thoughts on this real quick, and I definitely want to go over it and just reevaluate this because like we did make a lot of these philosophical decisions, right? Where like tree should multiply, obviously aside from attributes, and gear should give the base, and like you know because an alternate solution might just be that the resistances given by the runes are like way too low as well, right? Like that certainly, because if you think of like the tree for one on obviously POE 1, and you combine that with the crafting bench on POE 1, like the amount of resistances you're getting there, even from the lowest tier crafts and the tree, is enough to certainly be able to solve any problem. So there's a little bit of just like making sure we don't want to make it too trivial. So
Well, the other thing as well is that the monsters are balanced, assuming a different amount of resist than they were in POE 1. So that like changes things a little bit as well. You know, like the expectation is not that you have like, high resistances through the game.
Maybe,
Like, the
NB.
expectation is the okay. Well, the expectation is that
They
you
do
should
be
be able to get
doing
through
that a lot. I will say that.
from merely overcoming the negative resistances you get from going through the acts. Like if you're at 0%, you should be like that should be enough, and then any improvement you have over that is supposed to be just like something that's making your character better. But if the monster life or monster damage is not calibrated correctly, then it won't feel that way to the player. But like that was kind of like balancing around 0 was like another idea that we had to try and make it so that you always knew the amount of resistances you were supposed to have. Like being that like if the number is red, you need more, and if the number is not red, then you have enough. Like that was kind of the theory in order to make it more obvious. What people are supposed to do there.
The other thing about the tree that can be a bit tricky here is that when you have that problem, like you probably have that problem immediately where you're like, oh, I'm dying to all this fire damage. I don't have enough fire resistance. The answer can't be like, okay, I need to look at my tree and get some fire resist, because that's too late, right? Like you need to solve this problem more immediately.
Right.
So having a more immediate solution is ideally what it would be. So ideally there you'd be like, okay, I'm going to swap this item for this item, and or maybe put this rune in, and now I might have another go and have a good time. Where if the answer is like, okay, there's resistance nodes over here, I just need to get 6 more levels so I can get them to then go and fight the boss. Like, I understand there's a level of like, obviously they're good at forward thinking problem solving, but like when you're like in the moment and you're like, damn, I'm struggling right now. What am I going to do right now? It needs to be a more immediate solution. And that's where the passive tree solves it in one regard, but doesn't solve it in another regard. And it's important that, yes, the runes are there to solve that problem, and certain items are there. And
Interesting.
Sure, it's easy. It is not necessarily incorrect to say that those tools aren't as readily available as they should be.
Yeah. Yeah,
All right,
I also think
peace
part
out,
of it is
bro.
that
Thanks for
we're
sharing with us
definitely
today.
not dropping enough gear. Like the state of my gear, it's quite rough. Like a lot of the things I've found throughout the campaign ends up being 1 or 2 stat items, if that.
But isn't that just but this is the thing I would say about that is like, okay, when you're saying your gear isn't good enough, you're also just saying the monsters are too powerful. Like it can just be the monsters. Like I don't think that it needs like there's an element here of like you might just be conditioned to wearing rares in every slot all the time, which doesn't have to be the case.
Well,
like the gear power is entirely relative to monster power. So if you're saying your gear isn't good enough, it doesn't have to be the gear needs to get better. It can just be that the monsters are too hard.
Sure, if you're talking about also like damage and like I said speed, but okay, can you give me an idea then? When
that's
do you
important
think
though, because one of the things that POE 2 has gotten us is that you're not just saturating on rares like halfway through Act 1 anymore. Like you actually do, and what that actually means is that you have situations where you change from a rare to a magic. In some cases, you're like changing around your gear through the campaign. And it results in way more like gear upgrades as you go through the campaign. Like there's way more often because you'll downgrade to a blue, but then you'll find a regal and you'll upgrade it, and then you'll add some more mods and so on. And like the amount of gear changes that are happening through the campaign is very, very high. And so if we just dropped more gear, then we would lose out on that. And whereas if we lower monster power, then you're improving the we wouldn't need to do that. Once again, that doesn't necessarily say that the gear is in exactly the right place, but what I am saying is that like it isn't just
Horses are been trying to get off this last sentence forever.
Player power relative to monster.
But the thing is, like, we aren't switching out gear a lot, though. I think a lot of us feel like we're like finally finding.
I'm running my crossbow, galvanic shards, shock burst around Huntress with infused weapon, infinity loop.
Really finding anything else. We have very little currency to craft with and stuff, and a lot of people also reported finding like a large chunk of their majority of their currency in Act 1, where maybe people find as much as like 3 to 10 exalts in Act 1, and then find 0 in Act 2 and 3. So it seems like very, very early heavy.
I can't really explain why that would happen, because like the gear, like the way that loot drops doesn't change. The only thing that changes is the number of magic and rare monsters that exist. And so over time, the amount of loot you get increases through the game just because the number of rare and magic monsters increases. And due to
Right.
the way the currency drops work in PoE 2, the more of those you get, the more rare currency you'll get, which means that like it'll just feels like you get more currency. So like that isn't a phenomenon that I understand for sure. Like you should be getting more currency as you go through the acts for sure. Like that is
Yeah,
as
I
far as I
se-
understand.
Oh, yeah,
several
that looks
times
fun.
I've been joking about making new characters to farm currency, and a lot of people like said they agreed. So
Thankfully, we can relatively easily, if we need to, pretty much after this, add some logging for that and go and see what's
Right.
actually happening. Because
But that is unusual. Like I can't explain why
yeah,
that would be the case.
I concur.
Right.
There isn't. It shouldn't work that way. It shouldn't be that way. So if
Right.
that is the case, which isn't necessarily true, but it could be, we should never. We're never going to rule out any
Right.
bug or unintended thing where we can
yeah,
get
Right.
some logging for that relatively fast and just check the data and actually see what's happening.
But I also do want to understand why some people feel like they get a lot of currency and others don't. Like I don't. Once again, I just don't understand what can be the responsible for that. Because like it's like I wouldn't say that every time I want 6 mods I can get them, but I would say that I'm using exalts like all through the campaign. I'm using regals all through the campaign. I'm like rolling like from up from whites to rares like pretty continuously.
What
Mm.
client
as
is
you're
he
going
on,
through.
bro?
So like there's something odd about that I need to understand.
I think I got like 6
yeah.
to 8
I mean,
exalts throughout
even,
the whole
like, I would say
campaign.
myself, I got very like few regals and stuff to use. Like definitely was
That's enough.
not on the rich
It's not
end
enough for
during
like
the campaign.
one
Well, how
piece of
many is
gear,
a
bro.
few?
I'd say through the campaign I dropped probably 4 regals.
Well, hang on, but we're not talking about dropping only. We're talking about disenchanting too, right?
So because of crafting being so RNG, I will generally have opted in. I've tried both, obviously, between like disenchanting, but I find that I benefit more from gambling than from actually trying to crafting. My experience with crafting is picking
Well,
up
if
every
you're-
blue, looking for one stat, regaling, and then that missing and the item not being usable. So
If you're not disenchanting rares, then you certainly won't get a lot of regals. Like
sure,
that
but
is
I've
the
tried
case.
both.
Right. Well, I can't say much as to that, but like that is the reason you don't have regals if you're if you know like that is where like the primary source of regals through the campaign would be disenchanting.
Mhm.
Like that isn't to say that gambling isn't better. Maybe it is, but
Right.
you know, like that it does explain
Yeah,
that
I mean,
particular one
I got
currency
like
item at least.
I think I got
It's also
6 to
quite
8
a few
exalts throughout
alchemies
the whole
and stuff as well.
campaign.
Yeah, alchemies are kind of not really intended to be that common anymore because the intended way to go through to rare is more via regaling. So like alchemies are like relative, like that alchemies are the kind of like, oh awesome, I got an alchemy. That's like a kind of that's the uncommon thing that you do occasionally, not the like kind of common workaday crafting that you're doing all the time. So like it should be that the regals are the primary source of crafted rares.
Yeah.
In that regard.
Well, the good benefit here is we have so many players right now that we can just get some data and get some analytics very, very quickly about what this actually is.
Yeah.
And
You
might
know, I'd
find
love to
that
see.
it's,
I want to see my boy
just
Jonathan,
very,
bro, play through the campaign
sensitive
live stream.
to, you know,
Sit him down, let him play.
there's always
Let's
just
see
going to be a
it. I
portion
want
of
to see
unlucky
how he
players
runs
and
through
a
it.
portion of lucky players. Like, I
Yeah.
definitely know that there's a lot of swinginess, of course, and that can happen. And again, that it might just be that. And I know you've probably played more than
True.
most, so arguably you should have the you should have the most amount of data from a purely anecdotal perspective. So, you know, you probably have the best average going on.
I can see that
the
Xerox.
most
Yeah,
accurate
he's like
average,
kind
I
of
should
like
say,
baiting
but that being
almost.
said, like we have the capacity to look into this very quickly, and we can just
Yeah.
do so probably even today and figure out what's
Awesome.
going on and whether or not it meets our expectations. So.
So the next thing I want to ask you about is the ailment thresholds. You have like how easy it is for the player to be stunned, player to be frozen and stuff. And I'd say that feels a little bit overly punishing when we don't have as many solutions or tools, right? Because we have one charm slot, and it is quite difficult to get a second or third. And that's competing for freeze immune, stun immune, poison immune, ignite immune, and chaos immune. Chaos resist. And bleed. Now, I would say poison, ignite, and bleed from the monsters don't actually do that much right now. But if it did, like this would be a very, very heavily competed for, like singular solution to doing anything with that. And as an addendum to the question, I wonder, would you consider letting belts get more implicit charm slots based on item level? So like maybe at like 50 plus they have 2, and at 81 they get 3.
I mean, we probably will increase the number of charm slots. Like that is something that we like kind of were intending to do and never got to yet. But I don't think that the ailment threshold was in the right place before. Like, effectively, ailments didn't exist before we changed that. So like we needed something that was going to actually cause them to happen. Like, you know, during the campaign before you got frozen like 3 times the whole campaign, it kind of was a bit. It was a bit silly.
Do know we didn't actually universally double the stunning. This I know you mentioned that just to
Yeah,
clear
it was
that
only
up.
it was ailments that changed, not stunning.
They stun you more as things get higher level. The expected amount of stun threshold you should have goes up. So it's not, but it's pretty minimal throughout the entire campaign. But what we also increased is the you gain a bunch of stun threshold when you get light stun, so you have way lower probability of getting stun locked. But then I would also point out, like, some of those charms just suck because it doesn't even mitigate the stun that stunned you. And that is just something that we initially did, and they were like, oh, we need to change this, and then it just got lost in the weeds. So like the other thing is changing those, and I know the resistance ones work this way as well. Like those just need to also cancel out the thing that caused it. Or mitigate the thing that caused it, and those where some do and some don't. So that needs to change 100%. And then yes, we need more slots. I think we're actually going to support up to 6 slots. That isn't to say that everyone will trivially have 6, but there is UI for it.
6 is only 6 is a thing you might be able to do with uniques and stuff like that. It's not something that you get.
But it was certainly our expectation or intention, I should say, that we give out more slots so that people are running more. Like 1 is not what you should be running. Like 2 certainly at high end minimum, and like probably 3 and like sometimes 4 wouldn't be unreasonable.
Okay.
But it's interesting that even the ailment threshold change we made has not really affected most of the ailments that you just said. Like you just were saying that, like, you know, that bleed, poison, and stuff are not really doing much yet. And it's like, like that wasn't even
That's
like,
crazy,
even that number
man.
apparently wasn't enough to make those be a thing that you need to care about. Like only frozen is the
Man's
one
about
that
to
really
go on a
kind of
rant of
changed
how he
it,
hates it.
and like for the most part, you actually notice the stun thing is separate. It's not part of the ailment threshold change.
Yeah, I mean, but if
so
they did do a lot of damage, that'd be very overwhelming right now, and things we can deal with.
Well, but I mean, yeah, like it's not like we want it to be overwhelming.
It's a bit of a different. It's a bit of a different game,
right?
Like
but
when you get the mod and modifiers and map mods and everything involved.
Sure. But you know, it does need to happen sometimes in order for it to actually be something that's worth mitigating. So now we just need to look at the actual, the charm stuff as well.
Ignite all that's about to get a huge buff for mobs.
And do you think the implicit will be tied to item level at all? So it'll be something that you don't necessarily have to do a crazy investment or path on the tree?
I don't know what the answer to that is. I have to think about how we want to introduce that. Like that is one way. I mean, but there might be other ways. I just have to look at that.
The other thing is like charm. There's a level of like reviewing charms in general is just how, you know, aside from how many you have and not just their implicit, like their base value, there's also just like, I'd say a lot of the modifiers on them are just absolutely like nonsense. It's like, oh, recover 4 mana when it procs. It's like, okay, thanks. That's not a useful thing to happen. So there's a bunch of affixes there we just need to make better as well, and we may as well probably do that at the same time, unless of course it makes it take longer, in which we'd rather just get out the number of charms first. So
Yeah. In POE 1 we have masteries. I'm a huge fan of those, especially for temporary solutions. Is that something you're open to bringing back in POE 2?
I'm not a huge fan of them because they ended up devaluing the notables a lot. Like the notables became really bland when masteries were introduced, and it's like, and it also means that like the where you are on the tree didn't matter as much either, which like kind of wasn't amazing. So I think that we like prefer to have it be a situation where the notables are more interesting, and I do think that in POE 2 the notables are very interesting. Like it's something that like I think that is notably good. So
more work to do there, though.
But there is more work to do. But I don't love the way that the masteries kind of like blandified the notables, and so I think we can. That's probably. I think I prefer it. Just putting the power in the notables rather than the masteries.
But I don't feel like they're directly competing at each other, right? You can still have like really interesting masteries and notables. Like those notables can still be super interesting.
I mean, there's only so many stats that can exist, but I mean, look, fundamentally everything competes with every other thing because of the way that, like, you know, due to mod dilution. So like you have to, you know, you have to budget that in some level. Otherwise, you just get a situation where you've got so many effects on your character that like everything, that like nothing, no one thing matters at all. So like that's, you know, just.
I'm a bit more torn about this one personally because I do agree there are downsides, but on the other hand, it's the one that added it to POE 1. So like I'm a little bit like.
Well, I don't think it was obvious at the time.
Yeah.
What downside that would have. I mean, that was certainly not something that I would be against.
There's
at all,
also
but,
just like the passive tree is like overwhelmingly complicated to people.
Right.
And so having this extra layer on it was probably my biggest thing of like,
Right.
oh no, we made the thing that scares people the most more scary.
Right.
Because there's this extra layer that they have to, an extra keyword they have to know
Mhm.
about. And that was my main thing of like, maybe we should just simplify the thing that is like the scariest thing.
Right.
Like that was a big argument to me, but there are, you know, there's intermediary grounds there as well. But yeah, there's like downsides to it for sure. Like I agree. There's also maybe a way to make them work. I don't know.
But I mean, what's the goal of it, right? Like, if the goal is to give you temporary solutions, then we don't necessarily have to solve it there. We could just solve it in a different place, and then it wouldn't be necessarily something that's
That
gonna
is
give-
also true.
that's going to give you the downsides that we see that those ones having.
It's also
is
just
always
as
true,
a player, it is just very fun. Like absolutely enjoy it. And it definitely, I can tell you, it does not make me feel like notables are devalued. I was even more exciting because you
Well,
get
it's
it
hard
when
to
you get the
identify
notable.
that in the. It's hard to identify that in the moment because like you don't notice the lack of something you don't notice the lack of something of what something could have been in the same way that you notice, you know, like the thing that's in front of you that you're enjoying. You know what I mean? Like it's harder to appreciate the fact that the notables are less cool in POE 1.
Sure.
Like, because you're not thinking about that. You're thinking, I want the
I mean, you can at least rest assured that we're going to think about why they were important and what we could do to solve them, whether it be that means or another. Like,
Yeah.
The good thing about these is all of the things almost everything you bring up is going to result in some sort of multi-hour discussion between us over the next week. So,
That's good.
well,
Well,
which is the huge benefit of these things for sure.
Yeah. Yeah, and again, thank you for doing it. But the next one's something I care a lot about, especially as a hardcore player. Defenses seem very undertuned compared to offense, and just like anecdotally, if the two options, right? If we look at it in a bit of hyperbole, where I get to watch like tankiness be out of hand or offense be out of hand. So like literally somebody walking up to a boss and one-shotting it, or looking at somebody standing there be immortal, right? I always think like if one should be out of hand, it's more interesting when the defensive one is out of hand. You still get to see the boss abilities and stuff like that. It seems so much easier always, and I think most patches have been like this, where it's always easier to scale offense rather than defense. And I wonder a little bit how you feel about that.
Well, you're not wrong that often the best defense is stacking all of the damage.
Yeah.
I mean, we've suffered from this for a long while. It is ultimately a consequence of just having the game be like, again, talking about the hip firing and things be a bit unregulated with respect to the levels of uniques and builds and stuff going everywhere and hard to think of it all. And like, but it is generally true that we have more offensive. I guess people find damage in general to be more fun as an investment avenue.
That
for
is
sure.
the real thing, is that most people would prefer to invest in offense generally.
I agree with that.
Mostly the case.
But then shouldn't defense be even more encouraged then for the people that want to? Because even as a hardcore player, I almost feel like it's the opposite. Like anecdotally, for example, for point one, and full disclosure, I have not been able to get to Arbiter yet, right? We're very early in the league, so I don't know if you made them do less damage. But in point one, other people were doing some testing, and I asked softcore players to try a little bit. And there were people that were getting one-shot by Arbiter moves with 15k life. Some that are like kind of hard. So as a hardcore player, what I felt like then, I was like, well, and since I can't really tank, like there are multiple moves here that I can't tank, not just like one big telegraphed one shot, but there are multiple here that I can't tank. So what I did to over prepare instead was I went in with so much damage that I just one shot the boss, which is a little bit deflating for me. I would say Arbiter was one of the least fun bosses, whereas I would way rather go in and be so tanky that I can make a few mistakes, and then end up leaving.
It's quite hard to split the difference between being tanky and being immortal. Like, surprisingly hard to get that right. And when I say that, it's because you can regenerate life very quickly. And so if you don't die, like, okay, and the other thing as well is that boss abilities that do those big hits take a long time, right? And like the bosses often can't hit you again immediately afterwards. It's like they'll do their big ability, and it's not like it's going to just immediately follow up with something that's going to chip you down either. So
Yeah,
like,
but
if
we
you
can't
fail,
tank them.
no, but what I'm getting towards is that if if you don't have something that's going to do a lot of damage at the for those big hits, like, we just have to be very careful, because like if like let's say that one of those big hits did only, like, you know, a third of your life, you know, something like that. I don't think that then the boss would ever be able to kill you ever, because it would have to effectively be able to do three of those, like, of those things before you can regenerate them. So what you're really asking for, and this is something we discussed a lot in the past, by the way, what you're asking for is for a more attrition-based gameplay style, like a more MMO style like thing.
So yeah,
And what you're really saying then is that you want flasks to do way less regeneration, and you want regeneration to be controlled way more in general, and then have a more attrition-based gameplay style. And that kind of just isn't a PoE way of doing things. Now, like, I mean, that could be a thing we could change to. Like, that would be an option that we would have, but it would be like, it would be the balance change of the universe to do something like that. Like, it would be a complete redesign of all the damage and like bosses and like the whole way everything works. Like change to more attrition style would just be like a you know, an apocalyptic level of balance change compared to what we have, for sure.
I mean, I'm not 100% sure I agree with that. And I was going to ask, do you think the goal of a difficult boss should be to kill the player or to deny the player the loot?
I don't understand what that means.
So when you're leaning more towards attrition-based gameplay, right, you're recognizing as a player that you've entered a fight that you're maybe not fully ready for. You're maybe getting the boss to 30%. You're not able to finish it. And you're like, I have to leave. I have to leave this fight. I'm not strong enough. As opposed to punching the player with death, you're already just taking away the loot anyway. There's not an XP loss anyway at the moment.
I mean, that's, I guess we're not thinking in those terms at all. Like, we're just like, but okay, sure, you're talking, okay, like, so okay, so that question, I would say, only makes sense in an attrition-based gameplay context, which is not what we have. So like, it kind of means that like the boss doing abilities to be able to, like, to the boss trying to win is, or like, and trying to kill you versus denying you the loot isn't a different circumstance unless there's attrition, which we don't have. So like, you know, it's so what I'm saying is, so what are you not agreeing with then about?
Well, I think you do have attrition-based combat on a lot of bosses, right? Because there are many of the like campaign bosses that don't necessarily have one-shots. But even just on like as a Viper, as an example, right? I was having a like quite long fight because I wasn't particularly powerful at Viper. So I think I had to reset 7 times without it killing me, but 7 times before I was able to actually kill Viper on my build because I was running out of flasks. And you don't have a good way to regen them during the fight.
So I'm not when I'm talking about attrition gameplay, I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about attrition in the sense that your life pool is something that goes down over long periods of time rather than something that moves around.
Well, it effectively is through the fast, right?
Well, yes.
Like, I was no longer able to recover.
So yes, to the extent that we have attrition-based gameplay, the attrition is through the flask. You are correct. Like, attrition via flask is what we have. So what I'm saying though there. Well, okay, sure, fair enough. Like, yeah, the flasks do give you the attrition, and so therefore
the campaign is quite attritioned.
in that way.
The
yes.
kind of cap comes off. So, to
So
speak,
how we
in
feeling
game
so
where,
far?
like,
Seems like a
it
lot
can
of
be
the same
very,
stuff. Attrition, this,
it's
that,
certainly the
monster
case with
life,
Costing
tuning
by
down,
Edge that
maybe
the moment
looking
that a
into
boss
stuff.
can't one-shot you at all, which
Well, okay, like if you remove
You just killed a
all the
boss in 10
sources
seconds.
of
Nice, 2
blast
extra.
charge gain out, like that you could do in a boss fight, then you could probably reduce the size of the big monster hits.
well, just to check real quick as
Yeah.
well, just because specifically talking about Arbiter,
Right, Zach.
there's kind of a few things going on. Like, it is the intention that the skills, and which happens in the game.
He's
in
a
PoE as well,
POE
and,
like
some people
creator,
might argue
streamer.
it's
He's
some sort of bad design.
he's been
or
doing
not.
POE for years.
I kind of like it. There are other
No
skills
clue,
that are
Ben.
more like your personal agility or dexterity based, and you have to avoid them. And that's like, stand in the elder donuts and the the dances and the like move into the lanes and the bullet hells-esque things where it's like that's not really your character as much. Like, are you thinking those are fine, or are those, whether or not they're exactly tuned in this context, like in terms of timing, but are you okay with the idea that those kill you and you don't get to make, like, whether or not they could be more lenient is a different question, but like, are you okay with those killing you and kind of your defenses don't really matter? Like, are those the problem? Is what I'm just trying to understand exactly what skills are a problem.
Yeah, so for the Arbiter, I feel like there are multiple, right? You have the corridor move. That was pretty much always a one-shot, right? And sometimes, obviously, like you were saying, that wasn't like the main topic, but they can spawn almost too far away. I remember seeing a clip of like Quinn running slightly in the wrong direction, and then he sees the corridors the other way, and he's like, "Oh, it's over for me." You have the Arbiter move where he does like the fake out meteor, where he starts like firing the beam into it and stuff. I guess the way, like, as a player, I would want defense to be is the more I invest into defense, the larger my room for error should be. Which is where I'm feeling there's a big disjoint now, right? Where it just isn't. And then I'm entirely incentivized to go full offense because I'm still having enough defense that those mid-range hits and small hits, they're still not one-shotting me. So all I need to be able to do is tank them. And then, yeah, I just don't have an option for huge one-shots at all.
Okay, so yeah, I understand the point of view from that one. The main thing is just we're going to have to be really careful with the balance to make sure that it isn't now just like, 20% of investment of the way there. Now you don't get one shot by them, so you just hold down, whatever button on the boss or whatever, and now you're leeching permanently and you're fine. That's the concern. So like, if it is a like universal, okay, like for example, would it be okay that, I mean, look, the corridor, let's use that as the example. So the corridor obviously has some like, okay, it's too hard to get, we need to probably improve the way the lanes spawn such that you don't get into that situation where like, this is literally impossible for me to run there unless I have X or Y. There is the thing where like, okay, for example, if like life regen wasn't regulated, like, do you really think any player in the game, like this is, I'm not saying this is wrong or right, should just be able to AFK in that? I'm just curious.
Yeah, so definitely I prefer that over watching people one-shot bosses. 100%. With enough investment.
Well, look, no, we won't disagree, but just like, I'm just curious, do you actually think it should be okay or able to?
Yeah, I'm not entirely against something just being a straight up one shot, like failing the memory game, for example, in PoE 1. Like, I'm not inherently against that. But I do think the current ones are a little bit like too fast to be those one shots.
Yeah, I agree. I just think there is two problems here, which I'm interested in. One is mechanics feeling fair, which there are things here that are unfair, and that is bad, and they need changing. And I will get that adjusted today. And I'll get that on live as soon as I can, which might even also be today. The other thing would be that the bigger thing, which is that investing in defense is not allowing you to mitigate it. So different from the corridor skill. There's just like whether or not investing in defense enough, it gives you enough defense against things in general, against the bosses, which maybe isn't the case. It might be that it might be that yes, you investing in defense needs to be more advantageous right now for sure. And like, don't get me wrong, there's nothing more, and I've spoken about this before in the past. There's nothing more demoralizing than putting hundreds of hours into a boss and then it's just like deleted, and it's like, oh great, that was.
But it's also demoralizing to just watch someone sit there and face tank it and just attack it with no not even having to move. Like that's also
especially without the gear.
Like it's kind of it's almost a bit ridiculous to discuss like which of these two horrible outcomes is better. Like like surely the actual answer is like neither of them should be happening.
No, I agree. It's just that it's pretty rare that we've seen defense be the really OP one. That's all, right? Like we very often see offense.
Maybe it is, but like I think that's probably also a lot around the fact that people like building glass cannons. Like that is a thing people just like doing. And so like the amount of incentivization and so then there's the issue of like well, I mean, let me put it this way. Even if right now, and I don't know whether this is the case or not, like it probably isn't, but even if defense was overtuned compared to damage, I think that you're still not going to incentivize people to do that until you get to the point where they're immortal. Like I don't think getting 80% of the way to immortality is actually enough even for people to still not want to build glass cannons. And so you kind of got like that issue of like it's just really, really hard to get that balance right. So the like and that isn't to say that we won't try, but I'm just saying that like it is people. There just tends to be an erring on the side of offense for that reason, and I don't think either immortality or insta-killing bosses is right. So like the people probably concentrate on the damage more.
Yeah, especially, I mean, we have a bigger problem, especially with just in general, just thinking about it, like damage also now resulting in crowd control amplifies the problem even further. Because that having the boss be heavy stunned and or frozen or whatever, like majority of the fight is just even more of a reason to just go ballistic on damage. There are problems here 100%. I'm just thinking of random other things that
I have other questions about defense as well. So armor break, I would say like effectively disables armor, right, as a defense for hardcore. It's sort of like when it comes around, it kind of like shuts down your main form of defense. You're feeling like very tanky if you do invest into armor. Well, ideally, I do still armor needs a buff. But I guess the problem I have with Armor Break and Fizz Overwhelm in PoE 1 is that it's just so crazy to me to have something effectively shut down your defense from time to time.
And I'm back. Look at that. You guys didn't even know I left. I went and got some food.
Are you happy with Armor Break and Fizz Overwhelm being in the game?
Well, in PoE 2 context, I am not happy with
I can see
the
that
current state of Monster Armor Break. No. That is also on my change today list. So I need to. There's a few things.
Yeah,
it was
one-shotting is not
that
easy,
breaking
not now,
flat
at least with all
amounts
the
of
nerfs.
armor, and that isn't. So if the more you stack, the less significant the armor break becomes from the enemy. I suspect there might be some sources of percentage based in there, which are just like it disincentivizes. I mean, it just means that the more you have, the more you're relying on armor, the more punished it's going to be. So I just need to do a quick audit. There's not that many sources, thankfully, so it won't take long, and I just need to make sure that it's working. And then there are possibly cases where it is just doing too much, and it's just like, it acts as an insane weakness. But I know 100% agreed it is not in the right spot, and also on the today list. So I need to make sure that we go back, get the community team to go back through this afterwards and make sure I don't forget about all these things. But no, that one I already
is
have.
the gloves of body armor, right? Because I have so far the body armor and
a whole
gloves.
bunch of stuff here.
Yeah, we've gone over a lot already.
Yeah, Striker. Unless you're going to be doing the Choir of the Storm version,
just like
then it would be the body armor
buff to
still
while
with
you're
Choir of
trying
the
to
Storm
work out a
amulet.
long-term solution.
Oh no, but I'm not talking about a long-term solution for the armor break thing. I'm talking about it'll be solved.
No, I know, but like that's what I mean for armor too.
I see what you're saying. Sorry, misunderstood. Yeah, sure. I can't
In order to
be able to immediately say that.
In order to change armor, we'd need to be able to understand why it's bad. And I don't think just changing the number right now is right for that.
Okay, that's fair.
Like I don't think we've fully understood the issue there.
We did a few things. Like there was some overwhelm on some bosses, and we removed it. And there was there were too many skills converting too much into element. And I think we pushed back a lot of that. So like
Yeah, no
it
problem,
obviously
Striker.
makes the armor more effective against those abilities, and like there's a lot more of that we probably need to reevaluate as well, just across the board.
Yeah.
But that stuff's really fast to change. As for just a global number
But
shift,
that's an example right there of why just changing the number wouldn't have even helped, right? Like if the problem is elemental damage, then making armor stronger wouldn't have done anything for that. So like
Yeah.
it's so important to understand the reason before we just make changes.
obviously the danger there by moving more fizz is it then makes it worse for non-armor builds as well.
Every
but that
campaign,
increases
white switches the
of
power
armor
level builds
differential
and
to
bad
the
drops,
others,
and I think
so there's-
the drop
it's
forces
gotta be
players to
careful with
interact with the
that,
active
but,
mechanics.
well, maybe.
Yeah, I can agree with
yeah,
that.
I
Maybe
would-
maybe there's something we can do more imminently.
I just need more
Anecdotally, I would
crafting stuff
definitely
through the
love more
campaign, I
access
think.
to different forms of defense, and I know that is definitely an EA problem where just not everything is in yet. But just to like anecdotally run you through my experience, I am a Smith of Kitava, so I have like the shared res and the shared max res. So I'm 89, 90, 90. And for a long time, I was like 85, 86, 87. So very high alley res. And on top of that, I was wearing a
Which
cloak
means,
of
yes, currently moving more into fizz is probably going to be to your detriment.
Yeah, sure. But even with that and a cloak of flames, and I can't remember the name, Hollow something, but there's the unique helmet with like 15% fizz reduction. Even with all of that mitigation, I was like at the start of today's stream, I was very rough until I got my 4th lab. That I was able to like improve it a little bit, but it felt a little bit weird to me as a player that I've like my entire ascendancy was defense based. I picked up every defense I could on the tree, and I was trying so hard to get really good gear too, and it was very rough on defense.
I mean, what I immediately probably will do after is I'm just going to grab your character, put it locally, and then just kind of just have a look at that. It's just so I can get a better exact understanding. But like, sure.
I can give you a snapshot before I because now with regen it has been
We can
We have it all.
we have it all. Don't worry.
Perfect.
We can
Perfect.
take anyone's character from live and just play with it. It's not a
Perfect. Yeah. The regen did make a big difference, but I'm still seeing a lot of issues there. Another thing that has been brought up a lot, and I thought was a really good point, was
Dang.
we see chaos damage very early in PoE 2. In PoE 1, it was like
Disenchanting /
generally
Shattering Gears
something
an
we'd
issue.
see a lot later.
I don't think I did that too much, I'll be honest
Would
with
you be
you.
open to
So yeah,
considering
probably.
something like the Chaos Soul Core being a rune instead, something that we can like get early? It's definitely a big part of what makes Viper so scary. Is it's almost impossible to get Chaos Res early on. But yeah.
Sounds like a sort of more of a hardcore related concern, because in standard you wouldn't like it's just balanced to be okay, but in hardcore where you're wanting to definitely not die, it's like a different concern.
They've seen it
I've
nerf her a
thought
little
about
bit
it
more and
that
make her do
way
less like
previously.
chaos damage or
It
something, or
is sort
damage
of a
overall.
medium core
Chaos-
concern,
Or
'cause,
then you
like,
don't need to worry
if you
about
can't
chaos
get past
res.
the boss, you are just stuck there.
Oh sure, but like I mean the damage, like it's balanced assuming 0 chaos resist, right? So like
Well,
the,
Viper's
yeah.
hard.
it is
I
hard. It is a
think
hard
I
fight.
think
Just,
she's the
that's just a
hardest boss
side
in the
note
game.
that's separate. But
Yeah.
like in terms of just the fact that it's chaos damage, I don't think is as relevant in standard play, because like we're balanced assuming you have no chaos
Well,
resistance, and so therefore
What does she do that's chaos? Obviously, the big
Yeah.
purple meteor storm that
Yeah.
I want to make some changes to, because it just creates too much mess on the ground. It's a little bit lacking
right.
clarity or that fairness
Well,
problem. And
I mean,
then
the
how many
spare
of her
things,
skills?
right? I'm assuming.
So the way it works is, aside from poison itself dealing chaos damage, the only other things that are chaos damage are anything that is purple.
Yeah.
So
So
all of her green stabs and slashes, none of that is chaos, and none of it
So
should
it's
be
physical.
chaos.
It's
I should
physical
say.
hits, and then the poison. If it poisons you, then it is
Yep.
chaos damage. But because the poison damage is based on the hit, your armor effectively mitigates the chaos damage because it reduced the hit size.
Right.
Yeah.
I can agree with that, Oath.
So yeah.
Should
So-
only bounce around standard.
Yeah, the meteor thing is a problem, but it's like more of a fairness problem, because ideally you should be able to dodge that pretty reliably every time. Right now, it's a bit of a mess.
It is hard to dodge that.
Yes, but aside from that, it would only be the poison, of which, yes, your other defenses would, I mean, armor in particular and evasion would mitigate.
Right.
But yes, I do. It is the case, by the way, that if a thing like any snake spitter that's spitting at you with some green poison thing, that aside from the poison debuff, which I believe you said kind of wasn't that dangerous earlier in general, and maybe there are certain cases where it is.
It's definitely dangerous
Um,
if you're playing an evasion character. Like that
yeah,
poison
but
feels
that
lethal, and that's once again because the armor didn't.
the hit is
Yeah, yeah.
never chaos damage.
Yeah, yeah.
Just to be
Okay.
clear,
I,
which
I
in POE 1 it is. It's like half chaos, half fizz.
Yeah. No, I did not know that. I fully thought the spears from the side, which a lot of people say is the most dangerous attack, I thought that was chaos. Because it's a very heavy
Just
hit.
fizz.
Right. Okay.
Yeah.
This is so that's probably just more of a Viper is too hard problem.
Right. Makes sense.
Mm.
I wanted to ask you a little
She
bit
is
about.
hard.
She's very hard. I wanted to ask you a little bit about pushing. As a player, I experience that sometimes, like as like it's almost seems like desync to me, if I'm being frank. Is there an option to have more source of push resistance? Something, for example, like the more strength the character has, or wearing heavy armor. It does seem a little silly to a lot of people that like people maybe have 300, 500 strength, or they're wearing like full plate, but like yeah, a lot of monsters are just pushing you around very easily.
It doesn't currently exist as a concept of mitigating it, because it was meant to be more of a physical thing of. Well, there's two things.
I do
There's,
agree
like,
they need to
monsters
sit on your
pushing you
stance.
because you literally cannot occupy the same space as them.
But also player
Um,
feedback and listening to and making changes is like what makes this game so unique.
Here are we
compared to
talking
other
right now
ARPGs.
about monster charge abilities, or are we talking about like a
Just like when
sword,
they-
like a
yeah.
sword swing?
The number one thing that has been noticeable for me is that like little, I think it's called an antlion maybe or something. It's like the little like yellow beast that like rolls on you. That still does take you for a ride.
Okay, sure.
Um,
Well, in that case, it's probably just a matter of fixing that particular thing. Like, I suspect that the answer to this one is not we need a mitigation. Really, it's more just like we just need to look at places that are like just monsters that are bad and just fix them individually.
There are certain things I wanted to do, like I wanted it to be, and there were technical limitations here that we probably need to reevaluate. But I wanted it to be when you were blocking or parrying and you got hit, you got knocked less back because you technically did deflect them.
right.
In the parry case in particular, and
And
like
in some cases, there's just push direction. Like maybe the ant
Yeah,
lions
and
are
then
not
some-
pushing you
well,
side with that thing.
the
And
charges and things taking you a ride has been like honestly
Yeah.
the bane of my year.
that's just a
Yeah.
that's more of a just specific setup of specific monsters
Yeah.
and stuff like that. Like, did we fix what's his name, the lumberjack guy?
In theory, but it seems to regress.
It still happens
every-
sometimes.
It
Like,
seems
there's
to
something-
just break every.
I
week.
don't think this is a like balance question. I think it's just a technical like we just need to fix some places and that are
Yeah.
bad.
I just wonder.
There is also some desync we need to fix because
Yeah, sure. There's also that too.
annoying.
Yeah. Is pushing something you would consider temporarily removing until you have fixed the issue?
Not at all. No, it will make the game feel like dog shit if we do that. Like, there's just lots of things that you need to have. You need to have some pushing in order to make work. Like,
Okay.
I think it's more just specific monsters.
Right. Okay. Yeah. Okay. I'm not 100% sure I agree with that, but we'll move on.
That's because you haven't seen it without it. Like, yeah.
That's fair. That's true.
If
Like,
we
there's a
turn
lot
off
of
all
things-
sources of pushing, it would just be it would be a disaster.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. So during early access, we've talked about like respecs and lowering respec costs and stuff. And I wanted to bring up the point that a lot of players are using a large amount of their gold on gambling. Because a lot of people are falling behind or
All right,
falling
let me
behind
know.
on gear.
Sheesh,
So I
do
wonder
extra,
if you would
sheesh.
consider further lowering costs and even like reopen the conversation on ascendancy respec during early access, especially since you've been talking about that you are going to be buffing things. So let's say somebody is like, oh wow, Flame Blast looks really cool. I would love to be able to try that, but maybe redoing the entire campaign again, which could be over 20 hours for a lot of people, feels very prohibitive.
I do find it to be maybe not. I do find it to be very fucking cheap right now. Is the thing.
Exactly. I can't say personally I've run into that as a problem.
Mhm.
Like, I'll respec my character all the time. I don't even think twice about it. Like, it's not been a concern really.
I guess it
in that
depends how
regard.
much you gamble or not.
It probably
Well,
does.
at that point, yeah. But even like I'm saying, even if you're just like early So I don't think it takes that long to actually do a pretty
Yeah, they
substantial
shouldn't.
I
reset.
have to admit that I haven't been gambling in my playthroughs really.
That's stupid.
Like, I was like probably about 6 months ago. I was doing that all the time, and I just haven't really been doing it recently.
When we did the like gold model and respec costs, we had assumptions of like here's how much people will spend on vendors
Right.
and here's how much, and there's
Yeah.
probably look, those assumptions assume a perfect world of that person exactly doing that thing, and so yes, if anyone was to stray from that assumption, they're now not going to be able to afford one thing over the other.
What I'm actually hearing right now, by the way, from this and an earlier conversation we had, is that I need to not be I need to do some disenchantless runs because apparently I'm not testing something that players are actually doing. Like my runs are entirely like I disenchant every rare on my runs generally, and so if that's a different behavior, then I need to test that and see what
Okay.
the experience is like, because like the whole like there's not enough currency thing, there's not like stuff like that, and like say, and if you're telling me that you're like selling your rares and buying gambling all the time, and then you're also saying you don't have gold for respecs, it's like, well, this is just like a materially different playstyle that I'm not currently testing myself.
Right.
So like I think that that's what I need to do to see what's going on with that.
And
yeah, dude, actually, I'm
with
glad
the
you're
last
joining,
point I
bro.
made, would you, especially with the fact that there are going to be buffs coming during this,
Seems like that, huh, Ben?
would you
I
be
don't, I don't
Had
think that
perfect runs.
anything changes between early access and not early access in regard, by the way. Like, I think that if the argument is that it should, like, I think the argument is the same regardless of whether it's early access. Like, I don't think the early access is a part of this decision regardless. It's just, what is the price supposed to be? We should get it correctly to that
well,
price.
sure,
I
but I'm
think
talking about
otherwise it-
ascendancy respec was what I wanted to.
Yeah, otherwise
sure.
it depends a little bit on the severity of the change.
I see that, Matt. I see that.
But like it depends partly also on just how much we change. Without knowing the how big those changes are, because I needed to get in there and actually do them first and then make that decision really. Like there are certainly options there. It is important to me to make sure that I understand exactly where I sit on the ascendancy class respec thing, because the moment that's turned on, it ain't going back. So that is blocked by me, and I will take whatever is necessary on that one. I understand it.
Well,
It is more.
Can I ask you a
I will
question
have a
about it
solution.
then?
Sure.
Do you feel like it is absolutely necessary to have those both be permanent choices? Because you already do have the character class itself be a permanent choice, right?
Oh no, and I'm like I do understand. Do be clear. I am on the fence about this. Like. I can't say that like I'm like, oh, I can't believe POE 1 has ascendancy class respecing. Like I'm all for that as well. It's just I'm also for the more permanent decision. I'm just like, I need to find the variable that makes me be able to, or the articulation to be able to go one way or the other. And it's very easy to just fold on that. Like very easy. It'd be very easy to just be like, we're going to change it right now. But it's not, when you have the things that you can't come back from, like you definitely want to be certain to some degree. There are some other staff that share the same sentiment as me, and I might just go and have a bigger discussion and actually figure that out. And like, it is true, it's not really fair to make people have to wait for that decision on my behalf. I kind of was like, look, by release, post early access, you will have that decision one way or the other, and that will be the way it is. But yeah, fair enough. If the argument is like, if it's going to come up every single time, which is fair, people care about it, then I probably need to press the decision sooner than later. So I'll just get that answer sooner and not have people wait so long. Hopefully, for everyone's sake, it's the answer you want. But if it isn't, well, you might just have to deal with it.
That's fair. That's fair.
Give us respecking.
I think I was curious about like, so you went with the decision to keep that energy shield does not get bled, which is sort of like giving monsters a form to be immune, right? Like it feels very similar to like a monster.
I don't think that we've actually come to a decision on this really.
I see that.
Like there wasn't like I think
They just
after
need to
the
give
last
us
time this was
respecting of the
discussed,
tendencies.
we never actually went back and talked
I
about
think
it.
it's such a
so
good quality of life.
I wouldn't say we've decided that. It's more just that it just went in like that because we didn't get another chance to talk about it. So I don't know that we have a real answer as to what we want to do with that yet.
Okay.
Like we probably will revisit that.
I personally am just all for changing it, to be honest.
Okay, well, sure. Then I mean, I have no objection to that. I was
Yeah,
not.
we
I
made the
was not-
decision a while
yeah.
back. Like I don't see why it can't.
Yeah.
Like,
I did want to bring up, if you do make it like that on players too, remember to put bleed immune on CI.
We will definitely change CI, but it is a thing that the players are now going to have to deal with who aren't CI, just
Yeah.
as a a note as a thing that will happen.
Yeah, but I wouldn't say
Um,
that bleed is exactly breaking the bank right now, is it? Or
eh,
it was for a
it's-
while. There was a period there where like bleed was just brutal. Like what changed to make that not the case? Like I'm talking pre-release.
It
Like, could you remember when the freaking like prowlers and G14 bled
well,
you? And,
we
like, it
had
was
we
horrible?
had bleed on a lot more
Yeah,
things, and then
You just need to level
there
12
was some
characters and you never play the campaign
crazy
outside of
damage
leagues.
multipliers on
Right,
it.
right.
For no respect,
Some
that's
that I can't remember
a
why
horrible
they
take,
were,
I'll be
but,
honest
I mean,
with.
again, pre-release numbers.
Yeah.
it's a horrible take.
Which was also unfun, by the way.
Oh, yeah, the reason I removed it. I'm just saying, like, I don't remember what happened.
Yeah.
The reason why that's horrible is because people like to play
I have a
every
question
league, like
about
new
Ignite
leagues,
Pro
the new
Lift,
economy.
specifically with the
And if somebody wants to
monsters
create
needing to stand
and play
still for, like,
the
needing to be
subclasses
near
all through the same
the
character,
source
that's
for 2 seconds,
3 different characters they gotta make when
to
all
be
the
able to
sentences are there.
proliferate.
Just to play the same
needs
class
probably
with a
needs to be
different
on
spec
It's
of
on
it.
the today list.
Okay.
It
That's
was
why it's so
actually on my
bad,
yesterday
in my
list, and
opinion.
I didn't quite get to it, so
Cool.
it sucks.
I know we've had a lot of heavy questions, but I have a bit of a lighter question for myself. Like, how are you feeling about the current, like, Blessed Orb and Divine Orb being bundled together?
I don't have a problem with it. I mean, is there anything?
I would say I don't have a feeling one way or
Yeah.
the other, really. It's
Yeah.
just how do you feel about it?
I definitely like. I don't know if this is just a PoE 1 player thing, but I definitely feel like it's missing. Because like I would never divine an item, like, because the divine it's a big investment, right? Like we use it a lot on like uniques or like when a main.
I guess
weapon
I'm
is,
different because
like,
I'm used to
in
PoE
need of
1 where
it,
you can
but,
respec
saying
ascendancies
that-
at a whim.
Are
You just do
saying
the
that you
lab and you
believe
respec and you go to the
that,
next one. You
this
swap the
is
points, go to the next
reducing
ascendancy, you just redo it
desire
over and
to
over and
actually
over
use
again.
divines?
And I like that because it
it's just
allows
that
build
I would never
diversity.
use it for just an implicit on an item, so it just makes an item feel like pretty much permanently worse than what it should be. I guess is like my personal anecdotal feeling as a player.
I mean, is that partly also just because the ranges and or power of an implicit is just too weak as well?
Yeah, potentially.
They're not exactly impactful in most regards. Some are good, some are very good.
I can't say this is something we've really thought about.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
that's just
It's
goes
just
on
a
the list
thing
of
that
stuff
kind of
to think.
happened, and then
Yeah.
like, yeah, we honestly it just went under the radar the whole time. So
Yeah.
if there are more opinions on that, I'd be like really happy to hear them.
Yep. It was just something I was curious about, so far I'll bring it up. The next thing is about movement speed. In PoE 1, we have a lot more things like Whirling Blades, Frostblink, etc. And in PoE 1, I feel like it's a bit more viable to completely forego movement speed on boots and go for like triple energy shield. But obviously, movement abilities aren't in the same spot in PoE 2. Is there ever a world where you either like think about like removing the hidden movement reductions on shield and armor, give like a implicit movement speed to boots or something like that, so they scale a little bit with like the higher bases?
Well, I mean, are you just saying here just make movement speed on the player faster?
So, for example, like one idea that I saw was if you let's say that some bases have 5, 10, and 15 movement speed, so like that the higher bases are slightly better, and maybe even like scale less, right? So that some of your movement speed is guaranteed, or make it like a lot easier to roll movement speed, like increase the weight that it can roll.
Well, I don't necessarily think it's bad to have a base type where you've got a mod that, that's somewhat mandatory. Like that's okay. But it sounds like but if you're
Well,
Yeah,
as
it's
a
pretty much
player,
just the
because-
character, man. You can
honestly, 'cause
respec
I
the
think
tree,
in
you can
PoE1
respec your
there's really
ascendancy.
people going around like
Just the
surely it
character
isn't
in your
horrible
starting
that
position.
people don't have movement speed on their boots in PoE1. I mean, I
I've
guess it's
done it on
technically
quite a lot.
viable if you just. You reckon?
Yeah, quite a lot.
But
But I've
like,
never found
energy
myself
shield
on a
boots and
point where
stuff.
it's like, this, I want to
Yeah, or
lock myself
especially,
in,
different
and
in
I want to
PoE1
have
because we have
It's
the
specialized
this
influence
hard lock
things,
choice.
stuff
Again,
like that.
Like-
seasoned players, not like
Right.
Yeah,
not
no,
just
it
no,
actually enables me to play the league longer because I
But
can
it
play a
is an
character for
option,
3,
and it
4
isn't
weeks,
really in PoE2. Like movement speed is a lot
and then
more
be like, you know
mandatory.
what, I want to try out this spec, and then I can just swap to the spec and then play that for another 2, 3 weeks, and then
I
swap
don't
to
know.
another spec and play that for another 2,
like,
3
I mean,
weeks.
sure, I do not
Whereas this,
disagree
it's
with
like
the
I
fact
play
that
a
there can
spec
be
and it's just like
scenarios in
I
POE
kind of want to
1
play
where that's
this,
not the
but
case, but I would still say it's
I'm not
basically
going through the story
mandatory there
again.
for them,
So
like,
I guess I just won't play
for
it
most of your play
because I don't
POE
like going through
playing
the story.
career,
And
I
then
would
there
say
you go.
that you're
Well,
going to be wanting to get movement speed on your boot.
At least that's how I look
I
at
would
it.
even argue like the single best boot in PoE 1, which is the Ralakesh and Patience, they don't have movement speed on them. And like they're still considered like
Right.
pretty much the best boot.
Right. But I mean,
No,
isn't
obviously
it
that could be
fundamentally
fixed.
then
They
just
make
the
story
back
better,
to,
like
back to the
more
question is,
options to,
you want to
you
move
know,
faster?
potentially get through it
Yeah, for
quicker
sure.
or
It is.
more
Sure, so
twink
I guess
items or
that would
something
be
like
the-
that.
So
At the
really,
end of
it's
the day,
kind
we
of
But for
want
right
to
now, it's
move
like
faster
let
implicitly.
me spend
and this
another
depends
10
on
hours
what
just
you
saying
want.
going through
Yeah.
But I mean,
story
whether
or
or not
10,
it's the
15
implicit
hours
or
Which is
based on the mod or
just
anything,
so I
it's
can
wanna
make a
move
same
faster, right?
character,
Like, it
just
feels
a
like
different
that's really
spec of
core
it.
Which comes back to
Yeah,
the we
yeah.
need to have those discussions and
Right, right, right.
Yeah.
It's similar.
A difference in PoE 2 is that the implicits of uniques, especially things like life sprig, will scale into the endgame. Where, like, if I find a life sprig on my level 80 character now, it's never going to be usable early game. But the explicits on life sprig, and a lot of other caster uniques and things like that, they don't scale either. So have you explored the idea of the actual explicit scaling or the implicit not scaling so that you can find these like twink leveling uniques? Like what are your thoughts around the uniques there?
I don't think we would want uniques to have the explicit scale like that. That's kind of not what uniques are about.
Yeah.
So I just not that is not a particular solution. That
The
I would
bigger
want.
question's about whether or not the implicit, the skill should or shouldn't level up with the item.
Well,
I mean, it currently does, right?
It does.
It
and a
does.
lot-
But something that could be interesting is that if you find a life sprig on a level 80 character, it can scale up to that level. So it would scale with your character. That would make it feel really good as a leveling item, for example. That you can use it at level 1, you hit level 3.
I really don't like that kind of thing. The whole like item that just scales with your character. Like, I don't think that we want to move in a direction where you'll have less times when you put items on your character as you level up.
That's
Like,
fair.
that doesn't feel like the right direction to me.
But there's also more whether, and there's a second part to that, which is whether or not life sprig should even have high level requirements ever,
Mhm.
which is a more
That's
a
a
thing that's
separate-
come up a bit.
That's
more,
a separate question. That that's come up. I'm kind of not quite sure about that one at the moment.
That's fair.
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah,
there'll be
I
more
was-
discussion.
I mean, so actually, so one thing that was proposed and as a potential solution to this is that just the like, I feel like maybe you didn't like this. Or I can't remember who didn't like this. Someone didn't like this. Because I proposed that we make it so that the implicit skill on uniques has like a cap level, but then that does level up as you go through the game.
Mhm.
Like not so it does not that sorry, it's not that it levels up, it's that like it is capped to the level of where you are.
Yeah.
So that way, even if you get a level 80 life sprig, you can still equip it at low levels, and then and then that will go with you effectively. And somehow I see that as different from like
Right.
your items changing as you level up. That to me, that's not like quite the same thing. So like that would potentially be an option. I don't remember why there was some reason why we didn't do that, but like it might still be on the cards.
That's fair.
Wait, so you're saying what? You're saying if you find it at level 80,
I'm saying if you find it at level
let's say
80, 16 skill, but you can still equip it. It doesn't change the level requirement, but then the skill gets down leveled to the maximum that it can be for the.
Oh, sure.
Yeah,
I thought
and then-
thought that's what he's proposed just a second ago. But
No, he's talking about the explicit scaling.
no. There's a
No,
second
no.
thing there.
The
Or
second
was
one
it?
was that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, sorry. Maybe I misunderstood then. Okay, right. So
Yeah.
in that case, then sure. Like,
I mean,
that's
I
the
would
thing.
personally prefer to just be like, you can drop a low level life sprig, and that's you use a low level.
Yeah, but I
life
don't love
sprig,
that
but-
either, honestly.
But I don't hate
know,
that.
Yeah.
I
And
hate
like, there's
it.
a part of me that also kind of liked the idea that there were some uniques that were more valuable to find at lower levels, which I thought was kind of interesting. But I don't know
Right.
whether players actually like that or not. So that's just kind of like a random other thing.
That's fair.
But
I don't hate that.
yeah, yeah.
What you
Yeah, I was
proposed.
just curious because we do find them a lot. Another question is about the minion resurrect timer.
Rest in peace, dreams.
It keeps resetting like the entire timer every time a monster dies, and that can feel very frustrating. So I wondered, how do you feel about that? That the entire timer resets.
Well, if you don't have that, it feels a lot more frustrating. Let me tell you. Like that was how it was until we changed it, and like it was so bad. Because what happens is that like the monsters that your minions just die one at a time, and then they can never really accomplish anything, and it's just like trust me, that was a buff, that change. Like that was a massive improvement. So yeah, like until you experience it the other way, you will understand if you play it the other way. It's
There
really
might
bad.
be an intermediary there. want to explore some options.
Well, it's
For
also-
example, like instead of resetting the entire timer, it adds to the timer based on like the cost of the minion or something like that. We might be able to
Yeah.
do something like that. So
But
it
I don't
doesn't-
know. But that's not going to fix the fundamental issue, which is that minions work best when there's lots of minions. And so the issue that we had is that you just get into a situation where they just trickle in and die one at a
No,
time.
no
and
matter what, they have to revive all at the same time.
that has to happen. Yes.
I'm just saying it could be that like okay, let's say
Oh, I see
everyone's
what you're
dead but
saying.
one.
Right. So it doesn't. It increases a bit, but not as much.
And
Okay, I
so instead
understand.
of like all about to
Sure.
revive except for one,
Yeah,
he
okay, sure.
died, and
Yeah,
now it's
that's
6 seconds again.
that actually is viable, and
Yeah.
that
Okay.
maybe is a change we could make.
And like, would you ever be open to adding a keystone that changes the behavior?
I was actually thinking about that earlier today, and I mostly, like the troll in me, was like, we should do this just so the players can see how bad it is.
Yeah.
but yeah, that was
Do
probably
it.
a negative thought I shouldn't be having.
No, that's fair.
but,
I mean, I think a lot of people would like
yeah.
to see it.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, no, I think the thing Mark just said is much more reasonable, and
Yeah.
so we should probably do something with that. Yeah.
Convocation, is that something on the table? It's like maybe a spirit skill or something?
I don't love it.
That's fair.
I don't love it.
They low-key should do more stuff like that. Like,
I'm kind of
the
like
community wants to say this
I
is
could
going to be
see
better.
a world
Just add
where
that stuff in as, like,
preservation,
notable or
cooldown,
something,
or you have to earn it
and
or
then-
something like that.
Because if they've already
If-
tested it and said that, oh, it's horrible,
if
trust
to
us,
go in, it would have
just
to be
let them
different
experience
enough
it,
that
bro.
Players probably wouldn't.
and then
see
they'll
it
know
as
how
complicated.
dog it is, and then
Like,
you can
I
just,
suspect that's kind
you
of
know,
the reality.
take it
So
out and be like,
Right.
told you so.
Like as Mark said, you'd have to add some kind of conditions, or you'd have to do something, and it's like at that point, it's not even doing the thing the players want it for anyway. So it's like,
Yeah.
you know, like
That being said,
Yeah.
it might still just be better, and there might be some room for it. But
I don't love it.
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah, I
I
don't
know,
love it.
I know.
Like I
Um,
would much rather find a better solution to that issue.
Okay. When it comes to map completion, obviously there's been some changes this patch. But one thing that easily feels the worst is when there is one monster just like really far away, and the checkpoint system doesn't really cut it there. Would you consider making the completion of a map be like 90% of the rares instead of 100? Because the bad feeling is very often tied to just one monster, the other side of the map, and I have to like do so much backtracking.
Well, I want to solve this problem. I don't know that that's the answer, but I understand the issue. Like, there's
I mean,
been a few
we
different
straight up
approaches, yeah.
we straight up discussed last night that like
Well,
just having the minimap icons on.
There was a
always
discussion of
prob-
doing
That'd be
icons on
good.
all the time, right? Because you're not gonna miss the monsters if you
The
see them.
The
in
main
advance.
reason for that is like the current way it works is that it's like when 200 remaining they appear.
Yeah,
and
exactly,
On some
Ben.
maps that's like you kill 3 packs and they appear, and other maps it's like you got to clear 80% of it before they appear. And honestly, that's kind of weird and bad anyway.
Yeah.
It's just that we kind of want to like the main thing we're worried about
Yeah.
with that change is the whole you just play on the mini map, like you're not even
Yeah.
looking into the game. And
But,
so
but I think that fear.
I'm very in favor of that.
well,
I love
okay,
that
but,
change.
like,
The
do we
mini-map.
just turn off?
Yeah,
like,
literally
if-
just showing from the start. Like I love that initially for sure. At least
Oh,
for me.
okay. So I thought you
Right.
said you loved the idea of not looking at the game and only playing off the minimap.
One
I
of the
kinda do that
things,
anyway.
one of the like when we were trying to find that in Video Crash,
Yeah.
the one of our developers like tried playing with just the graphics turned off, like they just had the minimap, and they played literally to the end of Act 2 with just no graphics, and they're like, and the funny thing was like, what the hell? How did you even manage to get through 2 acts like that? And it's like, oh, Huntress OP. I was like, okay, like so it is actually possible to play entirely with the minimap, no graphics at all, apparently.
Yeah.
But, yeah.
That's fun. No, I would love that.
Yeah, I want
New low-end
I wanna
PC
change
option,
that,
minimap only?
imminently. The thing with the 90% thing you're suggesting, by the way, there is like, let's say the map only has 3 rares. Is it just
Right.
2 out of 3? Does
Sure.
it like round down? Does it round up? Is it if there's only 2 rares? Is it literally just one?
Probably just enable seeing the res on the
I
menu.
agree.
It's probably
I
better
like that.
just to do
I
that.
agree.
I like that. Another quick question about Delirium. It seems very fast. Obviously, we're a bit slower now. Any thoughts on Delirium speed?
I very specifically made a number of builds and tested them just before this 020 release, and I was actually surprised how well I was doing. And I was like, okay, like I thought this was a big problem, and I was like, I'll just actually go and actually test it myself. So it could be like, okay, here's I'd like to know a bit more here, I guess, which is like, is it certain maps over others?
Yeah,
Because it
100%. Like, because it
okay,
still
so
expands like
there's
a
a good
donut, right?
yeah, which we do, and we do kind of have to balance it around probably the bottom. Maybe it's yeah, sure. There's probably a point where it's balanced around an assumption of like being more acceptable maps instead of the worst ones, and so I just need to shift that assumption and then change it. But yeah, I did specifically personally test this on a number of characters pre 020, and I was actually I was like, I expected it to be way worse than it was. That being said, I wasn't using like a massive range of maps for testing that. I was
Yeah.
like, probably 5 or 6 different things on many different characters. So,
Right.
yeah, sure. I will look at that as well. I'll add it to the today list.
Yeah.
It's going to be a big day.
Yeah. Well, I appreciate you guys doing this. So obviously POE, you're not necessarily tied to like the warrior being melee, right? Like right now I'm playing artillery ballista. Would it be possible to implement some sort of favorite system that I can just tick like artillery ballista with a little heart on it? So then when I go to like level up those gems, I don't have to in the bottom left search artillery ballista and
Well,
untick the.
I would suggest just having a tab for equipped gems would be the way to do that.
Yeah.
Like you just have a tab
Yep.
that just shows you the equipped gems. You just click on
Perfect.
and you level up that way.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
all the classes, then
then
my
yeah.
gems, and then all gems is
Right.
probably what it should be. Yeah.
Another question. The Smith's hammer ability. I was watching. I have not used it myself, but I saw Quinn69 using it, and it looked pretty painful with like a little tink, tink, and then going out and hitting twice. Any improvements to that?
So there were meant to be some changes that were made to this that I even specifically spoke about. I think with maybe Darth and Gazzy or whatever when we had that last one.
Yeah.
And those changes didn't occur. They have
Okay.
occurred locally. They should be in a imminent patch coming out. Like
Awesome.
that's it somehow got missed, I think, or I don't know. I actually don't know what happened there, but that was a sheer mistake. Straight
Awesome.
up.
All good. So there are multiple skills that can use chargers. A few players have reported that like they might want to use chargers on a specific skill. Would there be a way to like deactivate that a skill uses chargers, but you still want to use that skill, but you don't want it to be empowered?
This was something that came up like probably about 3 or 4 days before we shipped. Actually, you was talk because I mean the obvious case is barrage on the Huntress, right?
Yeah.
Like whether or not you want to do that. So I think like I'd have to look into whether or not this is going to be okay, but we could have a support gem that does that like gives some other power boost, but says it can't consume charges or something, and then that way you could use that with barrage if you wanted to disable it for that or something like that. So I think that'd probably be the way. But I have to think about exactly what that should be. But something along those lines would be the way.
Should
I'd do
work.
That.
Yeah.
I have a little like just interesting question about how do you feel like class identity revolves more around weapons, right? Because like I'm a warrior build, but a lot of people would inherently think like warrior is maces. But yeah, like the class identity is more around the weapons themselves. And I was curious how you feel about that.
Well, we explicitly moved to having 12 classes partly because of that, like to make that the case. Like we want that, and this is actually was driven part like I mean, so when we were talking about like adding weapon types and so on, there was this thing where we're like, okay, if you're, actually, you know what it actually was? It's okay. So we had the spear base type, and we're like, okay, because this is like way back, like a long time ago. We're like, okay, what is gonna make a person who selects a ranger ever switch to spears and do that? That's just incredibly unlikely to actually happen. It's like ultimately the purpose of the classes at the start are kind of to give you a stereotype to like to go to. Now you don't have to follow that, obviously, like everything's open, but giving players like a thing where they're like, okay, like I know what I'm gonna do, like I'm gonna do this thing. It's like it's kind of important for new players to have that happen. So I think it is overall very positive and kind of like why we did that in the first place. And I mean, like an evidence of that in POE 1 is like, yeah, players who select ranger, like even though there's all this whole thing about being able to become a melee ranger, like it takes a long time before someone would even experiment with that if they're a new player. Like they just wouldn't even cross their mind to like change weapon type like that once they've already started. So effectively just due to that, we needed to have some way to make it so that, from the very beginning, you kind of know, like you've got some idea in your head about what kind of thing you want to play.
Yeah. Yeah. The next question is
I
about
love my
corrupted
dog.
items, and you added, in my opinion, a very fun new unique strongbox. Actually, whoever made the Venture strongbox, Chef's kiss. Love that thing. Please put it in POE 1 as well. Coolest thing ever. But I find corrupted items a little frustrating too, due to quality and sockets. I don't know if the answer is like that they always have quality and sockets, but obviously it's items that we can't recombinate anyway. And I just want to hear your thoughts on a balance pass from that. It's very frustrating to get a really cool unique that is or rare that is effectively useless.
Yeah, something needs to change there. Like it ain't. It is.
We
it isn't
just
right.
we actually removed some corrupted drops before 020 went out, and then because we were like, wait, hold on, getting corrupted items just sucks.
Yeah.
Like this isn't a good thing you want. So like corrupting an item of your choice is great.
Yeah. Yeah.
So we just straight up were like, we need to just start removing the corrupted drops and find a different way or a different item mechanic or do something with them.
Yeah. Cool.
This 100% just like, what is this random white corrupted item on the ground? Like that is never going to be of use to anyone.
Right.
Yeah.
So we just need to fix that for sure.
Cool. Is there a possibility of the runes being added to the currency stash tab?
I believe we would. So what was
We're adding a socketables affinity.
Yeah.
We're adding a bunch of affinities. I think it's like socketables, fragments, which will include tablets.
Yeah.
And obviously fragments. Breach and or catalysts.
Cool.
Expedition and thus also logbooks and the currency. You know, we're adding a whole bunch of them. I think there's 5, 6, 7 maybe different affinities that we're meant to be adding within like, you know, I would expect to see that within a week probably is my like guess. We're not going to add that. This is like currently it has the whole, you have to have the stash tab in order to have the affinity, and we're like having to divorce that a little bit so that we can just have the affinities with, because the tabs take longer to make. And so that we're doing that work currently, and I would expect to have all of that. So you can use your premium quads, whatever, you know, to stash all of those.
Cool. Actually almost through with all of my questions here. So this isn't something, sadly, that I've been able to interact too much with, but I wanted to talk a little bit about recombinators anyway, and just see if you guys have looked into it, looked into the data a little bit. Obviously, I've seen a clip of, for example, Karn having like the 0.91.
My stream's dying.
recombinate.
My what?
And yeah, just what do you guys think of
the stream
recombinator
dying?
use this early, basically?
I don't think we've even had enough real.
Yeah,
experience
that's kind of
with it.
waiting
The stream
for
good?
more info and data
I
there
just
for sure.
beat the
I
chat.
did worry that there'd be that people would start seeing those very low values because they're using
okay.
extremely
Is it fine now,
rare item
Ben?
modifiers,
bet.
Yeah.
or numbers of mods, and getting like, oh my god.
Honestly, this is
there's less
lasting
than
a lot longer than I
1% or less
thought.
than
I thought this would
2,
be like an
whole
hour interview.
system sucks.
There was a real like. It's interesting because like with recombinators, I feel like every time we've ever even looked at them, they've always got this thing of like this tension between like they're so OP and yet also they look so underpowered. Like when you know, like, they've got this like horrible tension like that. However, what I do think that this system is compared to the previous one is so much better is that if you're using them for the like low number of mod cases, then like you can get relatively good weight like weights. But we do have the ability to do more specific balance here if we want to. So like we'll just adjust it. Like honestly, I have to admit, like I haven't even recombinated anything on live myself yet. So like, you know, like it's just not it's not, I can't really say anything about.
Yeah,
like,
that's fair. It's
whether or
something
not
I
that's
haven't.
right. Like I just don't know how it feels enough, you know.
There were 2 major item systems that I was like expecting to get a bunch of feedback on, and then would calibrate. One was recombinating, and the other, which I am very thoroughly looking for, and maybe you have some opinions on it, is how the new map drop progression works. And I know there is 2. There's one thing I changed last night, which is to make it a bit easier to get guaranteed maps from the fixed last rare and last final boss. But the other thing is there is currently a bug which I saw, which is sometimes the boss's drop isn't +1 level, which, I don't know how that happens, but I saw that bug. But assuming those are fixed, I am very curious to know and kind of just get people's
I personally love the new map
feeling
progression.
on that. I've seen some people get through the tiers very, very quickly, which is fine because they have proven that they can, and that's fine, and they weren't at the whims of the RNG as much. But I'm looking for a lot of feedback on that, and I'm hoping to start getting a bit more of that as people get into endgame.
I have anecdotally heard people telling me that they're happy.
Hi, Striker. Thanks for dropping out, us, brother. Have a good one.
I have also heard that, but
yeah,
again, very anecdotally. So
especially when it comes to sustain, I'm the wrong person to ask because I I was shocked at one of the previous podcasts when people were saying they were struggling with sustain. So I thought it was funny when you basically said skill
Well,
issue.
that was
Yeah.
also the case for us, which is why we
Yes.
changed it.
So that's why we
Uh,
just were like,
so
let's
I'm-
fully redo
Yeah.
this.
So I'm the wrong
What is it
person to
gonna be?
ask for about sustain, and obviously there's no issues for me with sustain now. I've talked to my community a little about this, and it was pretty split with the new like how you unlock Atlas points. A lot of people didn't like it. I personally like it a lot more. I had a strong dislike for the do 10 tier 1 maps, do 10 tier 2 maps.
Mhm.
So
Also
I
agree.
love the new way, but a lot
Okay.
of people in my community didn't. So you're definitely gonna have to get more feedback there. I'm just not 100%
Okay,
sure.
okay.
I think the
Well,
issue that
this-
people in my chat were saying was that they were
True.
struggling to see the corruption. So maybe even like some sort of indicator of like not an arrow, but like more.
When you
readily
say
find-
C, do you mean in the, like out of the fog of war or in the fog of war?
both, I guess, like just. Like, do you know the way we have the beams towards the pillars right now? I guess people
That's why,
want
that's why I'm asking.
Well-
Like, are you saying just like physically you don't see them when they're
We,
revealed,
um,
or
Just before the patch
Yeah.
went out, we were like, we actually did go, do we want these to be visible in Fog of War or not?
Yeah.
And they were, by the way. And then we were like, I think maybe actually we don't, because you're going to spend too much of your playtime just looking in Fog of War, and I want you to be
Right.
looking in the revealed section more. And so that's why I did change it. So that some things are in Fog of War, but it's like not that many. So towers and citadels being that. And
But
then
you could have like a very short distance, maybe, or
yeah,
something
so
like that. just to
but we
slightly
don't
increase
currently have a
it. Yeah.
distance in Fog of War. You can see it's just either it is or
Right.
it isn't. And so
Mm.
maybe we can mess with that and have it be like you can see
Makes
like,
sense.
you know, some depth in or something like that just to make it a bit better. But
Yeah. But
I mean,
at
it's
least
good
for
feedback.
myself, I
It's good
like
to
it.
know.
Yeah.
So that's about the Atlas points. If you do get any more, and of course, if you happen to get a collective from your community
Yeah.
in particular as well, and of course, people are going to post it. You have my Discord as well. Just tell me, because I'm very, very
Yeah.
curious about the map drops and how people feel about now that it's like way more deterministic for both sustaining and going up the
Yeah, but I don't know.
tiers.
I like it,
Yeah.
honestly.
Now, obviously, not a huge.
I do
amount
agree
of
with the
people
corruption.
compare-
Might be a little bit hard to like
collectively as
navigate
in
through
the end game,
sometimes.
but like it's enough to start getting stuff. So
Yeah.
yeah, I'd really, really, really like to make sure we got that right. So, if any of that comes up, just
Cool.
give me a yell.
I have one last question about POE 2, and then I have a few quick fire questions about POE 1, and then we're done. How do you feel about the removal of clear speed, things like Herald of Ice, but then sort of adding it back in with effectively a few players were telling me the Lightning Strike and Aroa effectively just swaps it from Herald of Ice to the Roa and the Lightning Strike.
Well,
That's getting nerfed.
I don't know whether or not the balance of those is correct, quite frankly.
it's not quite like there's probably misbalance here, 100%, but it's not quite the same as what the Heralds were doing.
Yeah.
But it is still a balance anomaly for sure. Like I certainly have people playing. I know people who are playing Lightning Archers right now, and they're like, why am I suffering like this? I'm going to swap to Lightning Spear." Which I assume is what you meant.
Yeah, Root 2 made me promise to ask that.
Yeah. So, look, it's pretty clear. It is the number one played build right now is Lightning Spear Amazon, and that for good reason, right? Like, it wasn't the intention to be like we removed this thing and added this thing. That isn't intentional. That it ends up playing that strongly and that powerfully, and it's like a clear like. I mean, just use it and the whole screen implodes,
Yeah.
right?
But the trouble we have now is, like, you know, this is what people are doing now.
Yeah.
Can we nerf that? Like, you know.
No,
like,
that's fair.
The answer is usually that we can't very easily.
That's fair.
So, you know.
Yep. So a few POE 1 questions, and then nothing. Do we have a rough estimate at all for 326?
I mean, are we telling people? Have we said anything about
Yeah, I
that?
think we were like. I think last we said was A and around that territory, or at least towards the latter
Wait,
half
you
of
cut
May.
out. You cut out.
No, sorry, I'd said nothing.
No!
I was just pretending. No, towards the end of May was what we
Okay.
last said, and the intention is still that is currently on track. Obviously, all these things are kind of like, you know, up to within a 2-week
Yeah.
kind of band because you know things happen. That being said, if you're not hearing about things by the end of May, or at least, then I'd be very, very surprised.
Yeah.
You should be for sure.
Cool.
Should be around.
Yeah.
Awesome. Any chance of WSD and POE 1? Have you thought more about it?
It's not really a question of thinking about it. It's a question of like, I mean, I would put it in tomorrow if we could.
Yeah.
The problem is that the character rigs are just not set up for it. And so
Yeah.
I will just mention like kind of like the long-term plan here. So once every microtransaction from POE 1 works in POE 2, at that point, it will mean that we could then port the character rigs from POE 2 back to POE 1 and rig the old character models and items onto them. And that would then mean that we would have access to the animation library and everything that we have in POE 2
Wow.
in POE 1, which would then mean that we could put WASD in, basically.
Okay.
So what I'm saying is
Yeah.
that like in the but this will take a while, right? But like
Yeah.
in the long term, this can happen. But like it would effectively yeah, we always sort of imagined that we would
WSD
take the
POE 1 in
character
6
rigs
years.
and
Let's
port them
get
back to POE 1 once the microtransaction had all been ported over.
Yeah.
But it requires 100%. Obviously, we can't turn a microtransaction off in POE 1 you already bought. So like therefore we have to wait until we've got full compatibility before we can do that.
Another thing is like incentivized to make change.
Yeah.
And the reason for that is
That we have to rig everything to all
we
the
currently have
stupid
to-
POE 1
yeah,
character
we
models
have to
every time.
currently do
Yeah.
So the moment that we can finally get rid of those POE 1 character models, like character rigs, that means
Okay.
that it just reduces our workload a crap ton. So yeah, and then
Also,
at that point we could add WSD.
We've got a pretty large rigging department right now,
Yeah.
and they are spending probably the majority of their life all rigging microtransactions to
Yeah, yeah.
POE 2 characters right now. That
So
is what
Awesome.
they're doing. So
So I mean, eventually it will get to the point where that is the case.
Cool. I have the same question, but with pausing. So for POE 1.
That one, I think that they even tried to do that.
it was almost there.
It was almost there, and then there was like a couple of
What was
things.
the
So
problem?
like it is our intention to get that in.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Another thing that I really love in POE 2, the highlight effect. Like when I right click a transmute and it shows like what items this works on. It's really nice quality
Oh
of life.
right. Well, I mean, there shouldn't be any reason we can't do that, right? Should be fine. I mean, I don't know why that would be a problem.
Yeah.
Yeah, should be
Sure.
fine. Yeah,
I
we
mean,
can
stuff
probably
like
do
that, 100%.
Yeah,
It's
yeah,
either,
yeah.
either we're just not going to. It just
Yeah, yeah.
won't. It
Yeah.
won't,
Yeah,
you know,
yeah.
it won't just happen.
Cool.
Sure.
Final question is, Val orbs in POE 2 can change the magnitude of unique items. Is that something we could ever see in POE 1?
Well, the amount of work that it would take. So here's the thing, right? Like that for every unique,
Yeah.
we have manual work to do to work out what to do there.
Yeah.
And obviously in POE 2, given that there weren't all the uniques made already, like we were able to do that. So like I'm not going to say never in POE 1, but just the amount of work it would take to like look at the balance of every single unique and do that work would be quite
And then
large. Like,
Most would take only like 2 seconds and would just be
sure,
fine.
sure,
But
there's like implications
it's
for a lot
not-
of
Yeah.
it's like yeah. There's
Makes
just
sense.
a lot of uniques in POE 1, right? Like a lot.
Awesome. That was all the questions I had. Thank you so much for taking time to do this. I know this was super welcome by me and the community. We really appreciate it. I know it was a bit combative today, but I promise it's from
Sure.
love for the game.
Well, actually,
and,
so I at the beginning, I obviously got out of bed on the wrong side of the bed this morning because I was feeling a little bit anxious, probably more than I should have done, and I apologize for that because that was
That's all
probably
good.
not great. But yeah, I don't know, for whatever reason, I just kind of as I said, was just feeling a bit this earlier.
No,
but yeah.
I appreciate it. I actually, compared to most, I think we came out of this one with like, here's like actually like 15 changes we're just going to go make like immediately, which is
Right.
awesome. And some we knew about, some we didn't, and some
Right.
and a whole bunch of discussion. So like, I actually, the value coming out of this, I feel very, very good about, honestly. And I'm hoping we can get a lot of those changes, and I'm hoping it. Obviously, it'll help, but like, it is good because I mean, at the end of the day, it's just creating that collaborative environment between developer and player base that, and using users as the intermediary. And I'm sure a lot of these opinions yourself, you're part of that, but it is very important that we keep doing this because
All right, W.
it will create greatness.
Yeah, no, I really appreciate you guys coming here. I've actually like as a rule for my podcast, I actually took something Jonathan said to heart really, really hard
Okay.
that I really liked. And you said that you really like when
So
the
it's chat
interviewer,
saying.
when it's their questions and not just on behalf of others, because they're able to do better follow-ups and stuff. So I've
Yeah.
tried hard to focus on that as well, that it's things that I am able
That's
to do.
crazy. Look at this guy's gone. That's
Thank you guys
crazy.
so much for your time.
Yeah,
Awesome.
thank you, and thank everyone for watching.
Yep.
And
All right.
playing.
We appreciate it.
Cheers.
Bye.
Okay, well, let's get back to the actual game. Oh my god, we almost died already. We're back in it. It's like we never left. Alright, evasive is annoying, babe. Alright, hold up. I need to get this set up. Alright. So what do you guys think of the interview? You guys liked what they were talking about? Low key, the fact that ZiahZ was the fact that ZiahZ, I'll share my build with you as the devs couldn't copy paste his character was funny. Yeah, it is funny. They're like, no, we have everyone's data. We can literally play the character right now. But I mean, there you go. Everybody's playing the Lightning Spear Amazon, and it is confirmed that they're looking to nerf it. They just don't know how they're gonna do it, I guess, or when, since everyone's playing it. They're nerfing it. My Bozon finally came online at level 51 for my cover upgrade. I wasn't listening, just watching. Got you, sir. What are you running, like lightning arrow? No game sound? I got you. I got to throw it on. Bump it down, but down. You should be able to hear game sound now. No, one thing I do wonder, what if we just go full crit chance? Help people's panic, sell unique so I can get some cheap stuff. Yeah, right? Yeah, and a companion rods in the Magnetic Shock Salvo. I got you, sir. Is it feeling good now? So here's what I'm wondering. What if we dropped out of maybe this whole tree entirely for crit damage? So I'm not getting anything here. Because like my thing is, how much crit chance do we actually have though? You know what I'm saying? Like 10% there, 30 to 64. Again, I don't exactly know these values. Like that's what I'm kind of confused about. I wish you got a clarification there. But yeah, I'm not too sure exactly on that. Like, what if we just went fully for more stuff there? I'm just trying to think how we would go into that. What could we drop to go into it? I could do this. Hold on. How much is it going to cost to get in there? Going to cost 6. I mean, I guess we could get rid of this, technically. But yeah, I don't think there's a way to really go into full crit right now, to be honest.
Try not to cock it up a second time.
I wonder something. Do we have a crit bow? Okay, we have this one. We'll do this one. Let's look at something. Let's look at something, right? What if we were to swap the bow, right? How much crit chance do we actually get? So obviously the damage is going to go down, but I don't really care about crit. So we are at, this is a 3%, right? Base. We can't use it because of the strength. That's added 7. That's crazy. I think we should be fine on that to do another strength mode. I was gonna say sure. Okay. So 21, 26 to 60. All right, and this is more crit chance, I guess. Which is interesting because it says crit on the base. But obviously we're accuracy stacking, so it makes sense to an extent. I'm gonna have to try to go into POE low key later and just try to simulate to see. Because like I feel like we should be like one-shotting packs. Like I don't know if you guys feel like that, but I feel like we should be like going in and just like critting and killing them. Now is it because of our crit chances so low? Maybe. Is it because of something else? Maybe. Go refund this back to Dex. There we go. Check the advanced skill menu. What do you mean, surf? I'm 75 to 88% crit chances. Too good. I'm glass cannon. So yeah, what does that even mean though? What is 75 to 88%? Why is there 2 percentages there? Like what? Why? What does that even mean? A major takeaway from this interview is 1, hardcore players are crying the loudest. 2, Luke concerns were more about people not interacting with the crafting. You're not wrong. That's definitely what seemed to be the majority of the interview was about. So I knew the stream. So what are you doing for single target damage, and what is the rotation? So for single target, we're running shock burst rounds. We have an insane amount of single target right now, and that's pretty much what we're running. The rotation's really simple. We just go in, throw our connectivity and our voltaic mark on the enemy, and just shoot shock burst and they die. For clearing, simple again. We just use galvanic shards. I use North Paw gloves with Widow Hail, 234% Helium Hail. Maximum distance and minimum distance. Okay, so if we're at, hold on. So you're saying right now for galvanic, right? Not galvanic, a little bit over. You know what I'm saying? This first right here is maximum distance, so 30% at the max, and then we have 64% if we're like butt up against them. Is that what you're trying to say right now? So if we were to take off ambush and throw back on pinpoint, are you saying we have 102% if we're like butt up against them? Is that what you're saying? Obviously, we lose crit damage here. Our crit damage goes to 228. So maybe it's not worth having pinpoint, but you're saying like we should be critting every hit now? Okay, so that makes sense. See, I didn't understand what that was before. That's why I was confused on those 2 different values. Okay. So that makes sense. So we just need to start stacking crit damage then, because we have low crit damage rolls. Makes sense, makes sense. Is pinpoint the best though for this, actually? Like, I don't know, because ambush is good, but it's only the first hit, right? And I don't think we have enough damage right now to like one shot. So I don't know if ambush is really like the answer currently for that, if that makes any sense. Let's see. So there's obviously super critical we can go for, right? I mean, inevitable critical, sorry. Ambush is still good. We could potentially just hold that. Should we just go ambush, or should we drop ambush and go for a different damaging thing? Because we could technically also drop pinpoint, and that would put us at what crit chance? I mean, that is still kind of high, 64% there. And then we could go for you know, something damaging, like, you know, we could go for yeah, I was thinking drop ambush and then we just go for something that would give us more damage technically. I mean, there's mobility, which might not be bad, but there's lightning mastery also. I mean, I guess heft maybe 30% more physical damage. Deafy. It doesn't help. I mean, we could go for... Gonna try heft, see how heft is. Only adds about 200, huh? Yeah, it doesn't add that much. I don't think heft is really worth it. I mean, ambush might just be the best here. Yeah, magnified if I can't go in here. This is a chaining. I mean, maybe lightning mastery just might be better for the additional level right now. There's the other thing's acceleration we could throw in here, but that doesn't do anything. I mean, maybe close combat. Maybe. Close combat just might be it. No, we could do actually. Just throw in martial tempo while we're out there. And that might just be it. We'll try fresh clip. Let's see how fresh clip feels. Try that. If you guys have anything in mind, by the way, better supports we could potentially run in here, please let me know. Do. feeling, I guess, fine. Let's go up here and kill this dude. You gotta run all the way around. Do 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 do. We should have waypointed. I didn't know there's one here. Badge. Ba-da-da-da-da. Woofy, the link to that build is the old version with like Kotoko's current gloves. You can run them obviously until you can get like Choir the Storm and the int required to run the lightning bolt that it gives, and then from there you could swap over to what I'm doing, like on the crit setup and stuff like that. You know, it might just be better to take off fresh clip and do close combat. That's what I'm gonna do. Close combat. I think it's just gonna be better here. 100% more attack damage. Enemies with one meter you. I think everything is thrown in there. Wait, what? Main hand lightning damage. What? Why is the main hand lightning so low? I mean, we're not doing it, but still, that's insanely low. It's fudge. What are you doing right now? Do we have a boss to do? Do you have an updated build or POB? That will be coming out tomorrow at 11 a.m. East or 12 p.m. Eastern. One of those two times. If you find a +6 project X bill, I'll trade you. Trade me what, Ben? Oh man. Do we have a boss? Yeah, we do have a boss. Nice. I think we have a T15. A T15. Let's go do okay, well that's not fun, huh guys? Okay. Damage extra fire isn't fun. Okay. Oh, I bet. Just nothing but good stuff. Nice. Alright, we're gonna try running this. I don't know why do I have this? I'm just gonna keep it. It's a decent ring, honestly. We don't care about ambush. We don't care about heft. Chain, we don't care. Get rid of all these here. Throw you in here as well. Here, throw you away. I don't need the immunity. Can't get rid of that. That we'll get rid of today, and then we'll keep our Furrow's charm just in case. I'll buy it. I mean, +6 double to projectile. Honestly, I'm kind of annoyed that when we were re-rolling earlier, yeah, when we crafted the bow, we did roll obviously less fizz, but we did roll +5 to projectile levels. I wish we kind of would have kept it. But obviously it didn't have the crit or attack speed, so I think this is better regardless. But you know, that plus levels was looking juice. The map is not accessible. The fudge does that mean? What do you mean map is not accessible? What does that mean? What does that mean? Okay, that worked. The fudge. I'm back. Had a phone call. We're gonna go though. Okay. Do you have a POE 2 Ninja on the current build? I do not. I have like a mobilitis guide on the version before this that was running Kotoko's current. But yeah, for this one you're currently seeing on screen, I do not have a version for. But it will be out tomorrow at 11 a.m. East or 12 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, one of those two times. It'll be out on my YouTube channel. So if you do exclamation point YT, you'll get the link to my YouTube channel. And obviously, if you want to be notified when it goes live, just make sure you hit that bell notification and subscribe to the YouTube channel. I don't think it'll matter much for your build though. Anyways, see you later. I gotta sleep. All right, man. Have a good one, Ben. I think the attack damage is feeling pretty good, since enemies like to run into our faces. Okay, this guy's going supernova or something. Very scary, man. Alright. That was very rude. That was very rude. So remember guys, level 79 monster level, or whatever you want to call it, area level 79. We're gonna go fight the boss and we'll see the damage we're doing. My daddy. How can we stop with the roly-polies, man?
Clean kill.
I don't think it's gonna be back here. Set up to here and see what's going on. And there it is. Do we need to swap anything? I don't think so, right? Yeah, okay, we're good. That's what I'm talking about, like, how have we not applied? There we go. That's the only thing that, like, kind of sucks is, like, see how long it took to apply the shock right there? That's the one thing that I kind of hate. I just feel like it takes too long. I have not tried this poison arrow build. Nope. I've been focusing on this build. Picks you. Do you have a max resist and do you have armor? I have 0 armor. Not really max fire res, close to max cold, max lightning. We're trying to work on defenses currently. That's really where the build kind of is squishy at. Obviously on the tree, I have not really invested too much into evasion, right? So we're trying to invest more into that and get that up. We kind of just went full cannon, glass cannon mode. But yeah. So that damage right there, we'll go back and I'm just going to take a look on stream. So that took approximately... Put that down, re-put that down. Okay, so yeah, it took about 2 seconds though to kill him. About like 600k damage. Bad, bad. I got another T15. It's a blue, this is a blue. Just sell this for gold. Okay, good to go there. Yeah, the build's pretty strong. Everything's good, just the survivability needs to go up. Like I said, the evasion needs to be like at least 65 to 70, I feel like. At least, just to feel decent. Which we're looking in the ways right now. Obviously, we're only level 82, so like we hit level 90, you know, we can get to that easily. You know, by putting points into here, potentially going up into here as well, just to get the increased evasion and energy shield probably would be good. You know, stuff like that would just make the build feel a lot better. But yeah. But yeah, like I said, this build will be coming out tomorrow at 11 a.m. East or 12 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. 11 a.m., 12 p.m., something like that. And it'll be on my YouTube channel. So if you do exclamation point YouTube in chat, you will find it over on Twitch, my YouTube, which I can do that right now for you guys. Let's see what this ring rolls. Yikers. Yeah, no good, no good. And what do we have here to buy? T14s? T14s from him. Yeah, Shweety. Do I have a level 18? I do. That's just gonna make it even stronger for us. And then we can also do this for 29%. What else do we want to do? How much is a control? Wow, actually, control metamorphosis can't even go there anymore. They removed that dual socket. Yikes. Guess you could technically put one there and do that. Maybe a Megalomaniac wouldn't be bad either. How much are Megalos? Just a suggestion for your YouTube video. Could you make a small section where you explain certain important interactions with skills / playstyle? For example, how important is it to shock, etc. I could do something like that. Maybe more in like the mobility guide or something, or description, and explain it. I feel like it's kind of straightforward most of the time. Like, you know, for this, all you literally do is just, you know, you throw your connectivity down, and then you mark the enemy and you just shoot. You know, that's it. Obviously, we want to shock the enemy or boss, because with shock burst rounds, that's where we do all of our damage. But that's it. You know, it's not really too complicated of a rotation, but like for more complicated stuff, I definitely could see myself looking into it and doing stuff like that for sure. I don't think it's worth going in here though, because obviously the pen doesn't do anything for us. Yeah, I'm trying to look for jewel sockets on the tree right now. Potentially we could go into with stuff, but like, I'm not really seeing anything, right? Like, we go with this one potentially, but it's like, what do we go with, right? Just say we did a control metamorphosis down here. It's not like we can go into anything. Like, that'd be insane. 'em. Yeah, I don't know. What is the ability on R? The ability on R is Voltaic Mark. You just mark the enemy, and it'll persist on him for like 8 seconds or whatever. And it gives us more shock magnitude and stuff, and gives us an easier chance of shocking the enemy. You can import your character into POE 2 Ninja without manually doing it, so it'll be up to date with your build, I believe. Summon How Path to Building also has this option right now. I don't think Path to Building has an option to import character data. I thought they didn't enable it yet, like GGG themselves. So it's in POE 2 Ninja? .6 it does. Wait, Path to Building has got an option. 0.6 though. Hold on, I gotta look at this really quickly. Ain't no way. Hold on. Oh my god, they did? Let me. That is insane. They actually did. Yeah, Dub's in the chat. Maybe they'll let me know. We're gonna look at some POV stuff real quick. Renar Vodka, thank you for the follow, man. Welcome. Much love. If you have any questions, feel free to ask away, but I'm glad you're vibing out and enjoying the channel. Okay, so this is our tree. Yeah, right. All right, so this is our tree. How much are we actually doing? What is our crit chance though? It says 22%. Obviously, I feel like that's not right. Is it right? I feel like it's not right though. Thoughts on bow shot. Let me go to galvanic and then base galvanic projectile. Main hand weapon not usable. Oh, why is it on this? Go to my crossbow. The fudge. All right. 23% crit chance. I feel like that's not right, obviously. Really? 23% crit chance on this? Is there distance to enemy? Maybe that's why. Distance to enemy will do 1. Yes, the enemy's in close range. Okay, so that helps. Do we really only have 25% crit chance? We have crit recently. The enemy is shocked. I mean, we're kind of consuming power charges, so sure we have power charges. Lightning skills used recently. I don't think we have anything else here, right? Bolts reload in the last second. I mean, that's for that. We'll go to our shock burst rounds. So we only really have a 30% crit chance even with critical strike on? Well, I know this is not being calced, right? Total, but I think this is being calced, right? As we take it off, we can see that we're going to get 16% effective crit on here, right? So we go to 12 to 30, which would make sense, but like in game, it seems a lot higher than this though. Because in games, it's shown like 30 something, 40. I think it's shown 40%. I can take a quick look. You guys want to have a black screen for a second? So in game right now for our shock burst rounds, it says, okay, it's saying we have a 29.28. Is that the same thing here? 29.19, basically the same, but then it's saying 64% at close range, I guess. So, so obviously, how do we tell ourselves that we're at close range though? For the calculation with that. Because we do have that. Where's our accuracy rating at? I guess we can go calcs. Load shock burst rounds. Accuracy, there we go. 4932, this is, yep, this is good right here. Yeah, the only thing I can think of is it's not fully calcing, potentially. Unless that secondary number in game isn't what the truth is. Because if we went up here, just say, right? What exactly would we get if we went into this for crit chance? 41%. So we would almost like double our thing by going into Careful Assassin. Interesting. I guess we can look at node power potentially, right? We can calculate stuff. So how much EPS is this going to give? Obviously damage is wrong up front, saying we're only doing 100 average damage or 1000 average damage, which obviously is not right, but I don't know why this stuff's not correct though. Everything's in, obviously. It's because we don't have the enemy shock. Enemy shock. We're doing like 80%, I think, of shock. But again, that's obviously wrong. Bolts reload and last is like 20. How do we do more damage without reloading bolts? The fudge? Okay, I'm just gonna leave it there, I guess. Oh, it's past 6 seconds, that's why, never mind. Yeah, I'm not too sure on how this stuff calcs, obviously, because I feel like this is wrong, but we can still see something. So where's our attacks per second? Attack rate is 12.58. What this is 13.9. Got you. How much damage is actually averaging? It's not a whole lot, huh? It's averaging what? 3,000 hit DPS? And that's for... Okay, so let me take this off, and then we're going to sort by node power. We're going to do combined DPS. Let it go through here in a second. Oh my gosh, there we go. We're going to see something. There we are. Okay. You could, I guess, take all these points out, technically. Then you go into here for all that crit chance. We would save a point, which allows us to get more evasion. Lost we're dropping 10 decks is the issue. Actually, we need to go to their lightning resistance. Enemy lightning resistance 0. What if I did like 100? Okay, enemy lightning resists. I think we're actually penning into the negatives. I think it's negative like 35, I think. Yeah, okay. So negative 35, I think that's what it is. .7. I mean, I'm just gonna have to look into this, low key. Figure out what's what. This is huge. All right, well, for me at least, that is, hold on, that is the end of the stream for today. Obviously, I'm going to look at this a little bit and then work on getting the video ready to go for tomorrow. Like I said, it'll be up ready at 11 or 12 a.m. 11 a.m. Eastern or 12 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. And then I'll be live about an hour or so after that. We'll see what happens. Like I said, I'm gonna look at POB, see if we can get anything better on here for damage and consistency and stuff, survivability. But yeah, thanks everybody for hanging, chilling out with me again for today. The banger of a stream. A bunch of you guys hopped in. Love to see it. Hope to see you guys back here tomorrow. If you guys have any questions or you need to get in touch with me or need help like that off stream, you can always join the community Discord. We have a lot of helpful people there. I'm always popping in and helping as well. And I also give updates when like new videos, streams are going live, updates on builds, stuff like that there. So if you want to go ahead and join that, just ! Discord and chat, find the link. I'll go ahead and do that. And of course, the YouTube, like I said, it will be live on there. And if you guys aren't subbed to the channel, there you go. There's the link for that. But yeah, have a great day, everybody. And I will see you guys bright and early tomorrow with the video. Live, like I said, at 11 a.m. or 12 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. All right, have a great one, everyone. Peace out.